Hello, baby gangsters. This is Calvin, also known as Omer, and this is Genshin Impact. And we're still here in the, or at least around the area of the Temple of Space. Such an incredible location. And we're continuing on with this world quest as well. To right a wrong that or something I said wrong at the end of the last episode. I was like, oh, we finished chapter 1. No, we started chapter 1. Which is very funny because, like, it's a very Genshin thing to do where, like, you'll go through, like, a chunk of, like, a quest and they'll be like, so it begins? You know, it's beginning now. But I'm very excited for this because it's already been, like, really, really incredible in terms of locations, in terms of the intriguing story so far. The characters are already intriguing as well. I'm really, really excited to see where this goes as well. So we have to go to these 3 different locations. This, to me, so there's this area here. There's this area over here, and there's this area over here in the Desert Pavilion. I kind of want to go to the Desert Pavilion first, but maybe we should go to the closest area first. But no, I think we'll go Desert Pavilion first, right? There's also the area with the Leeway stuff that looks amazing too, but so like maybe we'll go actually here. Okay, we'll go to the closest first, which is over here. This is so exciting. It's so exciting. And it helps that, like, I think world quests have always been very exciting, though. I think whenever we get to do world quests, they're very, like, motivating to keep going because you know you're going to see some amazing, incredible location. You know what I mean? That's just the way things go. Very much hate. You know what's so funny? Very much hate HSR in the brain because I was playing HSR, Honka just before this. I was just like, what's your weakness? I was like, oh yeah, like, I know I was waiting to do like a turn-based combat thing. It happens to me sometimes with games. Look how beautiful this location is. And it's not just with the HSR and Genshin, like there's so many times where I'm playing like Half-Life where I press like, you know, Resident Evil buttons, you know? Man, that's the Leeway thing. It's so freaking gorgeous, isn't it? Holy hell. And I think it's just because it looks so magical. It kind of reminds me in a way of like some locations in Sekiro. In some ways. Like the mistiness. And I know it's different cultures, so I want to make it clear. Like, I'm not saying it's just like, it's like, you know, it's based on different things. I just think I just mean the mistiness and like the kind of like energy of it, you know what I mean? The magic of it. World in a painting. Because it's definitely it's different cultures, right? It's different cultures, and everyone make it seem like it's like the same thing. Within Temple of Space, you will find sometimes find paintings that have pockets of space sealed inside of them. By overlapping the image in the painting with the corresponding scene, reality, decks can restore the space trapped in the painting and manifest objects from the painting. Oh, well, what? Wait, this is crazy to be dropping on us, right? So that we can. You'll find paintings that have pockets of space sealed inside them. By overlapping the image in the painting with the corresponding scene, we can restore paintings to like real life. The closest painting is the actual scene. The brighter the light will. Oh, that's so fun. You could also decks can also retrieve or reproject the artwork. It's so cool.
Close your eyes.
So cool. I know why I did that there, but hey, we did it.
Annihilation mode. One with nature. As one with wind and cloud.
Beware the creatures of the night.
Didn't even need it. That's what I'm saying. When you have Kazo on the team, sometimes you don't even need it to go into your main DPS. So this is the painting here. So we can overlap it. That's so cool. I'm sorry, that's amazing. That's such a great mechanic. Holy hell, that's so cool. Great idea. Now, this is one of the prettiest worlds they've ever built up here. As I said, like, it is reminiscent of the first area we were in when we fought the character at the start of the game as well. Well, the character is, like, Asmodee, right? Like, it is. Like, because I said it last time as well because I feel like why, like, the Traveler doesn't just say, like, that's Asmodee, right? Like, when we saw the picture of Asmodee in the Shades trailer, they said space, they said, like, you know, the word space over it. They talked about Asmodee in the context of space. And then also, like, it had the same kind of, like, design of the person we fought at the start of the game, right? Yeah, like I said, I don't think the Traveler sits there and goes, yeah, it's Asmodee time, you know? Like, but I do think that it's, like, you know, they want you to kind of put 2 and 2 together for sure, you know? For sure. Such a great location. Yeah. As I said, like, different cultures, right, from different games. But it's the mistiness that just reminds me of that, like, time when I was playing Sekiro. Like, the mistiness of, like, over, like, a bed of water. It's so pretty. So pretty. Because I believe Liyue is Chinese culture, which you can definitely like see that there's a difference there. And then there's also, I think Sekido is Japanese culture. So it's like Chinese versus Japanese culture. But I just mean the vibe. I just mean the vibe 110%. But it's interesting because like I got Inazuma mixed up with Liyue paintings. But that's just because like, you know, it's they both have this kind of tapestry stuff there as well. This team is so fun to play as.
Into the wind.
This team is so fun to play as.
A fateful offering.
Yeah, man, it's so magical, this location. Like, look at that. Like the mistiness of this area with like kind of like the wooden. I know what you call those things, where they're like, because I've seen them before in different games and different like or stuff like that. I know it's not exactly always the same thing, but like I know what you call them, like the wooden. Like to us, like we wouldn't. I don't think we have stuff like I think you would call it like maybe. I don't know. What are they called? What are they called? You see like what I'm talking about here, like the wooden kind of like walkways that have like covers over them. So I know they're not bridges because like obviously they're in like a line. Is there a word for them that I'm just not misremembering? I could try to guess, but I feel like I'd be wrong. But if you guys know what they're called, definitely like let me know. And people will be like, well, Calvin, just look it up. I like my whole thing about that as well. It's like, yeah, I could look it up after 110%, but like then it's also like, I don't know. It's nice to hear your guys' insight on stuff too, you know? It's not being lazy. Sometimes I just know you guys know stuff. Just like I know stuff, you guys know stuff, you know? And it's fun to hear from you guys about stuff. Look at this mistiness as well. It's so freaking gorgeous. Yeah, this is stunning. This is stunning. This is stunning. Are you kidding me? Like, yeah, like look, the leaves falling, like the little patch of grass, the water all around us, the kind of like smokiness that makes it feel like the mistiness that makes the water feel like very like warm, even though it might not be like totally warm in some ways, you know? There's like humidity to this place. It's really pretty. It's a really, really pretty thing. Ah, gee, yeah, what do you call these, man? It's so pretty. Like, I think we've seen them in Liyue as well, like things like this too. The dim stars, see over there? Okay. Yeah. I know that, like, his story, and I think it's what probably reminds me of, like, the idea of, like, Sekiro in a way, like this kind of misty, obviously I said the misty, I keep saying mistiness because it looks so pretty. Oh, look at the painting in the back, it's like a painting. I just realized, oh my god, this is so pretty too. It's like a skybox painting we're in now. Oh my god, this is incredible. Well, yeah, this is based on Liyue culture, which is based on Chinese culture. But yeah, all the music is so good too. It's so good. This is insane. Yeah, I don't know the official name of what these are called, these like wooden things here with the mixed with the stone, but it's so pretty as well. We see them in Liyue also. Ah, no, that's insane. Look at the texture on the freaking art piece. It's like a canvas. The Liuyang Academy. Oh my god, the music is incredible. So mystifying and magical, right? Hello. They look like ink blots. They kind of feel human somehow. So the ink blots went in a painting as well. I'm sorry, they've outdone themselves with this. This is not right how cool this is. Inkman just said something that's so creepy. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't get over the skybox being like a painting. Oh, these ink blots bursting as well. And of course, Genshin always doing amazing light as it comes into here. So this always reminds me of like, I know it's like not the same thing, but like reminds me of like summer day. Oh, look at that! Like in the sky. It's on that thing too. Is it? Yeah, that's so cool. But like anytime I see like a bit of dust, maybe like some dust particles coming through like a window, it always reminds me like at the morning before like anyone's cleaned up or something, and like it's a summer day, you know? It's really cool. This is so amazing. It's so insane. It won't open. I wonder, how about giving this a real nasty kick? Kick forcefully? How is it? I can't feel my leg. Oh my god. I love how we're just like partners in crime sometimes with Paimon, right? For sure. Great stuff. So we can't kick this open. But there's this thing on the map now. So maybe we should explore other areas? We define. Oh, there we go. It says find Zeitlind's lost belongings. So maybe you have to, like, let's see. There's also dim star from just now, see? Yeah. Oh, we're just doing a little bit of investigation. That's cool. Ah, my god. Wait, what? Move the camera left to right and look for Inkman? Inkman! Oh, the music is... I'm sorry, the music... So we were inside the, like, the miniature thing here. So you have to look for Inkman within this, like, tiny structure. Inkman! Show yourself! Inkman? You have been caught. Exit screen to continue exploration. So cool. Now we like warp to here. Look. Why is he so cute? That was so cute. That's so cute. We're gonna test this too. Yikes, where are we now? How incredible.
Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wonder?
It is incredible. Make sure you watch out for the deep meaning that isn't abs. You're talking about Diha? Her abs have very deep meaning to me. What in the world is Inkman talking about? Dex, you understand any of that? It must have meant the deep meaning in the... Oh, abstractions. Okay. Yeah, that backdrop is so cool. Like, this is what's so funny about Genshin World Quest. They do this all the time where they're like, how about we just give you, like, the most incredible place you've ever seen? By the way, it's going to be in a World Quest which, like, maybe, like, 30% of people are going to play. Actually, I think it's different this time. I think that people are going to play this World Quest even in more droves because, from what I've heard, this is, like, the most hype people have been about a World Quest in a very long time. This painting really isn't oh, okay. Palmy doesn't think we should mess with something that doesn't belong to us. Are you saying so I have a rule, right? I used to go back and look at the text and try and look back at it now. Because Genshin just hasn't updated the text anymore where they just goes by so fast, they don't want me to see it at that point. I know it sounds horrible and sounds so rude, but it's the case. It's that case. If they want me to see it, they'd make it stay on the screen for longer. And it's just the way things go, right? And it's frustrating, but it's just... It's my one biggest pet peeve about this game, and the fact that they haven't fixed it in that many years is insane. Use Dex's ability to explore a place. Oh, here we go, yeah. It's just so insane, because in a game that does so many things right, to still have, like, something that I see as, like, so bad is like, oh, I barely did it. This is what they call realism? Yeah. I know, it's weird to put, like... Because, yeah, I know sometimes there's only a bit of dialogue, but I remember in those Dragon quests, or, like, the Octonalan quest, for example, I remember, like, they would put, like, serious lore, in, like, a bit of text that would fly by, and you're like, did you actually want me to see that, you know? No, they say. No. So, kind of like the way I don't do combat mini-games until they change up and do something different to combat mini-games and events, I won't be... chasing the text that they don't want me to see, you know what I mean? I know it sounds harsh, but why do you feel like we're still missing something? I'll try to read faster as well. Scene does feel a little incomplete. There's another painting over here. Painting over there. You're up, Dex. Ah. These enemies are fun to fight, though. And it is because this team is very good as well. And I want to make it clear as well, I kind of like got advice from you guys, and I asked for advice on this team too. Because again, it's one of those things where, like, I think consistently throughout the entire playthrough of Genshin, a lot of my teams have been, you know, suggested from you guys. I mean, my Vaughn team is a suggestion from, I remember specifically it was like a user named Lex. Gave me that suggestion, you know what I mean? And I always like very appreciate people giving me suggestions on teams and stuff like that too. Done and dusted. Your turn now, Dex, for real this time. Yeah, it's helpful, and like sometimes, again, it's one of those things where like sometimes I won't take it, like the advice if I want to do something different, but that's okay too, right? That's totally okay too. Yeah, it's so freaking cool.
About their past affairs.
Let's go. This is a really cool mechanic. They do give it to us like a little bit too easily sometimes. Is it here? Yeah, there you go. There's the Ozzy. A human popped out this time.
Ha! Mountains cannot crush the buried spirit. Though through riven clouds the sky at last appears, I'm free! Hilda. Dex.
He called her Hilda.
And my new friends, please accept my thanks.
I'm her younger sister, Zeitlind.
Oh, why you two look so alike?
I've been told that a lot.
And who are these two?
My name's Paimon, and this is Wonder. It was the story as a commission that brought us here.
In that case, let's dispense with the introductions. Do you possess any degree of martial skill, preferably the sort that might see off the legatus of Remeria? Legatus?
How do you come up with that description?
This goes back to a certain border fortress rose to prominence when Remeria was destroyed. One day, after much time had passed, an old man arrived at its gates, claiming to be the acting master of the Gua clan. Oh my god, man. The Gua clan as well, which is Xingqiu's clan. One day the two sides fell to arguing. When the Remerian commander said that he was in charge of the music in the army, the acting master thought him weak. But in truth, the greater your musical mastery, the higher your rank in the Remerian military. And this commander, why, he had already undergone petrification. By the way, I don't know if you heard this, but everyone in the Remerian inner circles was transformed into Ichor, becoming semi-immortal golems. It's crazy that, like, if you didn't do the Remerian quests, right, like, a lot of this would just be like, oh my god, this sounds really interesting and intriguing, like, but we've been through so much in the Remerian quests as well, right? So when the acting master channeled his inner energies into a single strike, he would only wound up hurting his own hand. He then spoke harshly, lamenting a lack of successor to the Gua clan's secret arts and the withering of talent on the vine in his era. Why, so he claimed, he didn't even possess a vision. Of course, he wouldn't have been selected if he had had one in the first place. So we're talking about the idea of Remeria, the border fortress that was the province of Remeria was destroyed. An old man arrived at the gates of the border fortress as an acting master of the Gua clan. The two sides started arguing. The master of the Gua clan looked down on the Remerian commander for saying he was in charge of the music. Talking about the Ichor as well, which you've heard about the Ichor so many times as well. Which is like blood of the gods, isn't it? The Ichor, like, yeah. He then talked about there's no successors to the Gua clan's secret. Okay. After during the apathetic interval, we can no longer receive visions. But anyway, back to our story. So they couldn't receive visions. So wait, so he's saying that the Gua clan couldn't receive visions? Is that what he's saying? Lamented the lack of success to Gua clan's secret arts and the withering of talent on the vine is there. Why? So he claimed he didn't even possess a vision. Of course, he wouldn't have been selected if he had one in the first place. He said, we can no longer receive visions. So he's a member of the Gua clan as well? The commander shot back with choice words of his own, claiming that the legati of Remeria were far more terrifying than he could ever be. Cool story, Paimon supposes. Also, don't worry, Wander's one of the 1000% that God takes defeats the legatus. With both hands tied behind my back. Look at that. He's doing a cool pose. That's great.
By the way, why were you in the painting and what were those humanoid ink blots?
This how Melentia delivers punishment, sealing into paintings and smushing them into ink blot.
That's terrifying. Like a punishment where you get sealed into a painting and you're literally getting smushed into becoming an ink block. What the hell?
Just like my cage, which was encased in layers of paintings. Great shot.
Do you think about yourself that they were actually people? They're smushed people. That is insane, Melentia.
Yes. Now a word to the wise. The more realistic a painting is, the more fitting a cage is to ensconce your spirit. After all, its essence may be grasped at a glance. As such, expect hidden secrets lurking behind any realistic paintings you find here.
And what should we do next?
This is not the right place for such talk. Let's head back first.
So, Melentia punished people and we know he was punishing people that were going too far, or what he's perceived to like go against the traditional aspects of this world, of the Temple of Space, awaiting the return of his master. And so he punished people who, I guess, were, in his eyes, going too far by putting them into paintings and smushing them into becoming implots. What an absolute psychopath. Like, Jesus Christ. We sure made it back quickly. This place is truly full of wonders. It's amazing. It's so amazing.
It is indeed fabulous, comparable to the finishing touch of Rex Lapis' hand, which brought stone to life. And with the power of your heart and mind, you can really turn those lifelike paintings into reality.
Anyway, what's our next plan of action?
The key to restoring the entire library lies in completing the final illuminating stroke, but before we do that, we must restore this painting. Once the heavenly heart emerges, the four horizons fade to white.
What a commanding name.
That's the Inazuma preferences in this painting's name for you. Theoretically, we should be able to complete this missing part of the painting in the Tower of Radiant Light. But with our path barred, it seems that we can only head to the abode of resplendent talent to see if we can reach the Tower of Radiant Light from there. So what our mission is we have to... By the way, Inazuman. So it's also it's Inazuman and Liyue culture here then. Okay, so I guess like, you know, because I do know that like aspects of Chinese and Japanese cultures do share like some aspects, because like, you know, there was obviously a history there as well. But I guess that makes sense in a way as well. So we have to restore the painting. Okay. And we have to go to the Tower of Radiant Light to do so? Wait, it was behind this door the whole time? Paimon Wander had Wander kick this thing full force. Wander's strong enough to level mountains, but the door didn't even budge. Is your foot numb? Yeah. Probably because this door was manifested from the painting through the mind. As such, it doesn't exist in physical matter as we know it.
Historia once mentioned that he had a teacher named Aristocles, who was always saying that mind prevails over matter. I guess this is what they meant.
But leveling mountains, you say? That would make you just as powerful as... Azada.
Speaking of which, Yu Hyungi from the Mahavapulia chamber told me that Azada already existed back in his era. As such, the so-called finishing touch that brought the dragon to life was nothing more than legend. The invention of later generations, a fine story all the same. So again, I keep looking back at this stuff here as well. So we talked about like how we kicked this door and our foot went numb, but it's not because it's because it's manifested from the painting through the mind. It doesn't exist in physical matter. So we kick something that doesn't have a physical matter to it, is what they're saying. Yeah, and Asdal, by the way, is a boss that we fought in Genshin that was absolutely incredible. It's one of the first bosses that we had like a long boss battle with. And did you realize something from that?
I just told him you've ruined precious memory, you know that?
I can relate. Again, what did they... I'm so sorry. The finishing touch that brought the dragon to life is nothing more than a legend, and the invention of later generation is a fine story all the same. Oh, so he's saying it's a legend, and then he's saying you've ruined a precious memory. So, I'm not sorry for looking back at this stuff, by the way. He already existed back in this era, so he's saying that, like, the finishing touch that brought the dragon to life was nothing more than a legend.
Never mind, just take it as a fun little anecdote. Anyway, since the door was born from a painting, a painter must open it. Allow me to do that for you.
You don't seem very surprised. That's because Wander's been through even crazier stuff. Lots of extraordinary adventures, huh? Guess I shouldn't be surprised if you saved the world before. I mean, yeah, at this stage. He and his sister were separated by an awful god. Oh my god. The main goal of our adventure is to find his lost sibling. So Wander can understand how you feel. I hope you find your sibling and may you live a life of peace and happiness. Paimon's sorry. She forgot that you won't. Please don't apologize. Oh yeah, because they won't ever, like, you know, be reunited with their sister. Well, it was my fault for bringing up, and also now what I meant. Well, of course, yeah, we did. I wouldn't think that, but I think Paimon was just trying to be, like, sensitive with the situation as well. I really hope the wishes come through. Thank you, Zeitlind. Yeah, it's very sweet. Yeah, no, I think Paimon's very smart to, like, think of it that way, too, where it's like, hey, like, oh, we'll get to see our sister again, but she won't get to see her sister again, you know? To think about the emotional side of it. Open sesame! Let's get moving, then. Do 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 do. Do you hear the sloshing of the water? It falls. Oh yeah, I tried to read it again, but the lighting here is absolutely incredible. Paimon can't believe this isn't real either. If this painting real, the landscape depicts real snow. Okay, that sounds deep. I bet it does. Oh, that's so cool. Look at that. There's a reason people call me the Profound Way. Okay, so his nickname's Profound Way. Yeah, as I said, I will be going chasing the text. I love these locations. They're so incredible. Even that's a painting as well. It's so cool. These photos. Ah, they were painting using a camera, yes? He's so excited to say this. Back then, your sister told us of something capable of creating pictures even more lifelike than the most realistic paintings. We all wonder what it would be like. It's a shame that she didn't have a camera, nor did she have a picture painted by it on hand. Oh, look at the picture, man. That looks like the inn. Now that I've seen one myself, it does look incredibly lifelike. So we only heard about pictures, he didn't get to see them, like, until now. How's that for feeling smug? Machines have taken realism into its natural end, but there's still room for imagination, you know? I agree with Paimon, right? It's like, yeah, there's... Just because we've been able to, like, make some more realistic things doesn't mean that, like, imagination doesn't have a space in here too, right? Like, no matter how realistic the painting, it still carries the painter's emotions and an aesthetic sense. Is he he's disagreeing with what Paimon said here? Oh, he's saying that the emotions that come into the paint. Yeah, no, I agree with that too. 110%. Like, there's emotions behind, like, all art. 100%. Though some of the colors can be found in the real world, you can't really feel the painter's heart from the way... you can really feel the painter's heart for the way the said colors are used. Even though realistic painting carries within the minor detail of fiction, exaggeration, and blur. That's where the artist's aesthetic and craft come into play. Okay, it's not like Paimon doesn't get it. Paimon just wanted to compliment you, so she just could ask you to, you know, maybe draw something for us later. I love the Paimon, like was just trying to be nice, and then he went on a spiel. Could we take it with us? I don't think you could take it with you. Otherwise, you'd make a lot of more from selling my paintings. Lots of more? Were you a famous painter or something? Let me have a look. I can't believe I'm looking at the authentic Yunlei Du Shan. And painted just last week too. Thank you so much. See them, Paimon, could Paimon have a look? Sure, these photos were taken during my sister's vacation. The passerby asked if she really was bad at photography, so some photos only show the top of her head poking out at the bottom. That's so cute. That's really cute. The passerby asked was she really bad at photography because her head is poking out just from the bottom as well. I think it's like aesthetically kind of fun. You know what I mean? But I can tell she's smiling happily all the same. Sorry to let you see that. The lighting and composition of these photos are terrible. There's no sense of depth or layering at all. It's not that bad. I think these are the best photos. If your sister hadn't insisted on only showing her head, these photos would have been the worst scenic paintings. I mean, scenic photos. But thanks to her, they become memories and proof of a presence there. Oh, it's so cute. I think I get what you mean. So, like, it's actually kind of a sweet... Again, I think, again, it shows more personality in the paintings as well, or the picture as well. It's very, you know, it's her. It's her. Open up a suitcase from her vacation. I found my stuff. Let's keep Dowsy out, shall we? Let's keep helping Dowsy out. I think the painting there leads to the abode of resplendent talent, so you can find a way to the Tower of Radiant Light from there. That said, I won't be joining you for your next journey. I'll head back to the central area and to let others know we're safe. Then I'll be back in no time. Whether I succeed or not, I should have enough time to see you again on my way back. So this looks like it might be the end of the conversation. Let's take some screenshots here. right? Yeah, why not? Yeah, there it is. Very, very cool. Then we have to go through this painting as well. So I think what they were trying to show there, like it was Hilda was telling about the camera, but didn't get to like truly see it. But then this photo here is like a showcase of like her, you know, her camera. And they were talking about how, like, you know, you can tell someone's personality through the colors and their feelings through the colors of the paintings they paint, which I agree so much so. Like when someone just tries to do something by numbers, it's like, it's one of those things where you can make a terrible movie, and there are some terrible movies out there, but like you can tell there's passion behind it, right? Just in this case, you can make a photo that doesn't have the best composition, but you can tell there's like personality and passion behind it as well. We also learned that there is a freaking punishment that happens here with these characters, that they get punished by being smudged into a painting. That's absolutely terrifying. It's like the Witches movie. This is a really, really cool way of like warping us to a place, to a location. Oh, look at the birds there as well. It's just great. It's really, really magical. It feels magical. They've really like outdone themselves with this type of stuff. It's so cool. Continue exploring. And now that we know that these ink blots are like punished, we're seeing Inkman ever punished people that have been blotted into a painting by Melentia. It's really dark in a way, right? It's very dark. In such a beautiful, beautiful, gorgeous place. Use X to restore the space in painting. Where is the space in painting? Here? 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 There are two paintings here. Are there? I mean, there's stuff here. Oh. So this is the maybe here. Very cool. Okay, that's one of them. This one is for the space over here. Yeah, it's a new mechanic that just it's something so aesthetically beautiful, and it really adds like to the layer of magic that comes into like this painted world, right? Here, or is it on the other side? Look at that as well, and the birds fly away too. And we have this one as well, which is this one here, right? And I love how, like, we're almost making the world more detailed as well through these paintings also, you know? Oh boy. Oh boy. Is that the same design? Is that the same design as the guy we met at the start of this quest? Maki?
Perhaps these
Escher?
treasures might be of utility to you on your journey.
Right?
Please, I insist.
Is that him? It is. It is. Hello, my name is Escher. I'm a painter. Oh, so you're the Maki that his story was talking about. Then who did all those amazing paintings? Wait, Palm just remembered. Have we met before? We did right before we went into freaking the port. No? And Escher was my bird name, so we met you before. We met you before. Already, do you have any brothers who suddenly disappeared? There's like glitches happening as well, by the way. I'm afraid not. Anyway, please come with me. I'll take you somewhere safe. But we're not looking for a safe place. We're looking to solve the problem. If that's the case, then you should also come with me. I'll take you to where you need to go. So he has the answer? Weird. Whatever, let's follow him and see what he's up to. There's something weird about this person. Maybe the nickname Maki was given to him by someone else and that doesn't really like him. Maki? Maki, Maki, Maki. Oh. Wait, what? It's like a side scroller all of a sudden? What's happening here? What is happening, man? Oh my god. With Dex's help, season unfold paintings to construct paths that didn't exist before and escape the spreading ink. That is such a cool idea. It's like a terrifying black tide, like the black tide that consume everything lingering within its reach. It'll cause you. Oh my god, that's so freaking cool. That's such a cool idea. This is a really cool idea. What? Click, click. Oh my god! No, click up. This is such a cool. It's a great idea. It's such a great idea. Like especially like it's like almost like a corruption within the painting, right? What's it? Click! Or what? Click! Why? What to click? What happened? It wouldn't click. It never clicks for me. I know what it is on my controller, maybe, and it's a new controller, so. Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! That's a really cool mechanic, though, isn't it? Oh Jesus Christ! Such a great idea. Oh, what do we do? Just stay away from the ink drops? Mechanically very, very cool, right? Mechanically very, very cool. This music as well. It's actually like a horror movie, man. It's like a horror movie. It's all, I mean, it's as good as we possibly could be. What the hell with this Maki Escher guy, man? This looks aesthetically gorgeous. Up to this lantern as well. Nah, that was awesome. That's such a cool sequence. Honestly. This must be the artwork Dazzy was talking about? Oh, there's a chest behind it. Okay. I was like, it's in the painting? Investigate the painting. On the other side, maybe? Ah, oh, gorgeous. Yeah, aesthetically crazy, right? And now there's Dowsy again. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Looks like things went smoothly for you guys too. Nope. Dowsy, can you believe we ran into the fake Escher? You feel Dowsy in about what just happened. This must be Malenta working from behind the curtain. To him, names are nothing but a string of numbers slapped onto us when we arrive here. How would you know Maki was a nickname that Escher's grandfather and father gave him in his childhood? So he didn't know that. That's why he's saying it's a fake one. But it turned out everyone here gets along so well that you all call him that now. Just because we were somewhat unsettled by his painting doesn't mean we dislike him. It's just that messing with the space is a grave issue around here. That only makes Paimon want to see his work even more. You'll get the chance to see it, I'm sure. Now we've got the whole set of paintings. One stroke is all we need to connect them. I'll allow my clumsy hand to provide that finishing touch. After all, I did coach Kanua on his Liyue landscape paintings. He won't mind me adding a little something. Through this painting, you should be able to reach the pavilion of paintings at the center. That's a great name. Once you're inside, try reaching out and plucking the heavenly heart. It just occurred to me that adding the feet to a dragon and dotting the eyes of a dragon are both sayings concerning dragons. But their meanings are worlds apart. They sure are. Let's go. Yeah, great sequence. Really great sequence. We're walking slow. Look at the mist and the fog. So we have to add that one stroke to this. Wow, we're at the pavilion paintings. I thought it was some kind of abstract art. Turns out it's plenty real after all. Everything feels very real within this, but within the mysticism of this, place. You can go into it. What's happening? We have to go at a distance? We have the chest to do. Look at that there as well.
not to be sniffed
Oh,
at.
man. It feels larger than the world itself, right? It's so huge. Like, it's such a cool look to this place. I'm never going to go over the backdrop that they used here. Never going to go over it. Oh, look at the Traveler looking awesome on top of this. Traveler? So freaking sick. Are you kidding me? Just like unfolding the painting and like... Great stuff. Are we actually saving everyone's life? It's so pretty. It reminds me of obviously Liyue, of course, as well. Kano, Yoshoti, Bosch, you've all come back to life. Yeah, I never want to paint on our screen again. That looked amazing. That looks so gorgeous. Good to have you back, Wanderer Paimon and young Zeitlind. I owe you all a great deal. You really look like Hilda. So they obviously all knew Hilda, like, and they had great time for her. She's my older sister. I know. This old man's got an eye for people. Speaking of which, Zeitlind comes here for a moment. Zeitlind, come here for a moment. We got 3 chests?
Perhaps these treasures might be of utility to you on your journey.
Sure.
Please, I insist.
Talk to everyone? The melons? Oh my god. Are they ripe? Huh? Paimon means, are you sure they're ready to eat? That doesn't matter. Zeitlind, the 2 of us used to teach your sister how to draw. Is that her drawing? That's stunning. That's her signature. That's so pretty. And since it's her stuff, you should be able to, you want to keep them and take them away from this place. What do you think of this painting? How should I put it? Some people can paint on par with masters in their teenage years, and so they spend the rest of their lives searching for paintings to imbue with childlike innocence. Interesting, because they've gotten so good early, they almost go back and go like, I want to like do something that's like a little bit more simplistic, maybe in a way. I can neither discern a masterful temper nor childlike innocence from Hilda's paintings. Interesting. Instead, it's tinged with sadness. Isn't sadness conveyed by painting a fruit impressive enough? Are you telling me this painting is devoid of childlike charm and doesn't like look like a master's work? So it's like not it's not either or. Talent and diligent practice are prerequisites for cultivating the spirit of a master. So why don't you forget what we've taught you and do another painting? You guys are hilarious, Romahilda. I'm not doing another painting. I've experienced them once already, and I find it quite interesting. But it's just as a canvas, once colored, cannot return to pristine white. How could I possibly forget what I've learned? So are they asking her to like forget what she's learned so she can like? Because they're saying like, yeah, you have talents for this, but like they're maybe trying to make her like be more personal, not to kind of like forget maybe just like the technical aspect of everything, right? Let the mediocre piece be as it is. I thought it was gorgeous, so pretty. Is that so? So it's just a mediocre piece. It's interesting because like if you have people who are connoisseurs of art, because for me like who does draw, but I don't do like paintings. I will look at artwork and I think some stuff is like really gorgeous. But you will hear sometimes connoisseurs of art will like see like a drawing of like a painting of like a stapler and be like, it's void of any like feeling, you know? And you're like, I don't know, man. Like I feel like that's always going to be subjective in a way too. Sometimes things are just like really beautiful. And she still signed her name on it. She wasn't ashamed. She didn't care that it was mediocre. You know? She said she experienced it. She'd like to experience it. She even said it here. Which we can screenshot this too, but like, you know, she's saying like, I've experienced it one already and I find it quite interesting. I can't just unlearn what I've learned. Yes, when we artists take commissions, we always use a secret signature to sign our work. So she named the painting Long Live Life, and then she left. What do you think? Are you going to take your painting with you? No, let it stay where it belongs. Such paintings may become lost and destroyed in less than 100 years if brought outside. Better let it repose in eternal peace here with you. I see. So are we leaving? Talk to Historia. Okay. All the way over there. Yeah, really interesting, because again, obviously, like, there's, like, a lot of stuff going on here, but, what we learned from this place that there, like, obviously Hilda was here learning paintings. She didn't have a problem with having, like, a mediocre painting. She loved the experience of doing this, and, I think they were telling her to unlearn the lessons that she learned because they wanted her to kind of, like, do stuff for the heart, which can be very difficult as well, especially, like, you know, I went through art in secondary school, and one of the things that happens a lot of times is that you do become very robotic because, like, again, our teacher, like was like, you know, whenever we tried to do something, it was like, you know, really like, you had to work within the confines of the things, but also like you had to get everything right, like technically right. So whilst I was like, we were trying our best to put personality into it, a lot of times like stuff felt robotic. And if ever we were like, oh man, this is not fun anymore, art, because remember, like, it got to a specific time where like I said to, like, you know, my teacher, I was like, I'm not having fun with art anymore, and he was like, he was just like, welcome to exams year, and I was like, okay. And other people were having fun because they're probably more artistically inclined than I was, and they were able to like warp it to like their will. But like I focused too much on the technical aspects and stuff like this as well, that I like got good grades, but like I was never proud of a work I did. You know what I mean? And there's better artists in my class than me, but because they didn't focus on the technical aspects, like and the actual stuff that was for grading, like they're way better than I was. But I got better grades because I was focusing on the technical aspects. If you showed anyone the drawings that I did and the paintings I did in our art class, or versus the guy who was sitting beside me who was working so hard and had such an artistic flair, everyone's going to go, oh, that's the better one, and point up my friend's painting. They're going to look at mine and be like, it's okay, you know? But my one was the one that got the grades because it was a technical thing. So I get like what they're trying to say, maybe like put more personality into it, put more of herself into this. But I think a lot of ways, like the mediocre style of a painting, which I don't think it's mediocre, but like it's in a way it is kind of like, for her, she didn't mind it being like mediocre because it was something she got to experience, something she actually liked like doing, and it was a fun experience for her. So that to me like put the personality into it already. And we also obviously learned that this place was a full punishment, that the people were being punished in here by Melenta, where he smushed people into paintings. We learned that Hilda obviously came here as well and told people about pictures. She learned how to paint here as well. And also that the Escher that was following us around here could be a fake Escher following us around, because they didn't know about the nickname that was given to him. And they're also really fantastic artists as well at the same time too. I don't know, man. This is a really cool... Wait, talk to Astoria and talk to everyone. Can I check the map? So, but yeah, absolutely fantastic location here. And again, I might not get all the like the little details of what they're trying to go at here, but like, you can also fill in gaps if you want to do too, guys. Because they do in World Quest, they do say a lot, and I do miss some stuff sometimes too. And you guys know that happens like quite a bit sometimes too, 110%. But it's still pretty freaking incredible to see. A quest like this in general. Like, this location is gorgeous. This whole feeling about this is gorgeous. It's really great stuff. It really is. But we set free the people in this painting as we wanted to, which is what we aim to. There's a chest that's covered over here, which is... Oh, is the story going to be here? They are here. Okay. Looks like everything's going smoothly. Story, what are you doing here? Dowsy told me that you arrived in Luyong Academy, so I came along with him. How's the search going? Have you found what you were looking for this time, Zeitlind? I have. Could you tell me what it was that landed in Luyong Academy this time? This is the place of painters, after all. Oh, it's so pretty. Holy hell. To tell the truth, I haven't the foggiest what it might be. So he's saying what landed? What was the landed in Academy this time? Photos from my sister's camera. Camera. I heard people talking about such devices before. You're falling behind. These painters have all heard about the cameras from Zeitlin's sister. That's because people here focus on visual arts. It's normal that you talk to them about it. That does make sense. That does make sense. The thing I discussed most with Hilda was philosophy. Philosophy? It's hard to imagine my sister talking about this with someone as knowledgeable as you. Well, you flatter me. We weren't getting into any deep, complex debates. We were just chatting about how to look at everyday things around us, which I think a lot of people like. You know, philosophy is kind of like in a lot of things, even like the most basic like of conversations of just like about how, you know, you view the future of the world, even, you know, how you view people act in this world sometimes as well. You can say it's psychological too, but I think if you come from an emotional perspective, it can be very philosophical sometimes. For example, the most fundamental question of philosophy is whether one should or shouldn't end it all tomorrow. Whoa. Huh? Now, let me explain. In a sense, our inquiry into the world is a search for the very meaning of our existence within. Whether we are children seated upon the gods' knees or merely echoes in the winds of inconstant constant time, all of that is too far removed from how an ordinary person weighed themselves against the universe. For most, the world is no more than their own lives. Look how beautiful this image is as well. Stunning stuff. If we only discovered that everything is destined to return to nothingness in the far future, would our lives still now hold meaning? Yes. Or should our lives be shoreless sea of suffering to begin with? Then the world may in truth be but a collection of agonies. So should our lives be a shoreless sea of suffering to begin with, and then the world may in truth be a collection of agonies? He also says, if we discover that everything is destined to return to nothingness, would the far future, would our lives still hold meaning? I believe so. In fact, it would make your lives even more meaningful. Honestly, that you have to live your life in a really beautiful way. But what does he mean, like, or should our lives be a shoreless sea where there's no of suffering to begin with? So should our lives just be suffering? Oh, he's saying that if the world was destined to turn to nothingness, would we still our lives still hold meaning, or would our world just be a collection of agonies? In either case, there's no difference between living and not. In the latter, death might even be called a release. Let's not look at it this way, though. Paimon doesn't think that's right. Not that she knows how to argue against you, though. And what was my sister's response? Never mind that. I was the one arguing that even if life is inherently meaningless, we should still choose to live it. I agree. I 100% agree. Just because there's no grander meaning in life, like, you should still enjoy your time on this earth. It seems you haven't heard. I saw my sister's tombstone back at the sanatorium. Oh, you didn't know? Thanks for trying to save her in the end. Wait. Because they say... There's no way they're saying that she ended her own life, are they? Is that what they're saying? No way. Because the way he says it was like, should we all end it tomorrow, right? Yeah. And then he was trying to debate with her why she should. Whether we should or shouldn't end it tomorrow. Is that what they're saying here? And she said thanks for trying to save her. What's written on her epitaph? One lifetime doesn't count. Is that what it says? One lifetime doesn't count. I see. Zeitlind. I can hardly believe it myself, and I wish I could say something to take your pain away. Give me some time, though. You don't have to say anything. One lifetime doesn't count. Like, there's not enough in one lifetime to, like, really make things count? I thought I'd cry the moment I saw her tombstone. But as it turned out, I was unusually calm. I cannot get over how stunning this is. They've really made this, like, one of the most gorgeous locations ever. It would have been better if I cried. So she didn't really know how to react in that moment. That's not what I meant. Anyway, you'll understand later. So I want to screenshot all this stuff too as well, just so we have it here as well. That can happen though as well, with anything as well. Like, I think a lot of times how do you open this chest? Oh, cool. Stunning. I think a lot of times in life, we think we should react in some way, where we think we should, like, talk in some ways. We think we should, oh, maybe it's a painting? We think that, like, oh, everyone else is crying, shouldn't I be crying? Everyone else is sad, shouldn't I be sad? But the reality is every single person, like, reacts to different situations in different ways, And sometimes it can have a deeper meaning as well. I think it's very sad that she thinks to herself, like, oh, I should have cried in that moment, right? Because I don't think anyone would ever think any less of her for not crying, you know? But she's saying it would be easier if I cried, because then she'd be able to understand it better, right? Understand her feelings better. Because at least there's tears. So we just warp out of here. Is that what's happening here? So a tiny interpretation of the scenes we just saw there as well. When it came to Astoria and his conversation he had with Hilda and the watermelon stuff as well. It seems to me that, like, at first I thought it was just like the being okay with the mediocrity, quote unquote, was kind of Hilda kind of like just like being, you know, so okay with, like, I don't know, like the beauty of it and seeing it as an experience that she loved and she had a great time with it. But I'm wondering now, when I look at that with Astoria's words and looking back on the idea that she thought that, like, maybe life wasn't worth living because life felt like it had no meaning. The idea that she said you can't, like, unpaint a canvas and all this stuff too. I'm wondering if, like, we're supposed to actually, not supposed to because you interpret it different ways, but I wonder if like it's actually an idea that Hilda maybe was okay with this idea of, yeah, the painting's all right, I'm fine with it, and not wanting to do it again, not wanting to change anything, because, like, what's the point, right? And I wonder, I mean, now, like, looking back on it, like, a little bit later, I'm wondering if that actually was the idea behind it, as well as, like, hey, what's the point of doing this? Like, what's the point in repainting this, or what's the point of learning something different? What's the point in changing something when I don't see that if there's no point in life, then there's no point even going on living. So I wonder if it is that. It's like, hey, I experienced it, that's it, you know? And that's maybe, like, one way to look at it as well. I just wanted to put that in there because, like, again, I feel like sometimes the dialogue in World Quest can be very, like, there's so much of it that it gets lost in the shuffle sometimes. So it's okay to sometimes just look back and be like, okay, maybe that's what they meant here, for sure. Or can we travel around here? That's so cool. It's actually very cool that they let us, like, physically, not physically, but you know what I mean. They let us travel out of here. Very cool. Very, very cool. Okay, so I guess we're going to the next location again. What a fantastic place. And look at how it's changed as well from a distance. Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Stunning. Stunner of an area. Absolute stunner of an area. So I guess next we can go to the Desert Pavilion. Yeah. Again, like I said, just like any world quest, it might come together in the end of what they're doing here as well. It might not. Who knows? But so far, I'm definitely, like, enjoying myself as well. I always say this as well, like, I feel like when it comes to, like, when an active safety keepers have swallowed the elemental cubes. Transport type keepers have both high altitude and low altitude modes. With Dex help, you can toggle between the two modes to easily retrieve the elemental cubes from various terrains. When in their low altitude mode, the transport type keeper's movement speed increases. Oh, look at these guys. When the hydro cubes, pyro cubes, dendro cubes are next to each other, they will react in pairs and then dissolve. You can use geo cubes or space cubes to separate these cubes and ensure smooth transportation. Let's try our best. So do you mean these? The bridge is about to reset. Yeah, I love the way that the world changes under us as we're moving around. It's really cool. So neat. It's just a fantastic location, as there really is. Like, it goes without saying at this point. At this point, its water is wet for how beautiful this location is. You know, it's so pretty. So I guess we're heading up this way. We can definitely, like, explore this map at some point as well and go to other places as well. That's an enemy? It is an enemy, yeah. Just something so magical about Colobita wandering through this place as well. Look, it's so magical. I love, like, the kind of, like, brightly colored stone. Oh, wow, a rune grater here? Interesting.
Annihilation
mixed with
mode.
like the pillars and like some natural elements involved too that look really, really cool also.
Be silent. The night cometh.
Cool. Wait, they transported it? Wait, did we just put the rune grader inside a zoo cage? It's now an exhibit?
Not to be sniffed at.
Not to be sniffed at is right. Not to be sniffed at. Whereabouts are we going from here? Oh, this way, yeah. As I said, we can totally explore this place, like, in our time as well. I also just kind of want to make sure we're, like, because this quest is probably going to be like, oh, it's so pretty with the sun in the background, too. But, yeah, the stone pillars, there's some natural elements in here, too. Like, when they use orange leaves, it's always very gorgeous as well. Every location you look at in the distance is so pretty as well. Genshin, you've outdone yourself again. I probably should save the Desert Pavilion for last because it's one the one I'm most, like, I think it's like the one I'm second most excited for. But I guess we're going to turn. Oh, look, it's so cool. Actually using places from the Mausoleum of King Desert here as well. Like, it invokes an emotion in you, like, that only us Genshin fans can truly feel. Who, like, yeah, you know what I mean? It's like obviously, like, we're all Genshin fans who's playing this. But you know what I mean? It's like there's this instant, like, oh my god, that's the freaking, like, same stuff for the desert. Like, intentionally so, it's so cool to see. It's so cool to see. Oh yeah, I bought like a bunch of sweet madams. Look at this. Or I thought I did. Yeah, I did. 23 sweet madams. You can scoff at sweet madams. Look at this. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Great stuff. Sweet madams, best cooking in the
these
game.
treasures might be of utility to you on your journey.
Just like
Please,
the stuff with
I insist.
Liyue, right? Just like the stuff with the pillars at the start, this does like play on the fact that like you already have like an emotional connection to the locations themselves, so the visual presentation of these places. You know, that's Star Wars right there, you know? So freaking cool. Oh, wait, look at these. Oh my god. People covered in like sand. We get transported into these like pocket worlds, right? And the energy changes almost instantly. And that's probably what they were going for when it came to like the these places in general. This is so dark. What the hell? Oh my god, they're like reaching. Was this another punishment from Militia? And we can't escape it. It's everywhere. Like, look at this. What the hell was wrong with him, man? Explore the Desert Pavilion. Are you still alive? Is that you? I can't take anymore. Wait, what? Is someone still alive out here? There? In specific areas, Dex can seize objects made from quicksand, and deconstruct them into their original quicksand state. When tapping again to release, the new structures can be constructed. Dex can use this sand to construct a variety of brand new structures. That sounds awesome. They've also like overloaded this in a good way with like different mechanics, right? And I think it's a really cool idea. Is this one over here? And we can we can transport it over to a different location. What a cool idea. You know, transporting like stuff from one structure to another. If you look down, right, if you're here and you look down, it does feel like we're in like the desert again, right? But the reason why it doesn't feel fully that way, and again, intentionally so, there's a blue tint to this world, right? There's like a little bit of a blue feeling to this world when instead of like the kind of searing heat, it feels like it's not exactly in the desert, right? You can feel there's a manufactured feeling to it, even though there's like a pocket feeling to us too, where it's like we're transported to a different world. So there's someone actually, well, it makes sense. We found someone alive last time too, and we want to save other people here also. You people, I'm not seeing you around before. Are there really newcomers showing up now? But Dex is with you. I suppose you're backup. My name is Venepi. And I've come from an era when King Desuret's divine form still walked. He's from the era of King Deseret. Prime is the name, and this is Wonder. And our team's got one more member, Zeitlind. So we're talking about Remeria, now we're talking about Desert now. We're probably what you consider people from the most recent era. Say, would you happen to have an older sister by any chance? Oh, they all recognize Hilda. Do you know my sister too? Of course. Here everyone is friends with everyone. It matters little what station they occupy in their former life. In my day, I was a nobody. I was just one of many working on King Desert's mausoleum. I was traveling in the desert one day when I suddenly plucked from the sands and thrown into an apathetic interval where I was for years. I want to say less than 100 years. Then once I left, I came here. I found the place full of ancients, some from times preceding even King Desert himself. But we all got along just the same. So is that the people who were also living here as well? Later on, the sisters of the deity here told me that they hadn't plucked any desert buildings, and just asked what I reconstructed, that I reconstructed them from memories. So he reconstructed these locations from his memory of the time of King Desert? It was only with everyone's help we managed to build this place at all. But now look at these ruins. So they didn't just take places from King Desert's era, they just rebuilt them. You know, speaking of which, Paimon has a question. Those sand statues out there, are those artworks from your era? You know, from back in King Desert's day? I don't think we're going to enjoy the answer to this when we... after hearing about the ink blots, I don't think we're going to enjoy the answer to this at all. Perhaps they were created to serve as a reminder of the impermanence of the physical body and life itself. Like that we can break at any moment, we can be destroyed at any moment. You truly are different from your sister. You must really be enjoy reading like the others. Those people, all of them, were punished. There we go. Yeah. After the inkblot stuff, there was no doubt in my mind that that was like a punishment of some form. Whoa, it's so dark. So dark. And all this because they literally like are... All this because they're literally like... They made like... Well, they're making progress with all these different worlds, right? Like, I don't want to describe it like well. It's that they were going against the old ways of the Temple of Space, right? And Melentia hated this and punished people for this type of stuff here, like these pocket worlds, right? Don't worry, they're all still alive. Death does not exist here. They'll be restored once the problem here is resolved, which is a good thing. But it's still very dark to see that, to trap anyone like that. Oh wait, didn't you say whoever saved you would get that coin thing Jedrick gave you as a reward? Pine bets it's worth a lot of Mora. I'm not handing it over. It's my lucky charm. Besides, the only thing I have left to remind me of my whole life. Since it's so important to you, I guess it would be super nice and not press you for payment. We've been chatting for too long. Looks like it's here. We don't have time to stand around talking. Are you at least the level of novice or Remerian centurion? Again, I love the way that's the way they like judge how strong we are. Are we as tough as a centurion? And same thing happened before as well with Historia. There we go again. Paimon doesn't even know what kind of standard it's supposed to be. It's what they know from their pockets of history that they have. This world they have of or what they've learned from like these different civilizations, I guess. At least that's the way I perceive it anyway. What's Dex doing? Oh. Oh! He actually used the power there as well. Awesome, Dex. Yeah, this is a very dark story again. Approach the guardian from behind so Dex can grab its core. Wait, what? No way! And oh, that's so cool! It's like a sneak attack. That was quite something. You're easily at the level of a high-ranking centurion. Didn't you have your own hierarchy back in the King Desert state? That's interesting, too, of a question to ask, since he's referencing the centurions. Wouldn't there have also been warriors back in the days of King Desert? Well, those scholars in the Mahavapula archives have read enough books that their combat assessments actually hold some weight. It's nice to be so well-read. So they read about the centurions and were like, yeah, they're pretty tough. For instance... on average, the knights serving under Aranese, the Wild Fairies Aranese, could take on 3 standard Remerian centurions at once, though they're half a rank below Aranese. Okay, so he's judged as all like their combat capabilities based on this stuff then? Medjay, who served the Crocodile King. We heard of Medjay before, right? That's a name we've heard before. And the Crocodile King wasn't considered exactly an elite fighter, but was highly adept at dealing with monsters. So in terms of rough power level, all right, let's go save your friends first. I actually think it's really cool. I do think it's really cool. Like learning about how they like perceive power level and how tough someone is comparably to like, you know, the stuff that they learn from her history, I guess. We can talk about it later. I don't know, I think it's a really great thing. I'm not gonna ever, you know, Ivan's right, we have to like make sure time is of the essence and this stuff too. But
please, I insist.
Yeah. Once we fix this, so we did fix this, right? But we have to maybe do something else with this. Maybe we don't need to grab this at all. Maybe we just need to go up in this. There we go. Yeah, great location once again. Yeah, I like the comparing stuff to the Romarian stuff. It's a really cool idea. Once again, a punishment from militia. Look at there, you can see the exit out here too. It really is so creative what they've done with this place. Looks like we have still have a survivor over there. Oh my god, and the freaking like desert music as well.
Ultimatum protocol.
Calculate.
Be silent. Observe.
Yeah, I love this team. I love this team so much. You're still alive. How wonderful to see you. Of course, I know that death is not possible here, but what I mean is I'm so glad you didn't turn to sand. Yeah, because I think like even though it's not death, you would kind of see it a little bit like death in a way, right? Because they're not with you anymore. Anyway, you know what I mean. I do. And thanks to all of you, and Dex too. I didn't do a thing. Venepi introduces you all to Virtuous, and recounts what just happened. Incredible, your strength exceeds that of a typical chief centurion. Hell yeah. I think it's really kind of like, it's kind of a quirky kind of thing that's a part of their like, cultural stuff, right? Which is really, really cool. Like what they've learned, I guess, as well. Now, I mean, Pine's kind of interesting to see how you can actually stack up in that system. Oh, yeah? In case, I'll take you to the others. In that case, I'll take you to the others. After all, Venepi only provided that pattern work on motifs for King Dedra's times. I was the one responsible for the main layout and pathways in this area. That's right. While this may look like a building from some gilded age, it's really a result of everyone's knowledge. So it is like a recreation of all this stuff too, and everyone's come up with different ways or different interpretations for how to rebuild this as well.
Goodness, how the world has changed.
You tell him.
Might I ask, when did the custom of placing treasure chests in every nook and cranny come into fashion?
When did it? When did it? Don't come any closer!
I have come closer.
Wait, what? It might be a bit self-indulgent to worry about my own epitaph, but you probably think me ridiculous, but I've actually already decided what'll be mine. Please tell me... No, what we're seeing... Oh, that's so horrible! Please tell me love and Vitralbus. No, that's horrible. Vitrios, that's so horrible. He turned to sand even before he was done speaking. Oh, I'm hopeless. I'm actually finding the urge to chuckle out a loud and sad juncture. He's going to be so mortified once he stops being sand. Wait, he's laughing about it? He's going to be mortified? You mean he's going to be embarrassed once he's sand? Because he didn't finish what he said? It is honestly like it does put a bit of an ease on the dark situation. Like look at the traveler's face. He's feeling the weight of this. If he's laughing about it, I guess like he has confidence that this is going to be okay. We have a choice to make. Do we deal with that guard first, or we just search for survivors as long as we can? So, can't we do both? Oh. There you go. And then we have to try and find a way to get up here as well through this elevator too. Man, just like he's just turned to sand now. Where's he gone though? And it was so detailed too. That was, oh, look at all the bodies as well. I know it's not death, but like it still messes with your mind to see people like trapped in this way. Because again, we all like know what it feels like to be a little bit claustrophobic. The idea of like being trapped in. I know you probably say, well, Cam, you wouldn't even think about it. It doesn't matter. Like it just makes you like it's icky to look at it, you know? It makes your skin crawl seeing what happened to them. Like them reaching out as well, they were terrified. Look, this is fear. They were running away. They were crawling away. They were asking for help. Looks like we're too late. Everyone's been reduced to sand. We have to do something then.
One with nature.
That usually gets rid of the sand, but I guess not this time around. There's another one. There's, I guess follow the creatures is not a bad thing to do here as well, yeah, because it's down there. There we go. Nothing to reread there, I guess. Okay. I just don't want to, you know, I'm going to miss stuff for sure. Like, I don't have a problem with missing stuff sometimes, but, like, I was just seeing if there's, like, something. There's more survivors there. So we just have to get up behind them and do this. Really cool. I just them creating like multiple great new mechanics in one world quest already is so cool to me. It's like they already presented these beautiful worlds to us. They didn't have to do this. You know what I mean? They didn't have to put in like this cool reconstruction mechanic in a world that is about the idea of reconstruction and reconstructing someone from memory. They didn't have to do this really cool painting mechanic in a world that's like about painting and creating new artwork through your own personality and stuff like this. So they didn't have to do that, but the fact that they did do that mechanically, to me, adds to the world emotionally as well, because we're actually feeling like a... I don't know if you want to say realistic, because it's not realistic, but it's like, it feels like this could be part of the world, right? Us reconstructing this stuff. This world is about reconstruction in terms of the stuff with the desert, the stuff with the painting. The paintings are already magical. If people can be trapped and turned into ink blots, then we can also like manipulate those paintings to do like the opposite for people too. It's great. It's really great, mechanically and story-wise as well. Just heavily impressed here with this stuff.
Time to go.
Wait, which way are you facing? This way? Stuff. Defeating these guys is actually like really fun. There we go. Vanity, Dex, and Hilda, our new friend, our friends. Thank you all. They keep calling you Hilda as well. I'm your younger sister Zeitlind. I see. The two of you look so much alike. So pretty. My name is Kishmana, and I come from... Oh, what was I going to say? In the era of the Dendra Archon, I had yet to become a child. So, I don't know the actual timing of that, but that's a long time ago. You know what I mean? I couldn't... If I tried to guess the actual timing and how many years ago that was, I'd be wrong. Memory is Kushma, and virtuous tragic circumstances are revealed. They also speak of the epitaph we took thousands of years to come up with. That is beyond absurd. If I hadn't told you, we never would have known. Wait, are they laughing? Now that you have, it's going to be hard for me to look at virtuous in the eye without laughing. Oh my god, man. I didn't think they'd take it this lightly. I guess it's just something that's so normal to them at this stage. Alright, enough small talk. We've come all this way and it doesn't look like we've missed anything. Is there anyone else? I'm afraid not. And how about we can stop folks from turning into sand? Any ideas? We didn't manage to learn much from exploring earlier. After all, no one's here at the desert or the pavilion is well versed in the mystic arts of sciences. So it seems we're back to the only known method, defeating the Punisher of Gomorrah. Gomorrah? That you need not worry about. We have the Wanderer who has the strength of a Romerian tribune. Looks like someone's been promoted again. But there's no way to find the Punisher of Gomorrah. It has its hidden... Have we heard the term Gomorrah before? I'm not just talking about like maybe Marvel, but like that's Gomorrah, isn't it? I'm trying to think. Is it just something that's like from actual like ancient text or something? Maybe. We have heard the story of Gamora. I'm just trying to remember exactly the context. What? Because I want to say in my head, like, it sounds like a place, but I think that might be something else as well. But since it's a creature, I wonder if it's a creature we heard about as well. That is a problem, yes. You know, it wasn't easy getting everyone out. How about we leave this place first and get back to the main hall? Astoria and Josephus are there too. They seem rather knowledgeable, so maybe they know a way? Oh, Astoria's safe too? That's really good to know. He's the most experienced of us all, and it's really, is always open to learning new things. If we're talking about anecdotes, history, and culture, he's probably the most knowledgeable person in the world. Then let's go now. The earlier we get back, the earlier we can figure out how to save this, Virtuvus and the rest. Yeah. Yeah, here's the thing, I've always talked about this before as well, but I have no problem saying this, like, I always feel like I'm, like, in between a lore head and a story bro. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm definitely leaning more towards just characters and story, what I love the most. So, what? Okay, I thought they were doing something here. Oh, they are doing something here! Oh, look at Paimon holding on to the Traveler! Oh my god, what are we... Oh no. Oh no, Paimon. So worried about us as well. Oh, look at that. Is that the source of what we're looking for here? This image, the darkness of Zares, always reminds you of like the underground areas we were in like other parts of Sumeru. I think it's so like beautiful that instinctively Paimon and the Traveler like clasp hands when that happened as well. And of course then Paimon like, you know, trying to wake him up, which again, I always reminds me of that moment when she tried to wake us up during the stuff with the Raiden Shogun. That time when the Raiden Shogun was about to absolutely murder us when she was trying to wake us up. Paimon would... Oh? Combat music? Finding a way to leave this place. Oh, there's the reconstruction again. But now it's trapped us in something here. Oh, it like sent us into this items recycling building being here before? Doesn't seem like a simple flip. This is so cool. And like, we're dealing with so many mysterious powers here and so many like powerful things here that once we were trapped here, it is like this terrifying feeling of like, okay, we are trapped, but at the same time too, because I have so much faith in the Traveler, I don't ever feel like some moments are still terrifying in this game, but like stuff like this, I'm like, okay, I know we can get out of this. It's really like crazy. It's a real like you know, how do I say it, like I'm trying to look for the word that I want to use here. It's a real like great, I guess, implementation of like the mechanics here, and a great implementation of like how we're so used to, and as I said before, how this like triggers something in our mind, right? We're used to being underground in these places. We've seen these type of places before, but now we're being forced into this place. And we've fallen into quicksand into the dark areas before too, but like I feel like we're at this point we are very used to this place, but obviously this feels different because we were like forced into this area. It's a very different feeling. But really cool nevertheless. Oh, there's more people here as well. Yeah, I can't believe Paimon like, you know, instinctively grabbing onto us. Well, I can, but, you know, and the Traveler instinctively reaching out for her as well. Hey, stop that now. Stop that now.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Close your eyes. To dust.
But yeah, since we're so used to being in like these type of locations, it feels in a way weirdly like, oh, this is like home. You know what I mean? When I got pulled down into this underground area of like, oh man, I've explored so many places like this. But at the same time too, this time it's different because we were like forced in here, I suppose. But we have been like, as I said, we fell through quicksand before. We have been forced into locations before. And everything's constantly changing around us too. We have to like warp the environment ourselves. We are in controlling the environment, but also at the same time feels like we are confused by the environment. The apparent leader of the suppression type keepers is stronger than the average keeper. At close range, decks can also seize their cores directly, dealing massive damage. After seizing the cores, you have to quickly tap. Okay. Whoa, the Punisher of Gamora. So, out of Gamora might actually be a city. It might actually be a because I'm thinking of like the place Gamora used. Oh, cool. So we have to... I know what we have to do. We have to build cover here. At the right time here. That's really, really cool. That's how we can grab it there. Oh.
Steady now.
Oh, these buildings hurt us very badly. Oh, dear Lord, man. I'm getting trampled here. Oh. And we turn around. And break down his defenses. Could we have done something there with the fist again? I'm gonna feed some sweet madames to my sweet madame Flynn's. Oh, hello. I love this so much. Look at that!
Annihilation mode. It's fine. Into the wind.
A long sleep beckons.
They do give us health here as well, which is really cool.
Steady now.
One with wind and cloud.
Defensive mode engaged.
Be silent. Night falls.
This is actually like a really epic boss battle, isn't it? I'm tapping it, but... And then... Same thing again, turn it around, grab onto it. We do something else once we get to this stage here? Or is it just, yeah, okay, we just have to do it one more time. Great stuff, yeah, really cool mechanically. It feels almost like a classic boss from like the PlayStation 2. Look at the environment around here as well, like this, the dust here too. Whoa! The tapping is not working for me very well. I thought I could grab that from below as well. It's fine, it's fine. No, okay, okay. I love when they change perspective like this. They did this during some of the events as well. I don't think I was touching that wall. I'm gonna disagree with that. Usually I'm like, oh no, I don't think I was touching the wall. Maybe if I do a replay, I will find I was touching the wall. Or maybe you just don't go in between the walls like that, I guess. Okay, there I was touching the wall for sure. There? Yeah. And here we go. Yeah, really interesting boss. It was more like a mechanics-based boss than it was like truly combat, but that's like cool though. That's cool. Like I like him doing like kind of a classic like hit them 3 times type boss that they have like in the PS2 era, PlayStation 1 era, you know? That's fine with me. Look at that, man. The beauty of this. And that's the thing as well. The desert is already beautiful on the baseline because the sand is gorgeous, the sun is gorgeous, but then there's also so many beautiful architectural things in the desert that are just like so appealing in a outwardly bright and gorgeous way, you know? Where are we? It's all over? And I love that we're changing all these places too that were once punished and now they're looking like beautiful again. That's right, it's all over. Everything's been restored. Really pretty. Like, you can, and I always say that, I've said that since like my Zelda playthroughs, seeing an actual change in the map or change in the location shows that like the effort that you put into something to change something. You guys okay? What is it? Why are you worrying? Oh my god, they're trying to laugh at him. Are you so moved to see me that you have to keep yourself from crying? That's so bad, man. Stop. Stop, don't laugh. You're going to give the joke away. Stop joking. Avi, what? I'm only a little embarrassed. Why would you be embarrassed? Love is fate as is death, and neither is a laughing matter. Yeah, you tell them. These two suck. Fine, no more laughing. Where's the... Oh yeah, by the way, who are your partners, by the way? Are you two getting married? Do you know someone you're getting married to? Do you have a partner, you two? Oh, it's only him. Oh, it's only him who has somebody he likes. Okay, sorry. No idea. I was just standing outside. Oh, is she gone? They're still in each other's arms a moment ago. What? I told little Scarpa to stop and get everyone back to the main hall. Then I left them and came over to you. Everyone should be still somewhere around here, in which case she can't have gone very far yet. Hopefully not. Yeah, hopefully not. Jesus Christ. Oh, okay, she's fine. She's looking at like it's in her suitcase. It seems like it's like the same suitcase we saw before, right? That had the photo in it. This is an amethyst brooch. It's pretty. It belonged to my older sister and was one of the things in my suitcase that I lost. Got it now. Nice that that's one taken care of. It must have been placed here as an exhibit from this era. Actually, the reason I started thinking about what to write on my epitaph is because your sister asked about it. Those weren't exactly things I've been holding for thousands of years. Does nobody die here? Wouldn't it be impossible for anyone to leave behind a truly magnificent epitaph then? Given my former status, I could probably be laid to rest at the priest's cemetery alongside branches of silver and white, which would be a tremendous honor, albeit one without any spare space for an epitaph. In that case, it's a no for me because I've already written mine. And it says... We saw the thing from earlier, right, what it said as well, right? And what about the coin of yours? The one from King Desra's day? You're still thinking about that? Fine, you could have it once I finish chanting my 10,000 prayers of penance to King Desrat. This one over here got worked up upon hearing Kashmir talk about the king's fall, that he actually cried. You lie, you lie. You liar, liar, that's impossible. Honestly, that's better for a laugh than my epitaph. Hey, you're gonna be so grudging with the coin, just forget it. And this is just a point where everyone's say we're only here to say help Zeitlind find what she lost. Well, help me out just because you happen to be here. Thank you, Paimon. Thank you, Wonder. Oh, no, you only got dragged in this because of us, so we gotta make this right for you. Such undisguised partiality. I'm truly grateful for you two, of course. Yeah, I don't think, like, I know they were laughing at him because of the whole, like, you know, his epitaph, but, like, I don't know. I didn't think it was that bad, you know what I mean? I know, like, it's like, you know, it was gonna be very long, but still. Having stood up upon the line between life and death, I miss the flavor of beer the most. Even my master King Desert himself wouldn't rank beneath it. I know you enjoyed your libations. When delivering bricks to the Mausoleum of King Desert back in the day, we get 2 large mugs of beer for free every day. Speaking of which, was Maki among those who were restored? Now, I suspect the higher-ups intend to deal with him in violation of the rules. I wonder if the note I asked him to bring in secret came in handy. So they're talking about Maki being punished by the higher-ups. So Maki obviously is like someone that they all know, as we've talked about as well. The last time we talked to him was about like how they respected him, or was it had respect for him? In the painted world. Or his work, but like they don't have to like him specifically. So they're talking about him here as well. So obviously it's a nickname that was given to him as well. Maki coming up once again. But he didn't come up physically this time like he did in the painted world. Yeah, that was a pretty cool area. As I said, having this kind of like location be so centered around the stuff of King Desert and then finding out it's a recreation of the stuff of King Desert, saving the people from... Oh, really? Saving the people... Okay, he doesn't want to fight. He went up in the sky. That's my cue for not wanting to fight. Yeah, having this be like a recreation of the places from King Desert as well. Having a lot of these characters also accept like their like locational fate here too, And then being kind of like lighthearted about all this stuff too, because like in a way did we actually save everyone's life? Hopefully, yeah. Indeed, everyone from the Desert Pavilion is now back at the main hall, which is why I hurried over here. Zeitlind, have you found what you were looking for? Yes, I have. Thank you for asking. Splendid. By the way, do you know what names Malanta and Nihilita mean? Pine will go first. Nope. They mean melancholy and nothingness, which again, I guess like nihility and nihilism, melancholy, which is interesting. Melancholy and nothingness, melancholy and infinite sadness. Most sagacious of you. I believe, I believe you, and I shall even better friends. Sorry, I'm all over the place. I shall be even better friends than I was with your sister, since we have the same interests. Yes, my sister's the outdoorsy, extroverted type. Still, before I could read for myself, she used to read to me all the time. Yet what has melancholy got to do with something like that? Of course, I speak of the pathological melancholy, not the sort of the one that above that feels when gaze upon our suffering. The pathological melancholy. Before I could read myself, she used to read to me all the time. But what has melancholy got to someone like that? And he's talking about the pathological melancholy, not the type of melancholy that when you're gazing upon our suffering. He's not talking about the sadness when you see suffering, but like the pathological kind of like, it's always with you, I guess. Did she tell you all that? Frankly, I was agape at the revelations she presented. I wouldn't have thought anyone audacious enough to build a sanatorium on top of the site from which the Temple of Space had ascended. Did you know it was initially thought that melancholy was a biological ailment? The word itself actually comes from the term black bile. But subsequently, people came to believe that melancholy was an affliction of the heart. Well, it does take time to get the right answer. But today, humans have once again discovered the truth. Melancholy is indeed also pathological. Thus, both medication and companionship are vital to recovery. Interesting, because you could say that, like, you know, depression is medicated now. You know what I mean? So in a way, like, it's not out of the question that melancholy would be medicated. We already knew about that back in the day. The angels had told us so. Look at that, Star Wars. But while the songs and the angels of the latter-day Anima Archon can cure melancholy, beautiful, the hollow constellations of ordinary folk cannot be expected to work such wonders. So it's like, while like the songs of beautiful angels and Venti can like do something, sometimes people's normal constellations can just be like not as strong. What are you trying to say? I shall have to whisper this, for it is a secret. Why would the Great One above, who rules over sky and space, name her own creations nothingness and melancholy? They say she lacks the ability to empathize with others. There's nothing she cannot do, yet she's utterly helpless against genuine futility and the ailments of the human heart. This is why she named her creations the two things she's least able to deal with. Interesting. So he's saying that she can't empathize with others. There's nothing she can't do, but she's helpless against, like, stuff that affects humans' hearts, like emotions and things like this, too. So she named her creations, like, things she's not able to deal with? Melancholy and nothingness? Paimon gets that. Naming things after enemies you've never beaten makes them sound cool and powerful. I guess so. So she's not able to, like, comprehend, like, nothingness and melancholy, or not being able to, like... Yeah, because they say at least able to deal with. She's not able to deal with nothingness, and she's not able to deal with melancholy. Which, if we're talking about Asmodee, right, let's say this is Asmodee, and we saw, like, in the Shades trailer, she was able to create, like, these massive spaces, right, or at least, like, in some cases, do stuff to those spaces. So I wonder if, like, the idea of, like, the opposite of nothingness is her, like, creating these spaces or bringing things to the spaces, or maybe even you look at this world as well, bringing all these different places from different cultures, is literally the opposite of nothingness as well, right? Pine will be called No More Hunger, no one. Oh, no wonder. Look at this. No more hunger and no wonder. Hey, they sound weak. That's so cute. I fear I can't keep up with your 1,000 years worth of wisdom. Wisdom? Bah. I pray for the courage to give this all up and live a real life once more. Can you see what I'm saying? Feel free to come to me if you ever need anything, even if all you want is to talk about your sister. I will do that. So, they named the two, like, watchers. Did we save everyone's life? Is it all the sand creatures? They're gone. Yeah, they're gone. Okay. Sand people, I should say. Like the, well, sand people is the freaking Star Wars, isn't it? Star Wars on the brain. The people encased in sand. So she's not able to deal with the idea of melancholy because she doesn't understand those aspects of the human heart, and she's not able to deal with nothingness because maybe she just doesn't understand how to deal with the idea of nothingness. And so she named those two people, melancholy, the two like watchers, the two people who watch over. I guess it was it watch over this place. Melancholy and sadness. Okay. We can just warp back, right? For sure. Yeah, because we're heading over here now. This is the next location we're going to. Yeah. Yeah, I think everything's going to become a lot clearer as we go through this quest and as we get to the end parts of this quest as well. It's going to become a lot clearer. It's truly amazing. Yeah, I think we might go through all the way to the end with this video then. I guess see what we can do with this quest as well.
One with nature.
Close your eyes. Observe. Night falls.
Lovely stuff. And again, as I said with World Quest, like that's like
Not to be sniffed
because
at.
the reason I had so many like artifacts and stuff like that as well to like level up other stuff, and I think you guys probably feel the same. Like World Quests are like a great way of like getting that stuff. Defeat the opponents. I will defeat the opponents.
A new moon rises.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Annihilation mode.
Close your eyes. I will
Flins.
return.
Flins, I specifically asked you not to die.
Avalanche.
We got like that's what's so funny. As I said, like Flins is like the main damage dealer, but we have Kazuo on the team as well. Whoa, look at this. Wait, it's speaking?
Hello, Romalida, Hilda, and our new friends. Oh, Dex is here too.
I'm Zeitlind, her sister.
Oh, I see you two look so alike. My name is Okikuni. As later generations would have counted, I should be from the era when yokai roamed the lands, before Narakama unified the thundering archipelago. I'm Caligaris from the Romarian era.
What is this though?
And I am Yu Hangwai. I come from the era of the Shanu Fort. It stood at the foot of the Mount Tinyan, and the Guli Assembly had not been founded. Just a heads up, besides the newcomers from the borderlands, all Romarians are made of rock. Don't freak out when you see them.
Are we going to see the Romarians?
For the last time, it's Ikurification. I'll show you made of rock, you.
They're arguing with each other within this also? We've got one person seamlessly switching between 3 different personas here.
That's because we're all stuck inside these pages, so just stuck inside the pages of a book?
This World Quest is so creative. Quite, if you hadn't gone and rewritten Aranese, would we even be in this mess? As I see it, this is clearly Okikuni.
This place is called the Mahapopulia Chamber. You can call it the Mahapopulia Hall or the Mahapopulia Archives, whichever you prefer. As you can see, we have condemned to exile pressed between these pages. So,
oh, look at the freaking blocks as well. Hey, can you get Dex to restore me first? We could talk after. Man, this is such a great, like, the way this whole, like, story is done has been so incredible thus far. It really has. Within the Temple of Space, you can occasionally find a restoration cores that store spatial manipulation data. By reverse engineering these cores, Dex can unfold and restore space by the... Oh, that's cool. We can unfold a fold. Like, there's so many, like, again, as you said, new mechanics within this game. It's so freaking cool. You can see it's you have to be, like, at a distance sometimes, right? That's so cool. It's like we're opening a book, but it's like an area. That's so cool. The paper people become solid people.
someone from Romaria! I can only say,
This feels so... So it was 3 people. It wasn't just 3 personalities. It was 3 people trapped in one. When was the last time I had a good stretch? So how did you guys get turned to paper in the first place? Honestly, the first thing I would be saying, like, oh my god, someone, like, legitimately, like, you know, from Memoria, you know? But I guess, like, the Traveler Pie would have seen so many things that at this point, like, I feel like if, like, Dracula came down here in a Hawaiian shirt, they'd probably be like, oh, hey, Dracula. How's it going? If it isn't good old Dracula. Ogiguni got so fired up reading the Leeway novels written by later generations that he wanted to dive in and join the adventure. He wanted to see if he had the strength of an entry-level Centurion. See, there they go again with the Centurion. So he got turned into a paper version. Cut it out, be serious. We've been swapping fun stories ever since we were selected to come here. Guess our earthly instincts never really left us, though, because we all fell back into a habit of writing novels. Though the relentless torment and tempering within the apathic intervals sought to erode our will and desire, it somehow aligned with the ancient art of severing the 3 deadly selves. Wait, what? The severing of the 3 deadly selves. That was when we heard this idea before as well, right? This was in oh my god, I hate that I sometimes blank on this stuff as well. The 3 deadly selves was in oh, it was in the recent freaking Lantern Rite. Yes, that's where it was. It was in the recent Lantern Rite. And you're probably calm. That just happened. But again, it's one of those things where, like, I believe it was to do with Zebai, right? When they separated it into 3 cells, but eventually would become, they eventually would all fade away, right? They eventually would all crumble. When it came to the stuff with the moon as well. But even if that tiny creative spark fades, a single good idea will suffice to bring it back to life. Is he saying that he, our apathic intervals sought to erode our will and desire? It somehow aligned with the ancient art of severing the 3 deadly selves. So, again, I always feel like sometimes, like, and this is just like, I don't think it's a criticism, but maybe it's just more like my interpretation of stuff. Sometimes it's always like a bit skewed. Sometimes I feel like, and maybe I'm confused. Sometimes it feels like at WarQuest they just be saying stuff. Sometimes it just be like, and then like, there's like not always like a full explanation of what they mean by, like, and if they mean literal or figurative, like if they mean like they actually were like, and you know, instead it's somehow aligned with the ancient art of severing the tree. Like, is he saying like they actually were like legitimately aligned with that, or is he saying that kind of like in more of a novel self? It eroded our will and desire, but instead aligned with the ancient art of severing the 3 deadly selves. So instead of eroding away at their will and desire, it instead, like, combined their will and desire? Because they all fell back into writing light novels together? Indeed, the apathic interval has stepped away in our faith in Phobos, but I still get the urge to write every once in a while. This is so crazy we have someone from Memoria right here. Because again, it is a moment in time, frozen in time, right? That's what's so cool about this place. And I think it's like one of those things where like everything's kind of like frozen. And I don't know what to say. Like it's not just frozen in time. It feels like a snapshot that like can come to life, right? And that's what's really cool about this stuff as well. And then of course we got punished by the guards. It's not hard to see why. Anyone who lays eyes on Okuni, what Okuni wrote, can't help but exclaim, "What's the weird stuff you're writing?" But you know what? It's got a kick to it. Mind you, it helps the original work by those who came after Leeway was excellent to begin with. Don't rub it in. They'll start thinking you're being serious. Melencha classified our work as pollutant. He claimed that it had blurred the line between fact and fiction, sullying what should be pure and proper in the cultural landscape. So again, we see this stuff from Melencha, like when it came to all these different worlds, he saw this, like them as like going against like these original designs of this location, and blurring the line between fact and fiction is like, that's crazy, man. He sounds like one of those like parents who like tries to burn books. You know what I mean? This is, everyone's gonna believe this. And it's like, no, you believe it, because you're silly. It's like everyone's gonna someone's gonna read this and it's gonna be very dangerous. And it's like no, like you're just think that because you fall. That's the thing. You fall for that stuff. You fall for fiction. That's why you think that everyone else will fall for like fiction. You know, I don't know, man. Admittedly, our stories were shelved right alongside our historical works and academic papers. His principles are one thing, so, the stuff you write is another. By the way, Zeitlind, which of the 5 Yaksha generals do you like the most? I love, Xiao. Your sister read the stories with you when you were younger, right? She said, Vitras was her favorite. He'd already impressed into the paper slip by the time she arrived, but she thought nothing of it and chatted with us for a bit. So they were in the paper for that long, pressed into the paper? That's so crazy that, like, it is, like, very creative punishments, but it's also, like, I don't know, like, you know, hey, you know, you're reconstructing this world here in you know, King Desert's image or whatever, and the world that they came from. We're going to turn you to sand, which is, like, again, the King Desert's world and the you know, Sumeru in his world was, like, covered in sand. You have, like, the paintings, like, and then you turn people into ink blots in painting. You have people, like, polluting stuff, as quote-unquote, as he says, like, with the books. So he presses them into a paper book. It's crazy. I like Alatus. He seemed strong and resilient. Neither my sister nor I could ever be as tough as he is. Oh, come on now. Just a side note, how do we restore this place and rescue the others? What? That's hardly a side note. It's serious. just a side note. How do we save people's lives? You could have fooled Pinewood there. How would you... You can hate on Pinewood all you want, but like Pinewood setting up her own zinger is hilarious, you know? And Pinewood being like, yo, like, hey, I guess this is a side quest now. And she's like, yo, you're saving everyone. He's like, you're saving everyone's lives. You're talking so much you could have fooled me that this was urgent. The thing that Dexter's touch is the key. Whenever space is manipulated, it leaves a residual trail of its own reversal. As for what it's called, we haven't given a name yet. We'll have to come up with one, though. It's going to be a pain to talk about. I think we should call it Archaeology Stone. We're digging through deep mysteries to unlock them, so archaeology but with a key. So archaeology. No, I'm all for hope key dope key. It's more fitting. At the end of the day, hope is what remains within. This is such a hassle. The two of us are doing all the heavy lifting. Dex? The three of us are doing all the heavy lifting. Oh, Paimon, we should get to name it. We'll call it the Restoration Corps. No, that's actually just like, Paimon's like, oh, yeah, like, let's just call it something serious. Let's call it something real. The Restoration Corps. So the Restoration Corps will be the thing that Dex just touched. So, and whenever space is manipulated, it leaves residual trail of its own reversal. So whenever we manipulate space, it will leave a trail. Okay, and that's going to be called the Restoration Corps. I don't really mind. Once this place is completely liberated, we probably won't ever have to see it again. I'd say it's best if nothing like this ever exists again. Fair enough. Well, you have our thanks for taking care of this. Are you giving me the deeper voice because I come from an ancient time like Remeria? A little bit. And since the three of us combined barely have the strength of an entry-level rookie soldier, I love the way they interpret this. We'll sit this one out. You clearly overestimate yourself as a Remerian, just as you've overestimated the average strength of an average Remerian soldier. I love that this is such a big point of debate between everyone. Oh, look at that. The library entrance over there, where Dex probably should be able to find the hidden door in no time. You can turn to the main hall in the center now, you'll be safe there. That's where Astoria and Josephus are waiting. You guys get yourself out of harm's way as planned. I will act as the guide for the leg of the journey. So, oh, he's come with us. Okay. So, when we talked about earlier, like the idea of like, you know, the idea of is what's the point to life and all this stuff too. I wonder if like we can interpret that as well through the idea of this stuff here. We've been swapping fun stories ever since we came here. Guess our early instincts never left us, so we fell back into a habit of writing novels. So I wonder if it's like, hey, like no matter what, like you kind of like, it's like, what's the point? We reverted back to writing novels regardless, you know? Maybe I'm reading too much into that aspect. Maybe it's not everywhere, you know? Be careful, you haven't finished your novel yet. We'll let everyone know you are safe, and we'll continue straight on. Please don't get turned into paper again. Yeah, really, this is fantastic. Like, this is, and the thing is, we talked about, like, how amazing the locations are in this game already. Like, they're, like, so good to look at. They have such great characteristics to them and character. This is a book that, like, becomes, like, a stone structure. You know, it's really, really creative. Super, super creative. But yeah, he's pressing people into books now, Malenta. there's very clear here Malenta, like, obviously, as we know, did become corrupted, right? And did, you know, well, what's the... It's still an A. As you can see, I don't log it as much as I should. I definitely don't. 5 days left in this thing. But, like, the thing is as well, guys, it's like it's one of those things where I don't feel, I don't apologize for not doing that anymore. Just like I don't apologize for, because remember, like, at first it's like, oh man, I don't log it, but it's like, I would never apologize for that, because it's like, who cares, you know, who cares? But yeah, Malenta had clearly, like, a frustration with this, like, the world that this became. When they say he was waiting for his god, or, like, I guess, like, did this in the name of his god. Excuse me. It brings up the ideas of Asmodee, right? 110%. We think about this over and over again. Excuse me. But, like, I wonder if he's, like, interpreting what Asmodee would want, rather than, giving, like, a true, educated answer as to what Asmodee wants, I guess. What's this? You know what? You guys can deal with that. Whatever this is, you can deal with it. Wait, where's the quest gone? Oh, you can change it. There's the restoration core right there.
Moment of peace, all the same.
As you see, I was trying to fight through the sneeze, but I had to take a quick break there. As I said, I try not to. I try to just move away from the microphone if I do it, and then like, oh, I know it sounds weird, but I'm trying not to like. I'm trying to be too crazy with like, because again, some of you guys might not know, because again, like, how would you? But like, when it comes to like cuts and stuff like that, like I used to be so serious about every single cut, to the point that I remember some days I would spend like, if I forgot to write down a cut, I would spend so much time like trying to figure out where a specific moment was. I know I coughed at this point. I know I sneezed at this point. And really, it's just because I wanted them to be more enjoyable for you guys. But then you guys were like, we literally do not care if we hear you cough or sneeze to the side. No one gives a damn. And I was like, oh, okay. I think I was like, I really want these videos to be like, you know, good for you guys and nice to listen to or whatever. You know what I mean? You have to listen to my voice for this, dong. You got to get to have something nice. So I wanted to like make sure everything was like as like perfect as possible. But now like it's one of those situations where I'm like, look, if I miss a cough or a sneeze, or if I miss a cut somewhere, it's like, okay, you know, stuff happens. It's such a beautiful color here too. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm being like, well, I don't care about your listening experience anymore. But just like the majority of people when I talked about it in the past, I'm like, oh, I spent like, you know, 20 minutes trying to find where I sneezed at one point. And people are like, we literally do not care. Like, you did not have to do that. Should we go up here, maybe? I'm not sure where we have to. Maybe we have to travel. Oh, just over there. It's literally over there. Yeah. It was just up. It seemed up high. Da 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 da. Again, just cool mechanics all around, right? Really cool mechanics all around. I know there's if I'm not mistaken, the next update's coming next Tuesday. I don't know what's happening in the next update.
Perhaps these treasures might be of utility.
I know we're probably going to be
on your
playing. I don't know if it's a new story quest, a new world quest. You never know. Actually, this is around the time for Archon quest time, right? This is around this time last year was when Paralogism came out, so we might get an Archon quest or of some kind. I don't know. We'll have to see. No sign of entrance. Seems like Dex is... Oh, I didn't want to say anything anyway. Oh, we're like lifting up like a piece of paper. Within the temple space, you can occasionally find special spaces that have turned into pages. That is so freaking cool and fits the theme so well. At a certain distance, Eskin turns these into pages, folding them halfway or folding them all the way in half to open the gateways to other dimensions. Am I, because I took a tiny break in between that. Am I crazy and like was Was Zeitlind not in that second cutscene there? Maybe they just weren't speaking up, I guess? Oh my god, we can start literally folding it. That's so fun. That is, again, like the fact that they've come up with like 3 new mechanics already for Genshin just for this world quest. I definitely think that this quest, so far anyway, could have been an interlude quest. I definitely think it could have been. I hope it, again, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm saying that like, oh, I hate that this is like a, it's not, is a world quest. No, man. Oh, look, we can fold the pit. Oh, it's so cool. I mean, create new openings? That's so neat. I never want to be like, because like it's one of those things where, for me, I'll play the world quest, you know, I'll play the story quest. But I think that, like, you know, this time around, people are going to play this no matter what, you know? But I do think that there is a thing where, like, you know, you could get 20% more people if you turn this into an interlude quest, you know? Even if you didn't do voice acting. Oh, wow. Very Inazuma world, right? And a Sealy and freaking Angel here? Follow me now. Oh, no, look, we left that behind. That joke is old. The joke's never old. You just got more cynical. I'm not cynical. Oh, we can fold it again?
I no longer need
Oh,
offerings.
this is so cool, man. They need to, like, understand. I hope they understand that they've created something absolutely, like, magnificent here. I hope they understand that they've, like, really outdone themselves here with this stuff. I hope they're proud. That sounds like I'm being mean about it. I hope you're proud of yourself, Genshin. Creating something this freaking sick. I hope you're feeling oh, it's so pretty. Look at the library, man. It reminds me of, like, the Mondstadt library. Yeah, that does sound like I'm being rude about it, doesn't it? Hope you're proud, Genshin.
Did they run from home too?
We're fighting?
A moonlit night for all.
Would you say
Preparing for dust-up.
that Columbina is the GOAT? Probably, right?
One with wind and cloud.
I mean, I'm just saying according to like a 2000...
Silent.
This is what I'm talking about. I say this all the time, but it's so freaking true. Kazuha, like, if you have Kazuha on your team as like a support part of your team for any other character, like, but he's so good, you can build him poorly, and by the end of like your turn, he will just be like already ripping things apart. Like, he is easy mode. He is one of those characters. Like, I think one of the main characters that is easy mode for Honkai, for not Honkai. It's on the mind, guys. Genshin. He's easy mode for Genshin.
Fateful offering.
Like, because other characters, if you build them poorly, they won't be as effective. If you build Kazuha poorly, put all 4-star relics on him. This guy's still ripping things apart. I'm telling you. He's so good. Your main character won't even get a turn. Complete arc. Oh, man. Within the Temple of Space, you will sometimes find some special pages. By standing on the corresponding point of the page, you can command it. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's try it out. This is cool. Again, beautiful lighting as well. Doesn't look like it's here. Should we get Dex to flip the page again? See, they left that text up for longer because they knew it was an instruction, right? That's what's crazy to me, is like they know they could do it. They're like, hey, we need them to hear this because it's an instruction. Like, they know. They know. They can keep that up on the screen for longer. They can keep the other things on the screen for longer. Okay? I'm just saying. And I say it's a pet peeve, but it's not a pet peeve, right? Folding failed. It's all distorted and stuff. So we can't fold it that way like that? It's all distorted. Maybe we can. Is there a thing I missed where you can like just fold it another way? Or like part of the way? Yeah, it's definitely busted. Oh, we can choose different... Oh, okay. Yeah, my bad. There we go. It's so neat. It's so neat. Man, this is totally like Fontaine, like early World Quest vibes. Why does there only have a thing? Is there a hidden in there too? You see what I mean? They can keep the text up for so long when they want to give you an instruction on like on gameplay, right? They have no problem with that. But when it comes to like big lore text or conversational stuff, they're like, let's just skip by it. They don't need to hear this. You don't need to understand this. I'll stand by it. I said it was like a little gripe, but I feel like it's just like, you know, for someone who actually likes doing world quests, it actually is kind of like finding ourselves a complete core. We don't have to put it together ourselves. But that looks like a mirror of some kind, right? Not there. Not, is that it? Down maybe? To the side. Wait, what?
He who wishes to peer into the
For the
abyss
top.
needs simply to wander through Nodcry
Oh, folding
on
in
a misty
half?
night.
Just like halfway.
The march of the wild hunt will
Ah,
be sure to
that's
drag
so
him
cool.
into the darkness.
I freaking love that, man. Looks like we need a power source. What about the power of friendship? Inside a book? You're making me read books? You're making me read books? You mean I gotta read a book? It won't be that bad. It will be that bad. Reading books is for nerds. That's a joke, by the way. Don't take me literal. Or do take me literal. Is that where we started it? I think that's where we started, I think. I'll pick up. Oh, no. I think this is the power source? Yes, very cool. Neat.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Observe. Beware the creatures.
He's so cool. He's such a great character. My goal actually, like in the next one, is to use Milani in a team. It's a trap. Zeitlind, you okay? That was a nasty fall. Wondered I had my back. I was a little scared, but I'm fine. I'm sorry I keep track. You're not even nearly. Not even nearly. What are you talking about? No, you don't. Yeah, it's not even close to dragging us down. Like, I don't even know what she's talking about. Like, she's actually not even nearly dragging us down. Well, I know I'm dead weight. No one so much as gave a hoot about little old me. Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay, Zeitlind? Well, then again, we know Zeitlind. What do you mean? Paimon didn't grab onto you and wander just now? Didn't Paimon grab onto you and wander just now? You weren't pulling us upwards. You were using me as a buffer. And you should be happy to be Paimon's buffer. Okay? So people are so ungrateful nowadays. You got to be Paimon's buffer. Uncle young guy, Paimon can fly. She wouldn't even have fallen if she wasn't trying to help you and wander. Oh, yeah, all right. It's my fault for being so heavy, I guess. But legitimately, like, all you have to do is, like, be thankful. He's so rude. Be thankful. Paimon used you as a buffer. Be thankful. Oh, Zeitland's laughing. Zeitland's smiling. We make a great team, Hungai. Don't wind yourself out too tight, Zeitland. Yeah. By the way, I know that, like, I no matter what, I'll always just get, like, at least one comment from people being like, Calvin, like, lets Paimon do whatever she wants, whenever she wants. And here's the thing, Paimon is the smartest person in the world. Paimon is the most morally correct person in the world. Paimon is like always the person, and people don't want to give her credit. She's always the person that like starts off going, this is suspicious, and everyone else is like, let's see what happens. And it turns out the suspicious thing was very, very suspicious. Look back on all the quests, Paimon is the first to go, this is suspicious before something terrible happens. It happens all the time. She goes, that's a bit weird. That's strange. That's a bit crazy. She always is the first to call something out when it's strange, bad, or weird. and then it turns out to be strange, bad, or weird. I'll never hear Paimon slander. And also, like, I'm just saying, if you get to be like someone that breaks
how the
Paimon's
world
fall,
has
you're the buffer
changed.
that helps her as she's
Might I
falling.
ask, when did the
You just have to
custom
say
of
thank you.
placing
That's
treasure
all.
chests
You
in
know?
every nook and cranny
It's not a big deal,
come
isn't that
into
right,
fashion?
Flins? I think that's fair. I think it's fair. We go down first. Oh, there we go. There it is, finally. Paimon is so silly. Like a mean merchant gave Paimon half a bed for free just to trick us into spending way more in the other half. They keep more as in Morax. I see. I destined to decree by heaven. Yeah, this is just I think mechanically, like story-wise, it's already so interesting, but like mechanically, they made this like the most joyous like gameplay sequences. Like, look at the location here as well. Genshin is like lighting upon like stone floors like better than like anyone. It always looks so freaking great. They're very good at making something look like mystifyingly beautiful, right? When it comes to like sunlight and sunlight shining through a window, it always looks great. These are letters we wrote to each other, my sister and I. Oh, okay. They must be really personal. Let's not look through them, Wander. It's no big deal, really. Just family stuff. She was bored at the sanatorium and wrote them to pass the time. So, here's the thing, though, right? And I might have forgotten exactly what they're saying. I said earlier that she might have, like, ended her own life or whatever, because the way she said is life we're living. But that doesn't mean, like, you know, what life we're living. But if she was at the sanatorium, right, that means, you know, in some ways she was sick or... Well, not always, because, like, actually they would send women to the sanatorium for, like, just annoying their husband back in the day because they were horrible. Not that women were horrible. I'm saying that society was horrible the way we do it. They would send people, you know, women just away for being rude or talking back a little bit to their husband. They would put them into, like, institutions. But I'm saying, like, you know, in this story, they, like... I'm wondering if it's less about, like, ending her own life and more about her possibly, like... not seeing the light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to like because again, if you're in a sanatorium, like generally you're probably going to be there for a long haul, right? You can like leave the sanatorium, but like in some cases it is it's not a weekend trip. You know what I mean? It's not a weekend trip. She wrote about how the air was fresh and how there was old people everywhere, how comfortable it was in the mountains, but also how dull it was. She said she often went to the sanatorium graveyard to read the epitaphs. She wanted to learn the stories of those who never returned home. Those who found their final rest upon the mountain instead. She wrote that the sanatorium itself was about to be demolished and she had to emerge from the shadow of the past. Interesting. Emerge from the shadow of the past when this whole place is also centered around, like, you know, snapshots of the past. So it was gonna be destroyed. Then one day she wrote to me and said she was going somewhere far away and that I shouldn't worry. So this is where she went after the sanatorium was destroyed, I guess. But what did they expect the people in the sanatorium to do once they were destroying it? Like, did they, like, and who cut funding for it? Like, was it privately owned, or like did Mondstadt provide funding for it and then just cut the funding? Like, why was it being destroyed? I feel like that's something that, like, you know, Jean should have stepped in, or like Varkas should have stepped in and said something, you know, unless it was, you know, well before their time. No way, your sister really was upbeat and talkative when she came here. Then I came to the temple beneath the Winter's Peak and saw her gravestone perched on the lonely mountain in a strange distant land. Oh no, Paimon made you talk about the sad stuff again. She doesn't know how to comfort you either. Sorry. It's okay, Paimon. I'm not saying it's okay on her behalf, but like I really feel like, you know, you didn't mean it whatsoever. You don't have to comfort me. The latter half of life is nothing but a series of farewells. So she's saying it's like, this is like normal in life. You're going to say goodbye to people. And she said here as well, too, that, like, she went somewhere far away and that I shouldn't worry, right? I interpreted this as, like, going here, but did she at the time interpret it as, like, she's going away for good? She's dying. And I think in a way, like, they are trying to, like, maybe, like, bring up connotations of that, right? The idea of, like, you know, not caring about, like, life and not thinking there's a point to life. You know, going somewhere far away can also be like a spiritual interpretation of like religion and God and stuff like this too. Which, like, again, as I always say, like, I'm not religious, but like we know this stuff, right? We know this stuff. And you saw her gravestone. I was perched in a strange and distant land. But she's saying, I think the latter half of life mean nothing but series of farewells. It's very sad to say, but it's not wrong. Like, it's kind of like what's kind of crazy about, like, and not to make everything sad or whatever, because I also, like, went through loss, you know, in the past few years as well. But, like, one of the things that tends to happen is, when you get older, right? When you're younger, for me personally, you know, I was very lucky to not have, like, many people die when I was younger, of course. I'm not saying, I want to make it clear as well, like, that, like, I hope I'm not bringing up any horrible feelings for anybody, but there is this thing where it is, like, when you're younger, you do feel like everything feels invincible, right? Where it's, like, nothing could ever happen to this person. Nothing will ever happen to this person. This person is my rock. This person's everything. And then as you get to, like, a certain age, right? Like, and it's not even old. Like, I'm not old. Like, I'm just saying, like, you get to your 20s even, and, like, what starts to happen is you will see, like, more and more people who are, like, you know, 40 years older than you, 60 years older than you, 80 years older than you, that beforehand, when you were, like, a wee baby, were just, like, in their 60s or, you know, which is still young. And you start to, like, see them fade away, like, one by one. And I know it sounds morbid, but it is, like, a thing where it's, like, for them, like, and even, like, I remember, like, my lovely grandparents would always tell me this, and, like, my grandmother always says this as well, where it's, like, she has, like, said goodbye, and she's, like, seen so many people leave her life in her older age, because that's what it kind of happens over time. And we see it now with celebrities even, right? And it's sad to say as well, where we, like, see, like, you know, a celebrity will die, and you're like, oh, they died? And then another celebrity will die, they died? Oh, they died? And it's like, they're all from, like, the similar generations, where it's like, yeah, it's around that time, and it's so sad to say, but it's the truth. It's like, you start to, like, more and more people start to, like, leave this world, right? It's like writing in the sand, here a moment scattered by the next. Never permanent. Apologies, I really didn't know. I never could have guessed something like this would happen. When she arrived, the selection process for elevation was already a mess, and everyone was in low spirits. Time which had already set at standstill lost all meaning then. It turned into true nothingness. So, when she arrived, the selection process for elevation was already a mess. Everyone was in low spirits. Have I forgotten what the term elevation means in this quest? The selection process for elevation was so everyone's already in low spirits. Is that to do with the actual, like, you know, the things that are frozen in time as well? Time was at a standstill and lost all meaning then, and it turned into true nothingness. So again, the idea of nothingness, it means nothing if, like, time can't progress. I'll be honest, I don't remember what the term elevation process means. I might have to look back on the rest of this quest. Yeah, which is fine. If we remember, we can talk about it, I guess, you know. Yeah. Because I'm thinking, like, when they talk about the selection process, is it people who are brought here to this world? Maybe. By Asmodeans. If that was paused over time, then they can. That's the only thing I can think of, is the people who were in the book we're talking about too, but I don't want to get that wrong. Her arrival brought a spark of life you hadn't seen in a long time. Okay, I think this is what it was. Okay, that makes sense. It is like people being brought here. So when she arrived here, it was like seeing the first baby and children of men. It's like, oh my god, you know, that's crazy. I probably should spoiler tag that. Let me just make sure I spoiler tag that. I don't want to spoil people and children of men. Yeah, I don't want to spoil something there, so I'll just make sure that was tagged. Yeah. But, like, the idea of bringing new life, even if, so just so I talk about it, not spoiler way, right? With the idea of, like, you know, her arrival bringing spark. I do think it's like, since the elevation process was frozen and everyone was kind of frozen in time, someone new arriving would be kind of like, whoa, you know? So it makes sense why they all would kind of be like, would grow very close and, like, want to know about Hilda, because, like, it's like it's a change in anything. It's kind of like you know, when you have, like, a friend group or something, and then all of a sudden, like, a new person, like, comes in who's, like, a friend of a friend, and all of a sudden they're, like, the most interesting person for, like, 2 weeks. You know what I mean? It's like, and so what do you do? Oh yeah, they're like, oh, okay, cool, you know? And then, like, you know, they just become part of it after a while, you know? I'm really sorry to say this, but I didn't ask for your names just now, just because I came up with an intention to say goodbye. Whoa. I didn't plan on meeting anyone new because I didn't want to even to say even more goodbyes. Is that why she didn't give us her name right away at the start of the quest? Do you remember she was hesitating? We don't really mind. What's the matter if we know her names now? Farewells to the seeds of reunions. That's such a beautiful way to put it, especially with our characters, man. We've literally have characters who have fought us brutally and beaten the living hell out of us, Tartagula. And literally like two acts later, two worlds later, we're like hanging around with them in Fontaine, you know what I mean? Like, now, is it 2? Around 2. 3 maybe. I guess if you count, you say 1, 2, as in like Inazuma, Sumeru, and then Fontaine, right? But obviously we did a quest before that as well, of course. But you know what I mean? Like, we literally had a character beat the living hell out of us, you know? We said goodbye, and then we met them again in Fontaine, and we were the lawyer. Going on adventures with lively people, it's not so bad. Hell yeah. But it is kind of sad, though, the idea of, like, you know, not wanting to introduce yourself to somebody, because, again, there is a feeling of, like, what if we have to say goodbye in the end? And that leaves you, like, not very open to, like, new experiences, right? And I guess, again, we follow the overarching theme with Hilda and Zeitlind as well, which is the idea of, not, like, does it matter? Does all this matter? We're going to have to say goodbye anyway, right? It's very interesting that, like, Zeitlind shares kind of the similar feelings. Maybe it's because, again, she said goodbye to her sister, or had to say goodbye to her sister, or didn't get to say goodbye to her sister in the letter, or did, I guess, kind of did, but she didn't want to do it again. And I imagine I'd have a chance like this after growing up, to adventure with nice people. That's exactly your sister made us feel too, like they got a chance. It's so beautiful. That's so beautiful. Now we found Zeitlind lost, so we just have to fix the restoration core, right? That is beautiful. So she's looking for the stuff that she lost, and we're obviously looking for the restoration core as well. But I'm saying that is beautiful. That's a beautiful ideal. The idea that like, Zeitlind, the idea that like, Zeitlind with us. Oh, look at the grass over here as well. Zeitlind with us was able to find a new beginning after saying goodbye to her sister in a way. Some new fondness after saying goodbye to her sister that she never thought she would find again. And then we can relate that to the stuff with Hilda. The way Hilda brought new life to this place as well that was already frozen in time for a period of time. Maybe after Asmodee left or whatever. I keep saying Asmodee, by the way. Like, it hasn't been, like, confirmed it's Asmodee here. But, like, you guys think it, like, and you guys give your opinion on this. From, like, I think just saying Asmodee, look at the book stairs, it's so cool and so cute. I think saying Asmodee at this point is, like, pretty okay, right? Would you guys agree? I don't think you guys would disagree, right? I think at this point, like, I could just say Asmodee, even if it's not right in the end. It's a good filler name, right? For sure, regardless. I don't know. That's my take on it anyway. That's my take. But yeah, I do love the because again we have, as I said, those overarching themes of as we said, like, you know, melancholy, pathological melancholy, nothingness. What does everything matter? Will things matter? Things mattering again, things meaning something again. You know what I mean? Vera's Melancholy final version volume. Oh, that's cool. Is there other books here? Oh, should we get those as well, just in case you guys want to see me read them? Let's see if there's any books around here we can get as well. I'm looking for Vera's Melancholy. I'm looking for Vera's Melancholy. I'm looking for, excuse me, is Amanda Hug and Kiss here? Is Amanda Hug and Kiss here? I think it's actually, like, what's the most exciting thing about Simpsons jokes, you know? Amanda Hug and Kiss. Is Amanda Hug and Kiss here? Please, someone find me Amanda Hug and Kiss. The most exciting thing about Simpsons jokes is that, like, in about... Like, I think in about, like, 4 years, maybe not even, I think now is that, like, you know, you have a whole new host of jokes you can make that a lot of people just haven't heard, because, like, I actually meet more people nowadays, like, if I make a Simpsons reference in a video, for example, the perfect example is Undertale, right? And I meet people in the comments, and I see people in the comments that go, what was that reference you made there? And I was like, that was a Simpsons reference they made. And it's like, oh, I don't watch The Simpsons. I never watched The Simpsons. And you're like, oh my God, there's going to be a whole, like, new generation of people that, like, can... And again, like, I think, you know, people say the new Simpsons are not very good, which, again, 110%, like, I haven't watched them, so I can't judge it. But, like, there's nothing that ever compares. I know I'm going on a tangent about The Simpsons. There is nothing that ever compares, ever and never will again, to the idea of the coziness of watching the first, like, 10 seasons of The Simpsons. Oh, whoa. Classic RPG look here. You know what I mean? There's nothing that compares to it.
Ultimatum protocol.
early 2000s, the era of late 90s, early 2000s
Initiating
adult family
categorization
cartoons in a
process.
way. You know, Futurama, King of the Hill, Simpsons, all the stuff. Like, it'll never be matched, I feel like. Wait, oh, she doesn't have a good... Why don't you have a good weapon? Wait, so... She's been tearing apart this world without a good weapon. Let me just check here for a second. Oh my god, what did I usually have on her? Is it because someone else has her weapon? Oh, did I give it to... Maybe I gave it to someone here? I'll figure it out later. Because again, at least she's only really applying stuff now, which is still... Oh, look at that! Oh, I can't wait to see what this looks like. We have to make sure we're looking for this as well. My favorite Simpsons joke
Accelerating.
was when Marge, I think she kicks Homer out of the house, and Homer's in Barney's house, which is his friend, if anyone doesn't know. And he's like, he looks over at the distance. You can see his house in the distance because the porch light is on. And he goes, I can still see the porch light in the distance. Marge is probably there, thinking about me now. Oh, everything reminds me of her, And it's a terrible Homer impression, But then Barney goes, oh, I'll deal with it. And it's like, he calls Marge and goes, hey, turn off your porch light. It's still so funny to me to this day. He didn't see this long. He's like, you're upsetting Homer. Where's the last Restoration Corps? I believe it's hidden in this book. This is called A Tale of the Loch Knight Erinny. Calceris's translation of Erinny's, the Wild Fairies of Erinny's. It's more of a rewrite of a translation, though. Historia spoke very highly of it after his read. He said it captured the precise moment when realism collapsed into normalism. Paimon has no idea what that means. I'd love to read it. Okay, do you have any idea how to retrieve the Restoration Corps? As I said before, we can use the power of the library to manifest scenes. The Restoration Corps should be hidden in the book. You'll need to enter the book and go on an adventure. Oh, please. It's time for you to experience what it's like to be a paper person. I would love to do this, but I'm here at 3 dimensions. If anything happens, Paimon and Dex will come to save you. I need the greatest guide into that. I love that he's been so sweet. Whoever wrote this world quest is like, I love Paimon. He's been so sweet through this whole quest. You're unbelievable. Fine, Paimon will go with you. Oh, he was calling her into the thing. Okay. Uncle Hung-Wai? This is super important, so don't mess this up, Kay. Actually, the restoration success might rest entirely on Miss Zeitlind. What? Well, Lynch has reviewed and tampered with this text. It's filled with a great deal of unwarranted malice. I'm too familiar with both Erinny and the original Erinny's. My heart lacks the power to alter the scenes in the future. Put another way, my perception of this story is irrevocably locked on its tragedy, but it must be written to have a happy ending. So what do? We need Zeitlind to neutralize every crisis that emerges in the text and steer the plot towards a happy ending. That is such... Oh my god. That is like the best episode of that 90s cartoon you saw, We're trapped in the book. We gotta get out of here. Maybe we have to rewrite the ending, It's so great. It's so great. And we've already had something like that with Durin. The idea of writing your own book or rewriting fate and that way too. Are you really gonna put safety in my hands? Yeah. And you even want me to imagine good things happening out of the blue? That is so interesting that that seems unfathomable to her in a way. Because she does seem to relate a lot to Hilda's kind of somewhat nihilistic view sometimes. I can't do it. I can't do anything right. Don't say that. Please don't say that. We believe in you 110%. We aren't living. We're adventuring. Fortune favors the bold, We aren't just living. Heaven helps those who help themselves. I do like what he's saying here. It's like, hey, look, we're on an adventure. Let's go for it, man. Let's just try it. All right, I'll try. And that's kind of been our whole thing for this time too. I cannot believe we're about to enter this book. It's so awesome. Which again, we have entered the book before. We have done the type of thing before, entered stories before. Genshin stories are very real. Oh my god, what? But it's actually 2D. Expand the space. Move right. Oh. We gotta fold it. Hold to lock. And then we release to confirm. And select the next fold point. Oh, and then we fold it into it. Like that. And it creates a pathway. And so maybe we can bring the boat to us in a way. That's so neat. This is such a great mechanic. It's like it's like a fun mini game. So creative. And we can unfold it there as well. Oh my god, we're unfolding it too. And we can bring this over to us as well. Nah, this is so creative. We have to get ourselves to the boat, but there's this thing here as well. Fold it over, yeah. Unfold it, yeah. Fold this into here, yeah. This is so fun. This is the greatest. Were we supposed to get that core though, maybe? Possibly. I got no time for this. Well, maybe we can fold this into here. Wrong one. The music as well is so pretty. No, I didn't want to do that. Because if I lock this in, it unlocks it. So what if I... We can't lock that into that, or could we only lock it into here? We can lock that into that. What if we then unlock this? And try to get out of here really quickly? No, that doesn't work. That does not work. Okay, we got that out of the way. Folded that up as well. Oh, we bumped into it at the last second. Okay, we need to get up top there, because as long as we're in the red, I think it's fine. Drop that down. Drop that there as well. Drop that there. And fold both those. Okay. I think we're supposed to be getting this all the time. Oh my god, it's so freaking pretty. So maybe we weren't supposed to be getting that? Oh my god, that's... And then we're making it quicker for us as well. Look at this. To get to the other side. With this chasing after us as well. Just a constantly great mechanic, right? Oh, we have to get rid of the rock. Okay. So I actually have to do this. Yeah, beautiful artwork as well. Wait, what? Because it... Oh, then we unfold it maybe? When we get past it? No? Am I blind? Oh yeah, and then it stops a little bit? Okay, cool. Stunning. Wait, we're going off a waterfall? Whoa. Did we do it? That was a unique experience. How are you feeling? It's nice to be three-dimensional. Thanks, Zeitlind. Yeah, Zeitlind, you did a fantastic job. Meaning, I guess I did, I guess. No need to thank me. The stakes are much higher for you. Liberate the chamber. Yeah, fantastic stuff. Really great. And again, we talk about like new mechanics in this game. Like they I don't know if that was used before, if that type of mini game was used before, and maybe it was. Because sometimes I find what happens in Genshin, I'll be like, wow, what a cool new mini game, and someone goes, and rightfully so. Like, you should correct me on that because I love to know that stuff. But it's like actually that was a mini game that was used in 2.2, you know, during the Battle of Paimon and Eula. And it's like, oh, I missed the quest, you know, that happens. It does happen. But it's really cool for me to see these for the first time and have such a good time with this. Just great artwork there as well, isn't it? It's really great artwork. Because one of the strengths of a world quest, I think I've said this before, is that they are just so smooth because like the gameplay is always like really oh, look at gorgeous, like the green leaves. As we always talk with the sunlight as well shining there too. The beautiful like wooden walls too and shelves. Just stunning area. It's a stunning area. Whereabouts are we going from here? Oh, it actually is back up here? Oh, it's here. No? Oh, it is up here. Okay. Sorry, my bad. Sorry, Colomina. They call you the goat. Is that true?
Yes, that's true. I am the goat.
What are you the greatest all time at, by the way?
Absolutely goddamn everything.
She's so true. Oh, there it is, right there. Me, I better go on a little walk.
What am I not good at?
Do you know how to play hockey? Whoa! Every time he does it, it's so, like, pretty. Magical. Oh, and everyone's coming out of the books. Man, for a story, that must feel so good to see that at a distance. Oh. You're allowed to clap this time. Melange's control over this area is finally broken. One more thing, Zeitlind. What's the matter? I misspoke a moment ago. I'd like to correct myself. Living is a grand adventure, and a life is a long journey. I've held on this long. Where are the good things I was supposed to find? Oh my god, man! And she's like seeing like it's very like a sad view of the world, right? You met Wander and Paimon and me, and then you came here. Yes, I love that. I might be completely messed at the moment, but to be chosen to come here and attain eternity in a once in a million chance. You said you wanted to stay here a while ago, right? What do you think? Would you like to stay? This is a good place. Everyone lives in harmony. You're all wise and pure of heart. But we can talk about that later. Let's head back first. I wonder how Okiakuni and Kalishus are doing. You did it! You guys are amazing! This is what I do think in terms of strength, you guys are very at least an entry-level Legion commander. I do think it's very beautiful that he said this because I think it's very clear that she shares maybe some of the sentiment from that her sister shared as well when it came to like the idea of like is life worth living, because there is a maybe a feeling of like since like I lost my sister as well and my sister didn't see any value in life either and my sister's in the sanatorium and all this stuff too, maybe they don't see like a value in life. But I do wonder actually if it's a for me personally, like, if the value of life that sometimes people see is always like based on like what the world tells you value has to be. Oh, I found value in this. I found my calling. I found this career. I found that. But like he just said, like, hey, you found Paimon and Wonder. You found me. You found, is that not amazing? And I think that's what's so true about life. And I said this in like another playthrough too called Amori. No spoilers for it, but I said it in that playthrough, and I remember when I said it, I was like, I meant it so much, and I mean it now. It's like, you'll miss out on so much in life if you decide the best things were in your past. You know what I mean? You'll miss out on so much. Because the thing is, your best year ever is like, and it's hard to see this sometimes, it's easy for someone to say this, right? But your best year is right around the corner, or maybe it's 10 years from now. But you'll never get to see it if you don't, get to see it.
You say that, but even amongst entry-level commanders, you've got a golem construct arbiters, aspirant arbiters, and arbiter golem hybrids. You can't put them on the same tier.
You keep your mouth shut. The last restoration core has been hidden in your stupid novel. This whole time, all I can think about right now is landing the fist right in your face.
I'm ichrified. Your hand alone thing that will hurt true.
That's exactly why I haven't used my Gua arts to hit you yet. Great stuff. They give us so many rewards with this. It's really cool.
They call this a pleasant surprise, right?
Yeah, like I do stand by that though. Like the idea that like value in life is not just seen. Whoa, what? Someone's trapped on it? What do you mean someone's trapped on it? Is it like a little side quest within this quest? Because it says we can just leave the library. Is someone actually trapped? I can't see anyone on it. How do we get up there? Do you have to climb up somehow? Let me just see who's on it. Like, we're just not doing other side quests, by the way. We're just not doing it. So maybe we'll leave it for now and then come back and see who's trapped on this. Can we see it from a distance? I see some physical form up there. Yeah, there's somebody up there for sure. Yeah, but we don't have time to do that as well. But yeah, really like another great location, another great world that we got to be in, and we're going to talk to, I guess, probably Astoria again.
That's right. Calcurius said that you stepped in at the Mahabubble chamber. I suspect everything will fall into place from here on out.
That's too honesty from you, Buster. Plyman's blushing already. That's too honesty?
Zeitlind, have you found what you have lost this time?
I have.
Speaking of which, I'm here for my own reasons too.
That's true. Since you came up here, you've done nothing but run around on my account. I don't understand what the Watchers of Nothingness was saying, but I can tell that there's something in this place that matters to you, yes.
Wander's been a massive help. To hold my end of the bargain, do tell me what it is that you need.
You tell the story of Zeitlind about your experiences, what Neely said, and you ask her the trace of your sister here.
The story you speak of, it's simply incredible. If this were back in my academy days, I would have mulled over for at least half a day before giving you an answer just to prove I was taking you seriously. It's true that I've been here longer than anyone else, and I've witnessed all that has transpired. Unfortunately, the highest point of the temple, the atrium of suchness, is where gods and watchers dwell. It's said that certain hidden truths are kept in the walls. But hardly anyone is brave enough to set foot up there.
Are you saying it's so high that even most fearless would get scared?
Only those who choose to abandon all their memories and permitted to enter the hall. To seek audience with the master of the temple is to seek answers and closure. It follows then that all memories that one gathers here shall be wiped away.
So it's to seek audience with the master is to seek closure. Okay. So you have to abandon all memories. How does that work though? Like, are we like, we have to literally get rid of our, is it more like, I don't know. I have no idea. One must construct the path to the heavens with their own memories and wisdom. Only then can they encounter the sacred beyond.
But memories aren't even solid. How are you supposed to build a path to the heavens with them?
Such is the nature of this place. The divine power of the gods can weave emptiness and reality into another. Here, a mere vacuum is perceived as nothingness. In the eyes of that being, it is a state of, that can be filled with space and of a single thought. So, like, is that why when they said she couldn't really perceive the idea of nothingness, that, like, the idea of, like, you know, filling a space is something that's very important to them, I guess? Only nothingness where even meaning does not exist. Only in nothingness where even meaning does not exist. Only that is a place beyond the reach of the gods. Only nothingness where even meaning... Only a nothingness where even meaning does not exist. Only that is a place beyond the reach of the gods. So a place without meaning is the only place the gods cannot reach. I suspect the path to the heaven should be similar to the real, the half-real, half-illusory scenes you saw in that library. I'm just a coward at heart, after all. I never dared to make the climb. I simply don't have the courage to cast aside any of my responsibilities. I'm the one who lived to witness what came before, and who continues to learn of what follows from those who come after. I'm but a vessel for my precious memories. Even if there is no hope of their ever returning to the surface, every lost civilization will live on in my memory. Are gods really that horrid to design such a cool choice for someone to make? Yes, gods can be very horrible. Gods can also be very lovely. But like, higher powers can be really, really horrible. Depends on the game. Some gods are good, others are bad. Take the one who kidnapped Wander's sister, for instance. Totally bad. Perhaps it's the opposite. The god who designed the path to the heavens was not the mistress of the temple. You see, if you intend to leave this place, you simply cannot take its history, secrets, or knowledge with you. So, once you leave this world, you can't take it with you. You have to sacrifice those memories. Do I see the description of using your memories to construct a path to the heavens is too emotionally charged? Your memory is supposed to be wiped the moment you return to the mortal realm, but before that happens, people here have the right to look back upon all there has ever been, all they have ever owned, all the paths that result from both. Hold on, let's see if Paimon got all that. It's like you made a rule that says you can read a book, but you have to chuck it into fire the second you're done. But just it all burns to a crisp, you find a book that has an epilogue, and afterward, where you have to look back at the best parts. Okay, so the idea of like we get to have our... I'm going from Paimon's description here. It's like the idea of we get to have our like our memories. We make all these memories, but then we have to like get rid of those memories before we do. Or we find that we're able to look back then and all that stuff then before we do that. Before we leave. Look back on all the stuff we've done. And then in the end, nothing's left of the story. Only feelings and impressions stay with you. Spot on, perfect read. You got a real knack for analogies. Remind me of one of my students, in fact. He went by to Delphi Pytho? I have no idea what it's called now or if he survived the war. He was named Abrax. And while I've asked many people, no one ever found his name in the historical records. Abrax. Do we remember an Abrax? I went off on a tangent anyway. You said all that, but how do we get up there? I can't wait to see what this looks like, honestly. Do you remember the name Abrax from anything? Because I mean, it sounds like really, really familiar. I'm sure you guys will definitely remind me of that as well. Wander's memories are too important to forget. And as for Paimon, well, she hasn't clashed so hard with Wander as to need a total reset. What did she say? What did she mean? Wait, she's saying she hasn't... I do agree that our memories are so important to her, and she's saying that she hasn't... like, clashed? What does she mean by clashed with us? She hasn't, like, fought with us? That she wants to reset that? You don't have to worry. Once we've rescued everyone, I'll help you with this. Actually, I figured out how the path to the heaven works. The seat of the gods has been left empty, so the rules have begun to falter. As such, a section of the corridor of nothingness, previous path to the heavens, was preserved. Valentia's fury destroyed half of it, but the remaining half of the stairway to heaven is still vaguely visible. This means that the stairway can be used by others. We just have to make it whole again. Wait, do you mean... Don't get the wrong idea. As I said before, I'm a coward burdened with too much memory, yet too scared to even die. Historia. He has so much memory and has seen so many things, but he's even too afraid to like let go of all that or let go of his life. So we have to restore this bridge. Looks like we finally got everything Zeitlind lost back. That's great. Next we should go to the story and ask why Wander came here. Okay. I don't know what they said there. Something about Zeitlind. It's a great location though, isn't it? This whole location. Yeah, I'm sure we'll get more of like any expansion on that in turn, like what that they meant there by this as well as we go forward. But it seems like to get to this this place where we can ask questions about our Shishter. Oh, we can just warp here, by the way. Yeah. We have to like rebuild this bridge. Story, you basically freed all the 3 areas, and most people are safe now too. And we find everything's eaten and lost. I thank you very much. I have to say, Nilita's got quite an eye for people now that he's opened it. All right, your turn now. You mentioned a way to go up before, and a price to go with it. Bring it on. Paimon's not scared of adventures. A couple of adventures over a bit of Mora. Oh, and what about Zeitlind? How are we supposed to send her back down now that she's done here? I wonder if she is done here. You know what I mean? I wonder if she's going to decide to be done here, because I guess that would be her choice in the end, but... I wonder. I can explain all that, but you should rest first. I'll go through everything in detail tomorrow. Okay, so maybe this is going to be a break in the chapter, possibly? But there's no bed here or food. Such desire cease here. Think about it. You've been here all this time. You're neither hungry nor tired. Then what's Paimon supposed to do all day while we rest? Paimon's like, I guess that's honestly like, you know, sometimes it is like, hey, what should we do today? Let's go get some food, you know? So I do think that is sometimes like a thing that like, you know, we all think about sometimes, right? This place is full of remarkable people from every age. Speaking with them could be fun. Alright, fine, but Paimon gets to sleep wherever she wants. Tired or not, Paimon's still sleeping on Wander's. Zeitlind, after you rested a bit, we could talk. It's about what I mentioned earlier, the thing I needed time to think about. Speak with me a while, would you? Okay. Wander Paimon, once you're feeling rested, come see me. Is it breaking the chapter? It isn't. Okay, I thought it'd be breaking the chapter. So, like, the idea that you can't be hungry here, you can't, you know, be tired here, but I love that Paimon's like, it's not about the tiredness or the hunger, I just like doing it, you know? Which again, as I said, like when it comes to like food and stuff like that too, I always like think it's so funny when like people go like, you just eat, because again, some people do eat because they're bored or whatever, you know what I mean? That can be true. It's not my place to judge anyone for their eating patterns. What I'm saying is more like, I always think when people do judge people, it's like, wait, you're eating as a pastime? It's like, yeah, like man, that is something fun people can do. Let's go out for dinner. Let's go out for lunch. It's more about the energy of the place with the food and the talking and all this stuff together, rather than just being a thing where it's like, you know, it's not just about like, I'm having so, because it is. Don't get me wrong. Like one of my favorite time, one of my favorite times of the day, you know, eating my dinner, watching a YouTube video. Hell yeah, you know, hell yeah, man. It's so good, you know, and then getting a cup of tea afterwards. Ooh, so good. But yeah, like I never understand sometimes when people like will judge people being like, hey, like you it's fun for you, it's a fun thing for you. It's like, yeah, it is. It's freaking fun, man. It's so fun. Are you feeling rested? Have you talked to everyone you want to? Oh, not yet. Sorry. All right, take your time. So we have to talk to Zeitlind as well. Talk to everyone. Wait, is Zeitlind gone? Did we warp her out of here? By not talking to her first? I think we did. Because she was just standing there. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's my bad. Very well. Zeitlind, calm down for a moment and hear me out. I have no wish to be disrespectful or speak out of blind hope. Your sister may still be alive. Whoa, that is a interpretation, or at least like a big thing to like drop on her. I saw her gravestone. Yeah, because she did in fact see her gravestone. Her picture was right there. But isn't it possible there's nothing buried within? Paimon wants it to be true, really, but isn't it kind of optimistic? In the letter she wrote to me, my sister said that she already decided to... That farewell wasn't written as a final goodbye, was it? Wait, so she thinks that she decided that she was dying then and there, or she was leaving the world then and there, maybe? She said she was going somewhere far away. She mentioned to me before she always wanted to travel the world before she got old, so maybe she just literally did go somewhere far away? Hilda wasn't speaking figuratively. She really did leave the sanatorium and set off, because that's what I was thinking, like, it is kind of like a very figurative like thing to say, like, oh, far away, you know, dying. She talked about that? She was always so bright. She got along with people so easily. And she probably never told you that we were all that the other had. All that the other had. Let me be honest, let me be cold for a moment. If her leaving would have caused 3 or 4 people to grieve, that weight might have outweighed her sadness. But now it's only me. She knew I'd understand. That I'd forgive her for it. So she thinks that she did leave this world. She did die. And that she knew that, like, on some level, Zeitlind would understand this. It's not like that. You shouldn't think of it that way. You don't have to feel sorry for me. When we were kids, our parents were still around, and life was good. Those memories were enough to carry us forward. But growing up, the world gets hard. It does, 110%. It only gets harder. I've always been more introverted, and dealing with people at work really wears me out. I thought my sister being so outgoing would have it easier. But even she always looked exhausted when she grew up. It's always like grass is always greener, right? For sure. You two still have a future. Oh, then she probably never mentioned her fiancé. Her fiancé? He was a good person, an orderly one, kind, interesting. Sometimes I wish he hadn't been. If he'd been a bad man, then things might have been easier. His family had hereditary illness, some strange disease. They'd never lived long. He joked about it sometimes and blamed the animal Archon for planning Mondstadt too well. So even a family like his never faded out. One day he said he was going to save the world, and then he left. Save the world. Well, the world's still turning, so maybe somewhere out there in a place no one noticed, he really did. I mean, that's a really beautiful interpretation of that as well. Is she saying that she wished she was a bad man because it was easier than when he left, I guess? You know how you always say that if someone who lives forever can't love everyone and be loved back, the world will be drowned in sorrow? Someone who lives forever can't love everyone and be loved back, the world will drown in sorrow. While someone who's seen so much in this world and never has felt love and can't send love to other people. I think you're right, which means a short life isn't even allowed that much. He wanted to give his life to love and only hurt my sister more. A short life isn't allowed that much. Is that what it says? Like, what was the phrasing that they used when it came to one life isn't enough or something? One lifetime isn't enough for the epitaph thing? Do you think that's what it was? Like, if it's referencing that as well, like, which means a short life isn't allowed that much. Like you don't get to do much in a short life, or you're not even allowed to love everyone or be loved back by everyone. So much so that she was sent to a sanatorium in the mountains. This very place beneath our feet, a place steeped in curses. Wait. It hurt her so much she went to the sanatorium? She never told me anything. So did she have mental health issues? And knowing all that, you still think she's alive? That's really... So she got sent there after her fiance left? I do, because she did something here. And because of my fear, she was forced to live on. You have my respect to story, you really do, but I think you've seen too much suffering across history. Pain vast enough to drown the world. For someone ordinary as me, even a part of that is enough to bury an entire life. Okay, the idea of, like, again, we're talking about one life versus an eternity. It's like, because you've seen so much pain and suffering, it might not be as heavy for you, but the fact that I've, like, even a small portion of that for one lifetime can crush somebody. You can't truly understand my sister and I. Because they interpret it as having, like, again, not living forever and having to deal with these, like, painful emotions as they came. Right? It's like if you saw a person die every year for 1,000 years, while it's still horrible, you eventually would become desensitized to it. But, like, you know, someone dying in your lifetime, or even, like, say, like, you saw 10 of your people you love die over the course of a lifetime, that's going to be absolutely horrific, right? But if you saw 10 people die every lifetime for 20 lifetimes, it's going to become desensitizing. And it's not that I'm saying that you wouldn't feel it, but, like, we know that, like, it's not as heavy as the one lifetime, I guess. So I'd have said full in the Mortal Lord once more. I'm just a short-lived little someone. Eternity isn't meant for me. Mr. Astoria? This place used to be completely cut off from the world above. There was no way in and no way out. But after Nalita fell, Dex seemed to have gained the ability to carry people of the living world between the pillar hall and the surface. Even so, it cannot return those who were chosen to come here. It is a watcher in juvenile form. And that limitation is part of its nature. So this can't fit. So do we have to get actual nihility to return it? Like, we can't get just the hand. It has to be like nothingness itself. You're saying Dex is the same kind of being as Nilita? If we want to go back down, there's only one way. We have to give up every memory we have, everything we know, and climb to the very top in the past. That meant meeting the mistress. Now it would mean Melanta. So we would have been possibly meeting the mistress before, and which, again, I don't know if that's Asmodee. But now we're meeting Melanta. So I can't go with you, but at least let me see you off. So maybe, like, oh, there it is, chapter 1 complete. Maybe my interpretation is a little bit off, but, like, from what I see with this as well, is her talking about the idea of having a short life is the idea of that, like, because they talk about the idea of how like the emotions of that weighed so heavily on her sister, and the idea of like what's the point of living and all this stuff too, if there's there's nothing, like, there's no meaning to life and we're all heading towards the end anyway, and all this stuff too, is life just meant to be suffering, and all this stuff, all this stuff that goes into it. And I do think that the idea of like one life isn't enough is that you don't get to truly come to terms with all these like horrible situations. You don't get to truly like overcome these horrible situations. These hit you like a ton of bricks when they hit you, these horrible situations. Because like I said there, it's like as you said, like it's like losing someone is going to be one of the most horrific things you can go through. Lose 2,000 people over the course of 200 1,000 years. You're probably going to become desensitized to it. It's not going to be as heavy. So like she's saying to him, it's like these emotions that you feel, which are very valid. But for me, those things that you might not see as like as serious, for me they're like super, super heavy. Yeah. So to get Zeitlind back, we have to like meet with Milanta. Whoa, man. I'm sorry, but that's so reminiscent of the opening scene, isn't it? Look at this. Oh, the blue is turning to red as well. Look at this. Oh my god, the whole complexion of this world has changed. Oh no, not again. Oh, to us as well? Did Nalita call us here? No. 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 Getting sent here after getting warped through those blocks again? No, you can't do that, Genshin. What the hell are we doing? What the hell are we witnessing here? Wake up, hello? Wait. You said we'd watch the sunrise together. How are you still asleep? Wait, what is happening? Wait, it's Paimon's voice. Where did she go? Wait, what are we about to witness, guys? I'm so nervous. This place, I love that, like, this strand of a beach is so instantly, like, iconic to everyone who plays this game. Oh no. Oh my god. The time and space glitches, right? I think time and space itself is glitching. There's Nalita. Oh my freaking god. Oh no. I can't even move the camera. Where are we now? What the hell is this, guys? This is so insane. And these are the sand trapped people again. Oh no, there's Nalita again. No, 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 no. One cannot pass through this gate. They cannot let go of all their desires. Would you have to let go of your desires to pass through the gate? This is some psychological stuff here, guys. Our biggest desire would be to find her sister, right? But we don't want to let go of that, right? In Sumeria, we believe that to enter the state of no thought, want us to be... Though they may call it heaven, it truly is a hell in every sense of the word. This place isn't heaven nor hell neither. It's nothingness? This nothing feels like hell should. This hell's so cold. I thought this was Nalita. It looks like they're like, we see all the people being punished here as well, like the painted aspects, and then we saw over there the people encased in sand. Maybe they both. Maybe this is actually Milanta, and maybe they both look similar in some ways. Oh, and there's the people in the book as well. I've already let go of my desires because they're being punished right now. Remember this state of mind forever. You no longer have any connection to the world. Yo, look, she was turned into a page here. Why are they showing us this? I'm so terribly worried. And then those space and time glitches. You shall remain here forever. Unless we can let go of our desires. That is because you are unable to let go of your desires. Wait, is he talking about like trying to find her sister? Bro, I'm not letting that go. Can't happen. Well, he doesn't have the same arm as, unless it just forms when he's doing something. Because remember, Nilita had a different arm. This is, wake up. So he's trying to wake us up here now as well? Is this... Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Attack the obstacle to take it down?
Go!
Wait, does Zack have voiced line? I never knew that. Is this the obstacle? Or are these the obstacles? Attack to take down the obstacle. Like, literally this area here? Oh, it is. Okay. Apathic interval? They were mentioning the apathic interval, right? The observance of stillness. Notice how thoughts arise and how the mind works. Oh, look at this. They were also mentioning the apathic interval as well. Throughout this whole quest, everyone was mentioning it. But they mentioned it just recently in the storybook area too. Look at this. This is so scary, man. What the hell? It's a striking design as well with all the red around everything. I probably shouldn't have done this. I'm gonna drop it. What is that? What casket? What is that? What is this music?
Surge. A new moon rises.
Clouds high. The birds call.
Insulation chamber.
Be silent. Do you fear the dark?
This is such a crazy feeling already.
Close your eyes.
Press it. Oh, just like before. Just like before. So freaking cool. Okay, let's eat some food. I'm running out of sweet madams already. My sweet madams.
Annihilation mode. One with nature. Fallen leaves adorn my night.
Be silent. The long
So cool.
sleep
This team is so
beckons.
fun.
To dust.
Oh, where is it? Where is it? So cool. The presence of this thing here as well. Oh, there's Astoria. Maybe you can explain exactly what's going on here. Once more, we return to this place. The last time I came, by human lifespan, it must have been many, many, many generations ago. Looks like we've all been cast back into the apathic interval. So how are we supposed to get out? The usual way is through the meditation. Learning to master your mind and thoughts and letting go of every desire. So it's literally like you let go of every desire to pass through here. In short, we must maintain a state of complete emptiness, so nothingness? Simply enough said. But depending on a person's nature and strength of their desires, it can take anywhere from years to several centuries. For someone like you who carries the fate of the world on your shoulders, your desires probably can't be cast aside, nor should they be exactly 110%. Then what do we do? Let's find Zeitlind and figure out from there. We definitely have to find Zeitlind. What'd you pick up? Wait, Dex was dragged in as well? In that case, they may have a chance to turn this around. Since Dex is also a watcher, it might be able to use the power to contain within these fragments to force open a path. We're going to need to give these fragments a name. I've heard of these overwrought coffins. They were set up by the temple mistress's sisters. Mara Santi caskets, I believe they were called. In which case, let's call the fragments Death Muse shards. Okay, so to get out of here, we have to like let go of our desires. But as we said, and I think it's actually really like great that the game interpreted it that way too, and are like you know let us know that that's what it was. Look at this place, man. It's so insane. But the idea that the traveler can't let go of his desires, he can't, because not only is it to lose sister, but also the fate of the freaking world.
Custom of placing treasure chests in
Wait, we can
every
walk on?
nook and cranny come into fashion.
No way. It's like, again, space is changing around us as we were like moving. It's striking. Like, it's such a crazy visual to see like this like, it's basically like the, you know, think of how far back we came from, like where we had the power that sent us into this world. And now here we are. Well, not sent us into the world, we crash landed on a spaceship here, but you know what I mean. They sent us 500 years into the future, and now we're just like walking on a similar power, you know? Here we go, another casket again. Did I get iframes there? I think I did. Does this game have iframes like that? Maybe it does. I didn't even know Genshin had iframes like that. I guess it does. Yeah, I definitely did. I definitely got iframes. Yeah, for sure. That's cool. I'm here being like, how'd you not know about I had iframes? Maybe just because I get hit all the time, okay? Oh god, what are we doing now? Oh. What do we do? Does something have to do with these blocks? Oh god, what do you do now? I think you just have to avoid it. No, because they give you an idea where it's going to be, in fairness. We do got iframes. Okay, that's cool. Stretch the block. We're gonna stretch all the blocks. We gotta stretch those blocks. No one knows why. No one knows why I stretched those blocks that day, but he did. What happened there? I have no idea what I did there. Wait, to climb up to get to him? No way. Is that actually it? That's sick. Okay. I was like, why are we doing this? Oh yeah, we're getting to the center. So sick. Who'd we free? Billy Joe? Oh, really like your hair. Wonder. One who belongs to this era. Who is it? Who's there? Oh, well, though I know nothing of your time, my name's Alara. I was once an ascetic of the Age of Silence. Oh my god, man. All this stuff that we, like, they're calling back to. It's like a clip show. I no longer remember how much time has passed since I came here. Even this place has broken my silent cultivation. So it's true. Cultivating the mind without thought or desires leads to one to reincarnate in the unthinking heaven of evil. It was nothing? No need to thank me? Well, thanks all the same. So you're saying... saving is more of a spur-of-the-moment thing. That said, we're planning to look for a way out of this that isn't meditation. Are you not practicing that art? Or simply not taught in your era? The first time I left this place, it took me hundreds of years. That's how long a story has been around, by the way. I gave my pursuit of the truth and my longing to see the loved ones again. This time I'm not willing to give any of those up. Oh my god, I think he also wants to send a message to... in my view, he wants to send a message to everyone, like not just like Zeitlind, but the idea of like, you know, that life is worth living, these memories that you're going to make with people are amazing, and he's not willing to give these up this time. That makes two of us.
Three of us. It's me, Dex Adula.
Dex has picked up another Death Muse shard. Death Muse? Oh, you mean the Marasanti meditation technique? I know of it. Its use in cultivations one's mental state when facing death. Yeah, that's my... Again, I don't think it's just because of that, but I do think it is a really beautiful thing that they're like, hey, let's not give up our memories this time, right? Probably because it is frustrating giving memories, but also the same thing too. I think there is like a big overarching theme of like, what's life worth living? And you're trying to teach Zeitlind here, like, the life worth living is the idea that like you just met people that you adore. Your memories are precious now. Let's go this way. This is such a cool visual effect as well, isn't it? It's really, really cool. I might put like I did an episode of this last week, but I might just put that episode at the start of this episode and put a timestamp for people that want to skip it. Because it might just be good to put the whole thing in one episode at this stage. If you guys are cool with that. These caskets, like while they're kind of like easier to beat sometimes, they actually have like a really oh. Do you have to follow it? We shouldn't be too
Quite
close.
Finished. Keep your distance.
They have such a presence to them, right? There's a heaviness to fighting these guys. I love whenever we do that. the hand goes, "Why you?" at the end of it. Why you? Stop being mean. You're so mean. And there's Zeitlind. Are you alright? I'm fine. I just had a very, very long nightmare. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say it. It's okay. I can't take it more. Why does this keep happening to me? Why is it always me? First mom and dad, now my sister? It's okay. I'm here with you. This is a good thing to say as well. I think she's definitely feeling like a... And this is... I want to make it clear here. Her feelings are so valid to feel like, why does this keep happening, right? It's also like one of those things that like... you know the song lyric, you know, what do we do to deserve this? Everything seems broken when you look at it that way. It's like when, you know, when someone, I know it's totally different. You know, when you hit your toe on the door when you walk into the door, past the door, and then you hit your elbow on the table, and then you spill your coffee, and then, you know, you cut yourself shaving all in the space of like an hour. Those are all normal occurrences to happen throughout the day, but you start to think that life is out to get you because if you start to say that, you start to notice all those things. Because all of a sudden, someone like, for example, being a little bit rude in the street to you becomes like, man, my day is, it's everything's going wrong. Where I think in this case, it's one of those things where like, these things individually are stuff that are very like sad that happened with her sister and her mom and her dad, all this stuff as well, right? But it's not because she's cursed, I think. It's more of a situation where it's like, it feels that way. I'm not trying to say her feelings are invalid, but you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's one of those things where like, it's easy to see this as like, it's me who's getting hurt by, like, it's only me, you know? No, I'm not angry at you. No, I know. What has Dex picked up? It's called Death Mouse Shard. It may be a way to move from death onto life. Let's go. Let's. Now that Zeitland's been found, let's try to find a way out. Are you sure we can get out here by ourselves? Valencia and Nelita can move within the space freely, and they usually bring people with them, in which case Dex should be able to do the same. That's 3 Death Mouse shards collected. Though I should say this is temporary name since I have no clue what Dex will be using for them either. What's next, Dex? Let's follow his directions. So, yeah, like, as I said, I hope it never sounds like I'm invalidating her feelings because you know, like when someone goes, man, my day's been awful, I feel like the world's out to get me, and you go,
Dude, if you think that way, don't be silly.
I don't ever do that. What I'm more just saying is that, like, it can feel that way. It can definitely feel that way. And then you start to see everything as that in that way. But again, if you lose people and and bad stuff keeps happening to you in this sense, because like, this is not stubbing your toe. This is her being trapped inside of a cage having a nightmare. This is her losing her sister. This is her losing her, what she believes is like the will to go forward, all this stuff. It is 100% a real feeling to have. So I don't want to ever like, you know, invalidate it or try to invalidate it. Not that I ever would. You guys know I never would as well, so.
Break the seal.
Use Dex ability to clear the path. Something's floating.
I am the floating block monster. Heed my warning. Leave this place. Leave it. Please.
What monster says please?
Me. I say please. It's just to be polite.
You should be more imposing if you're a block monster.
Okay, what do you want me to say then?
Just say leave this place now or else.
Leave this place or else. Please.
This music, man, again, very imposing. Oh my god, this chanting? What's about to happen? Should I still hold it? Oh, we shot it up. What the hell? The hand in the sky? It burst, ripped right through the hand as well, but it seems like it's healing anyway. This chanting, man. Although I do not know if this is the way out. The only thing we do now is take a closer look. Look how this is. It's honestly like a lot. It's very pretty. Oh, no. Again, so much of this quest is creating space where there wasn't space before. Like, very intentionally so, right? Which seems to be a thing that, like, Asmodee can do. Where we saw that whether it be the blocks in front of us or whether when the other shades were talking about how, like, Asmodee pretty much, like, you know, polluted a space or destroyed a space. Oh my god, I've never seen an animation of the Traveler falling. He looks so cute. Look at this. Oh my god. Reaching out to the hand of God, but did you think you'd grab your own, man? Look at this. Holy hell. It's really like magnificent. Looks like it's gonna be difficult without wings. We got wings. I guess we don't got wings no more. To get the hero's pure land of joy, one would have to pass the wall of lament first and the wall of barrier. Why is the text going up on screen for much longer now? They heard me complaining at the start of this. Look at the visual of this. No, we got this. We got this. Whatever it is, we got this. Oh my god, we're going floating. We just have to maybe avoid... Wait, are we avoiding stuff here? And our vision is obscured a little bit? I love this type of mechanic, but like... I don't think I can fully see... Oh, I guess like, you know, if I don't get hit, then at that point I can't complain. We got hit. We might be getting hit. Yeah, the obscured vision is kind of crazy a little bit. But it's okay. It's not going to be that devastating because this is a really cool scene. Like, look at the image of this. Like, racing towards his hand. How do I avoid that? Oh. Oh, I tried to go in the middle. I'm just a little bit too high. The perspective is like, you know, putting me out. Oh, that's so scary. It's terrifying. It's just so well done. It's so well done. This whole thing is so well done. Look at this, man. This is like, again, oh my god, what is this? It's like a cage. Are we out? Can you tell? Oh my. You can't use familiar anymore. This epic music. The red sky. It looks like a cage itself that surrounds us. I never got out of the heaven of nothingness. I've never seen you. So they've been in there the whole time? This is so incredibly heavy. Wow. Just wow. Like the image of the hand reaching towards us, the red sky, the music in the background, the chanting, all of this was like really, really heavy, but like obviously intentionally heavy. Just incredible. Just absolutely incredible. Paimon's actually calling your names the whole time. Oh, poor Paimon. I'm glad she didn't get trapped in there because I kind of figured she was not there because she was calling for us like to wake up. That definitely made it seem like she wasn't there. If she was there, we would have been like... I would have been terrified to leave her there. Why wasn't Paimon dragged into the apathetic interval? Well, maybe because other than eating and sleeping, she doesn't really think about much at all. No, okay, we were being nice to her this whole time. Wait, why was Paimon not dragged into the apathetic interval? Makes sense. No, we're not saying that. Paimon literally has such, like as I said, factually so, she's the first person to sense someone's a bad guy before anyone else. Looks like Melancha really is angry now. Sending Wander up to face him has become urgent. Let's talk somewhere else. This place isn't exactly safe anymore. So Melancha can feel our presence. I know no one asked, but hello, my name is Alara. Hey, Alara. Oh, that was chapter 2? Very short chapter 2. It's so funny because, like, this is... Okay. like,
goodness.
I always say this. I
How
never,
the
like,
world
I
has
go into these, like,
changed.
completely, like, blind. As
Might I
blind as
ask,
possibly can
when
be, because
did the
obviously I know there's going to be a
custom of
quest or
placing
whatever, you
treasure
know?
chests in
But,
every nook and
last time I
cranny
said,
come
and you
into
probably guys
fashion?
remember me saying this, I said that this chapter 2 is usually the longest, which I think is usually true. But this time around, chapter 2 is actually the shortest. I always say there's, like, always, like, you know, proof of me playing this game completely blind. The biggest proof I always point to is the fact that I missed official conversation during the paralogism quest last year. It's like, yeah, that's definitely is it. But then also the fact that I was like so sure, I was like, man, chapter 2 is gonna be the longest, you know, it has to be, you know, that's why we're gonna stop, you know, after, because I thought it was chapter 1 the last one. But no, chapter 1 was longer than chapter 2 by a mile, by an absolute mile. Again, we don't really like looking at Flynn's hair too much. Again, can I make it clear here? I want to make it clear. Right? I don't want to insult him too much. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm just not huge on this hair. It grows on you, so it's not like terrible. I'm just not huge on it, you know?
Time begun.
Chapter 3 already. Lind, I can't let you return to human world like this. And yet, once again, I stayed silent out of cowardice. If you go back to the mortal world this way, I know you a choice to make. Does he feel like she isn't valuing life in a way? We said all we need to say. That's all there is. What are you talking about? Paimon doesn't get it. When we're talking about how we can manifest the path to the heavens and teach Malenta a lesson, the one who went to face Malenta for all of us was... Oh, the one who gave up every last memory was your sister, Lind. So that was Hilda who lost all her memories to do that? Back then, the early signs of Malenta's madness had begun to surface, and many suffer for it. After all, we're not machines, and with lives that stretch without end, that which we forget will always find its way back. She heard of Malenta's increasingly in unreasonable tyranny, and saw the many souls who had been cast down by its judgments. I told her to treat everything here as nothing more than an unpleasant glimpse of paradise. No need for anger, no need for sorrow, since she too had been sent up here by Nalita. Dex could always send her back. And what would it change, returning just as she was? That's exactly what she said as well. You two really are alike. Wait, so... Since she too had been sent up here by Nalita, Dex could always send her back. But you're saying to treat everything as an unpleasant glimpse of paradise? So if she returned, it would change nothing in this world? Is that what they're saying? I've heard it many times before. But she was bright and talkative. You were reserved and steady. That's what many people say too, the difference between the two sisters. Wait, you said this before, didn't you? With the gods in the temple of space gone, the path of the heavens won't vanish after it's been used once. So we're supposed to take the path Zeitlind sister left for us? That's so interesting, we're walking the same path as her sister. If that was the case, then my tactical advice would be simple. We rush in and beat the stuffing out of him. Oh my god, the smile on his face too. No one knows what Malenta said to Hilda, but afterwards, in a fit of rage, he severed the path of the heavens that had been formed with your sister's memories. And Hilda had already left this place. And doesn't it mean someone has to give all their memories again to get us up there? What about Dex? She points at Dex. Isn't it the same species as the baddie? If Malenta can go back and forth, then maybe Dex could do it too if she tried hard enough. The same space rating the atrium was such as at its highest form from the Hall of Emptiness is called the Corridor of Nothingness. The corridor's power comes from the temple itself. It is rule of departure while the Watcher exists to uphold that rule. Okay. Dex is only an immature Watcher and lacks the authority to control it. Oh, but then what can we do? I'll offer up my memories. No, Astoria. He has like more memories than anybody, right? I feel like he's gotten to the point where in my view, maybe you guys would disagree with this, I don't know, but like, because it's all gonna be interpretations. I say that just because, you know, it's one of those things where like, I know I'm missing stuff, but I do think that it is a thing where he wants to set up Zeitlind for the future and doesn't want the same thing to happen to Hilda that happened before. He wants her to have like an appreciation for life and want her to go outside and like want to live and live on and have something to live for. But I said it before, this happened because of my cowardice. The truth is, I know the history, the knowledge. They're far too heavy to bear. Yes, and that's the thing. You remember he said he was afraid to die, but he's bared so much, he knows so much, which would be a burden, which would be such a heavy burden. I hesitated and Hilda saw right through me. Compared to you, the suffering of an ordinary human life really must seem like a negligible price. That's the thing. What I think he's saying is that Hilda saw that he was hesitating and didn't want to lose all his memories. He was scared to, and she took his place. And she says, just suffering of an ordinary human seems like it must be negligible price, which, like, again, is like the idea that like one life isn't enough, right? No, absolutely not. Everyone says you're a treasure to humanity. Let someone else do it. But Wonder and Paimon, we still have some important things to take care of. That's not right, Paimon. Everyone is equal. It's 100% true. Yeah, everyone is equal. Bearing great responsibility is no reason to sacrifice others. And going around asking who's willing to give up everything they've lived through, that doesn't feel right either. You're 100% correct, Paimon. You're 100% correct. Let me do it. Oh, Zeitlind, no. She's going to follow the path of her sister as well. Don't do this. You're saying the exact same thing your sister did, but this time I absolutely refuse to accept it. You've been here witnessing history across the ages, seeing every wonder this world has to offer. After all, doesn't even a tiny part of you feel attached to this world? And I feel like he keeps trying to, like, because he's saying here, like, you've been witnessing history across the ages, seeing every one of this world. It's like, do you not feel attached to these memories either? I think finally you know the answer to that question now, the most fundamental question of philosophy, which is whether one chooses to go on living tomorrow. Here we go. You hesitated. Even that brief pause of enough to show the answer is already there. Tomorrow is worth living through. Again, they've been trying to drive that home for her this whole time. The idea that you have something to live for, there's something worth living for. No, Astoria. Wise as though you are, you made 2 mistakes. Enlighten me, please. Why didn't I need to choose my sister? And was it really just a coincidence that I was brought here? Your sister said it herself. It was just a coincidence. The sanatorium had announced its closure, but before the relocation, she went for a walk in the midnight, and that's when she encountered Nelita. It wasn't an accident. Listen, when you save yourself, you save the world entire. But if my sister hadn't lost everything she once remembered, she would never have chosen to go on living. Now I understand why I was always sure she was still alive. A life that begins anew, as if, so because she forgot all these memories, she started to, like, gain more hope? Because it was like a new day, a new dawn. Like a restart. And here I recall a passage I once read in the novel of the Karasawa Eiichi. The Savior offers him, look how pretty that is. The Savior offers himself in the world of darkness, willingly bound upon a cross. Only then is their soul redeemed, ascending into the kingdom of light. A Savior offers themselves in the world of darkness, willingly bound upon the cross. So it's like they're sacrificing themselves. Only then is their soul redeemed, ascending to the kingdom of light. So then when they sacrifice themselves, that's when they can ascend to the kingdom of life and redeem themselves. I'm just saying this literally. I'm repeating it just so I can understand it. I hope you know that. Isn't that incredible? It means you can heal your own melancholy and save the world at the same time by sacrificing yourself, by sacrificing your memories, starting anew. Is that what she wants to do? So I'm not giving that chance to you. For a second, I almost thought that it was Hilda talking, but that's not really her style. Of course not. She doesn't read much. She couldn't quote the classics half as well as I do. So she wants to sacrifice her memories, if I'm interpreting this correctly. She wants to sacrifice this so that she can heal her own melancholy, heal her sadness, and then save the world at the same time. So she can start anew or have a life that begins anew full of hope. Wonder, Paimon, you're not allowed to object either? When I return to the world below, with my memories gone, I'll need you to tell me who I am and where I'm meant to go. Oh my god, man. How do you suppose we do that? We've only just met. You're already talking about erasing everything and starting over like none of this ever happened. A story so good you'd forget everything just to experience it again. That's the highest praise there is. You're friends of that Calibrite. Oh my god, she wants to be friends with us. She's literally saying that, like, man, I literally would want to meet you guys again. Thanks for trying to lighten the mood, but Paimon's still getting all teary-eyed. Honestly, it's really beautiful, like, and I think again, this idea of starting anew, this idea of wanting to live for tomorrow, curing that melancholy, melancholy that she has, it seems, as well. But she still wants to remember us, right? She still wants to be friends with us. Because again, we were that representation of, like, that life is worth living, that these memories, some memories are worth saving. So Astoria, please take us there. Is there anything else you need to do? Let's go. You arrive at the upper level. may I try to persuade you one last time, Zeitlind? Your argument has already failed, Mr. Astoria. I think she's hell-bent on, like, you know, starting anew, starting fresh, gaining a new lease on life, and also gaining new friends, too. My sister's grave down below is empty. Aren't you worried I might just leave now and lie down into myself? Holy hell. The idea that if she leaves now, she's feeling that she would just, like... It's morbid, but it feels like it's like I have no reason to live on. I'm too... Can we just say sad? I'm too down on the earth? She, like, I know it's morbid to say, but that's what I interpret it as. The stairway to heaven manifests from your sister's memories was severed, but part of that should still remain. This time your memories might intertwine with Hilda's, which might cause something unique to manifest. So does that mean Zita might keep half her memories? I explained this before, offering up all of this one's memories has nothing to do with passing through a corridor of nothingness. Allowing you one final glimpse back, that is merely an act of mercy. Oh wait, then when we end up seeing some really private stuff, is it okay for us to go along too? I offer you the memory of a yellow rose seen at sunset, years before you were born. I offer you explanations of yourself, theories about yourself, authentic and surprising news to yourself. Wait. So this is the glimpse back we get to have. But this is how she answers it about private stuff? You still have to answer every question about me, you know. Oh, yeah, like we have to have knowledge about her as well. So feel free to look. These will provide indispensable in rebuilding the real me. I guess so. I guess so. If it concerns her privacy, then we'll watch it together. Leaving your little sister to wander the world alone, she had it coming. Oh my god. They are sisters. They are sisters. Genshin gets siblings better than they get any other relationship. Because I think that they don't get familial relationships sometimes. But I think they do. Actually, I don't want to say that because I feel like, you know, I will get misinterpreted a little bit with that as well. Because I do think that they do get, like, parental stuff right a lot of the times. Like, look at Xiao and Zhongli and stuff like that as well. But I do think that they understand, like, sibling relationships, like, so incredibly well. They really, really do. Yeah, because I don't want to ever, like, you know, do a blanket statement like Genshin doesn't understand parental stuff. I think it's only sometimes I'm like, oh, I didn't like the way that this was interpreted, but then, like, other times it's like, yeah, like the surrogate parent of Zhongli, Xiao, right? Amazing, absolutely incredible. The Shilonen storyline, incredible, right? They do incredible stuff with that, you know, they really do. They also understand, like, you know, like the found family thing better than most games do, like in such an incredible way. And Klee and Alice, like, as well, like, so incredible. So yeah, I never want to do a blanket statement like that. Never mind trying to talk tough. Now you should try, now you sound like you're just being mean. Look at you, suddenly so chatty. I think it's lovely. Is that so? Are we building the corridor of nothingness to stairway to heaven right here? Yes. Then let's begin. Is this gonna be a big boss as well? You arrive at the corridor of nothingness. Oh, we're floating? Is this floating? Is this like, no, it's not. Okay. I thought it was like, I thought it was gonna be like, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory style. Oh my god! A Tanuki? It's so cool. This music as well, man. So gorgeous, isn't it? Holy hell, it's stunning. And this music's so emotional. We're heading forward? Wait, what? Do you want me to break this? Thank you, Tanuki. Man, like, so much like the Inazuma feelings, man. I need to go back to Inazuma. Like, surprisingly enough, like, the deity design is benevolent. Inazuma, like, I feel like was like a turning point for my playthrough in a way. I think maybe you guys might agree, but like for me, when it came to Inazuma, like we were doing like, I don't think we had like a full-on grasp on like what I was doing with the playthrough fully until Inazuma. Because I think Inazuma was when I started doing story quests in like one episode, and I said, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying it wasn't fun like doing like, you know, willy-nilly, because I think I started to understand the game more. And I was like, okay, we'll do it this way. I'll do it this way. I want to do this. I want to do this. And you can say, well, Calvin, that's where you stop doing commissions. Yeah, commissions got very complicated. So I'm not just saying like, well, I stopped doing commissions there, but I feel like Inazuma was when I feel like the identity of the playthrough mixed with the original identity of the playthrough and made a new identity, if that makes sense. Such a cool location. Wait, can we flip that down here? Hold on a second here. Or is this just something we can look through? It's really stunning. I mean, Inazuma is a gorgeous place. It really is. So, so pretty. I also have just like this like really innate love for people or things that are mistreated sometimes. And nothing, by the way, you can criticize Inazuma. I want to make this sense, but I want to make that clear. But I think it's like one of those things like, because like so many people are like, Inazuma wasn't that great. I'm like, you know, I feel this like connection to it. Like, I want to protect it because I loved it. I personally loved it. So then like, it's not like I'm saying I loved it because people didn't like it. I'm saying that like I have this like protective familial thing to where I put Inazuma in my arms and go, leave it alone. Oh, and there's some Sumeru stuff. So, oh, the book stuff as well. Look at that. Looks like something's over there. This here. Investigate the pile of books. Oh, here. A letter. These locations are so fairy tale like. This is my sister's handwriting. Oh, these letters didn't manage to collect. We didn't manage to collect down below. Just a few messages she left behind in a short poem she wrote. It's not a farewell. She must still be alive. Again, all this was like kind of like interpretation of like what a farewell was, I guess. Like, or was it a farewell or was it not? What she mean it literally or figuratively, you know, the whole goodbye thing. Can we read all this? Oh, you will.
Say you will read all this and you will like it. You will read every bit of this.
So great. This is so, again, just even, like, if there was no story in this, even seeing these locations would be enough for me. So fantastic. Oh, here we go, floating again. Like, this is like freaking like the Page Master stuff here. Like, it's so... Oh, no. Mondstadt. Oh, look at this, like, all foggy and magical. Perched top of the city, I look below. Oh, is this the letter? This is so beautiful. The streets where I laughed around now feeling unfamiliar. Is that the two sisters? This is a beautiful way to read the letter if that's what they're doing. As I walk into a blue, blue heavens. Nalan? Windmills raised their arms in farewell. So was this her going into like, oh my god, the freaking soaring. This is incredible. This is so beautiful. And we transferred over to like kind of a Nalan type world as well. Were they dancing there as well? I'm sorry. Come on, guys. And I walk further away from that bakery I also love. Where are we going now? Into like a Liyue world? This is... No, these transitions. With this music... Tell me this track, what this track is called, guys. The Blossoms from a Foreign Land. A Grove of Blossoms from a Foreign Land. Oh my god, this music. Please tell me what this music is called. I have so many chills. No way, are we going to Fontaine from here? Or is it just Sumeru? These summer colors submerged in water. So vibrant, the greens here. This is insane. Oh, we transferred into like Fontaine here then. So she did travel the world, I guess, back in the water? Is this her traveling the whole world? Oh, and this music is so stunning. I found no treasure in the sunken ships I dreamed of as a child. And we're going into the sunken ship as well. Only quiet as a blue melancholy. This is one of the most magnificent presentations of a scene that I've ever seen in Genshin, and that's saying a lot. Chills, mystifying, mystical, magical, fairy tale-like. It's gonna stick with me forever. Like, listen to this and look at this. An old gentleman in Fontaine in curious attire. Who's that? Alights from Aquabus in a hurry and vanishes into a teeming crowd. So I think this is her traveling then. So it confirms that she wasn't saying goodbye like in terms of dying. It's her literally traveling. The jade-colored mountains that... Okay. Sumeru. Far from the bustling port of the bells. Oh no, we're not going to read that. The city you know of sky that no one remembers, but... What? the wind, of people who choose to live apart. I could do this forever, man. I could do this forever. Where the rain suddenly comes to the blue wind. Also, the Bake Tanuki, the Baka Tanuki of the Ginger Forest. Alright, I understand. That's how gloriously beautiful this world is. You got to see the beautiful world. You got to see how amazing this world is. It wasn't about sunken treasure. Oh, now we're going into this, like, red darkness again. She got to have a new lease on life. A new perspective on the world, it seems. In such a stunning way. Yeah, no. Genshin, it's crazy to me that I've been playing this game now for it's gonna be 2.5 years soon. I know it's like 2 years and nearly 4 months. And the fact that you have, like, once again surprised me just goes to show me that, like, I was very much correct. And I'm not just saying this as, like, an opinion. I don't care anymore. I don't care. Put your opinions in the filing cabinet called trash. When people told me that Natlan was the last, that Genshin was done, and I heard people saying it, by the way, I saw it in the comments. I saw it, whenever I get, like, once in a blue moon, a Genshin tweet recommended, even though now I have Genshin, the word blocked, so I never get it anymore. Like, people were saying that, like, Natlan was the end of Genshin. People were saying that was the last point we were ever going to have, like, amazing stories or incredible world building or all this stuff as well, because people were so down on Natlan. Even though Natlan's incredible, it's so amazing. I want to be clear, you have a right to criticize Natlan. But man, the people who were saying that Genshin's never going to be like, it's like, oh, this is it, it's over. You know? It's like, maybe you stopped playing, but, like, I kept playing after it because I love Natlan. Natlan's incredible, the story's incredible. And we're still experiencing so many amazing things. But also, that was already proven wrong, by the way. Like when it was, I remember it was like, you know, like people were like, yeah, Natlan's like it spells the end for Genshin, and then all of a sudden people are like, wow, Genshin's back. We're like paralogism. It's like, no, Natlan was just good. It was really freaking good. You may not have liked it. It was incredible. It had an amazing story and an amazing arc. But what I'm saying with this is, like, it just freaking proves to me that, like, Genshin still has it. All my trust is in Genshin, and they've still had it forever. They never lost it. They never lost it. Their storytelling techniques are just something that's, like, really just, like, so off the charts constantly. I'm constantly amazed. My sister's poem. It's all emotion, not a lick of literary flair. I love it. I loved it a lot. Still not bad. Do you still remember who we are, Zeitlind? Hey, a story already said my memories will fade quickly once we leave this place. So I know exactly who you are and who I am. What I just saw was all the worlds my sister used to read out to me when we were kids. The worlds we dreamed together. So she got to travel those worlds? Are there really sunken treasures beneath Fontaine's high seas? Are there really yokai that was just for us? Yes. All these are yeses. Do magical spirits like R&R really exist? Yes, they do. Have I grown up too much to ever see them again? Oh, that's so depressing to even hear. Hopefully you will see them again. Hopefully we'll see them again. The R&R do exist, and they draw power from people's memories. Then it must be an R&R too. From now on, the path to heaven's linking the Hall of Emptiness and this tower. They will exist only as two girls shared longing for a beautiful world. So like her and her sister were longing to travel the world. That too is a kind of eternity. I mean, it's very beautiful. It's a very beautiful thing. So that memory is going to be there forever. And she left out of existence. She popped out of existence. No, I'm joking. But yeah, I think that's what she's saying. Like, those memories are going to be what's placed here forever. Which is, again, is an absolutely gorgeous, stunning interpretation. It really is.
Not to be sniffed at.
I'll be sniffing things. Yeah, that was that. I can just say, like, I'm sorry for going in a rant about, like, you know, me, like, being like, you know, because you have a right to not like Natlan. I want to make that clear, but I'm talking about the people that said, like, Genshin was done. You know what I mean? I remember seeing it, like, it's like, oh, Genshin's just like, they've given up, and it's like, Natlan's already incredible. They never lost it. They've always had an amazing way of telling stories. And I always say as well, and I hope this doesn't go off in too much of a tangent, sometimes it's okay that you have moved on from Genshin, right? Sometimes it's okay, and it's the same thing with any type of story. Like, it's like, sometimes when things go on for a very long time, and in Genshin case it's 6 years, it's normal for you to move on, but I think sometimes then there are some people that who did, you know, say like, oh, Genshin's done. Instead of moving on, they feel like it's wrong to like this now. Because I have to feel normal about me not liking this anymore, so I have to like tell people to not like this anymore. There's people who like criticize Natlan, which are totally valid. I want to make that clear, but I'm saying those scenes like that, the past year and a half, Natlan itself, it just proves to me they never lost it. They never lost it. Never, never, never. Oh dear Lord. It's Melanta, child of humanity.
No, you are my creator, my lord. Why would you choose her and abandon me?
Wait, they chose her? Hey, did it suddenly fly into a rage?
Send them back.
He said, why would you choose her and abandon me? Hold on a second here. Wait. I need to make sure I can read that again. Why would you choose her and abandon me? So he thinks that that possibly Asmodee now blocked or abandoned him, but chose Zeitlind? It could be Hilda too if he's interpreting it like her, because everyone kind of mistakes her for Hilda as well, right?
To dust.
So it could be that also.
Preparing for
Yeah, it could be.
Into the wind. Clouds high. The birds call.
Observe. Close your eyes. Do you fear the dark?
I love how you can just go straight into another attack as well.
Be silent.
Oh god. It's okay. It's okay.
The graveyard.
Give him a pancake. Let's heal him up. I don't got no more sweet Bandams. But I do got some radish stew. Me having the level 1 food still. I love it. I think it's very Romer playthrough to have the level 1 food. You know what I mean? I think it's a very Romer-esque part of the playthrough to have just the level 1 food. If I'm being honest with you.
Close your eyes. To dust.
I think it's just mostly because you guys have always told me don't ever get the reputation rewards. And I never know why you guys tell me to do that. Like, oh, we did it. Okay, great. Oh no. What are we witnessing now? What is happening? What? Is this... Did they warp us somewhere else? Find the hidden enemies and defeat them? Sure. Oh, this heavenly godlike music as well. Within the certain areas of temple space, you'll occasionally see these special invisible keepers. Only by finding and defeating all these weaknesses they leave behind, you can get out of this mess. Is this the way to find him? No. Find the hidden enemies. This music is great though. Wait, is it in these lights then? Do we have to do the... That's the wrong thing. Is it this thing? Or is it the thing we have here? No. That's probably something different altogether. In this red light? Do I hit it here? You can hit it. I actually believe in you, Wonder. Oh, no, that's treasure. That's to find treasure. Yeah. Find hidden enemies. How do we find hidden enemies? We have been going in circles, 100%. So what, do you have any hint, Paimon? Anything at all? It has to have something to do with this, right? Maybe we attack it? It is, oh, okay, great. So it could be any one of these, maybe?
Go!
Possibly. This music is so, playful. I'm pretty sure they'll give like an inclination. No? They'll give an inclination if they're nearby, maybe, possibly. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. The redness of this. Oh? Not there? At least we have this power. Not there either. Well, it's probably, if it's a red beam again, it's gonna be a red beam then, right? Is what I'm guessing. Oh. Is this the one that's not a beam? Oh, there's two they're not beams. I have no idea. Oh, there it is. There it is. I saw it. Yeah, yeah. Very cool. And it's actually easier to defeat them as well. This feels like a very like Alice in Wonderland type story, but I guess this whole story has kind of been that type of story, hasn't it? Oh, look at this. Are they going to change colors again? Oh, there you go. Lovely stuff. Again, just they've done such a good job of making this feel mysterious throughout the whole playthrough. Oh boy. He broke out of his cage. Did we let him do this? Is this, Narita? Or is this, Malenta? Malenta, oh, it's Malenta, okay.
Outlander, since you are no child of humanity, how should I address you?
Oh, since we're not from this earth, my name is Wander, and... What do you mean by no child of humanity? Is it not because we're from outside of the world?
All descend from the
First ancestor shaped by our Lord of all. All those born that are of that lineage are called children of humanity. Even the artificial people of the primordial sea grant special pardon and are commuted among them. So even like the people of the primordial sea, are considered human, but we're not considered human. So again, is it because we're from outer space? But you stand outside this order. Why did God take my sister? Talking about Asmodee, right?
I cannot answer because I do not comprehend it myself. I once believed it was merely punishment for transgressions, but now I fear there is a deeper meaning behind it, as it is within the heretical myth, that light and darkness birthed the primordial human.
Wait, so he originally thought that the fact that our sister was taken was a punishment, but now he sees there's another meaning behind it as well. Why are you suddenly answering all of our questions so readily?
This is a rule engraved upon my very soul. When a human child offers up everything in pursuit of an answer, I must speak in the creator's stead and withhold nothing. In the end, that human child will forget all things. Fleeting answers, eternal release. This too is an expression of divine mercy.
I'm gonna screenshot all this by the way, just so we have it as well, by the way. Then why are you being so harsh to people in the Hall of Emptiness?
This too is law, with the creator absent. And Nile fallen from grace and must uphold the measure once set by my lord.
So he's upholding like the original laws of his lord. This place only exists to preserve. All innovation and evolution is forbidden here. So it's the preservation part is okay. It's the evolution part that is not okay. So it's like you can preserve things here forever, but it's once you evolve past that point and you start discovering new things and evolve from those things you're preserving. It's no longer preservation. It's actually like it's a movement of time in a way. If I remember correctly, your name is Malenta, right?
I know your name, human child. Zeitlind.
How did my sister speak of me to you?
She said that she and I could never reach accord, but that one day her younger sister would come and defeat me.
Oh, she knew it. She did know it. Did you hear that? In the end, you're the ones who were dragged into this, victims in my conflict. Honestly, we needed this as well. To find out that as well that, like, we don't know fully why our sister was taken, but we know now that it wasn't a punishment in his eyes. That's a huge deal. Because that means it's like at the very we're knocking off a reason, right? We're knocking off a reason. And as we said here as well, what do you take my sister? It says he also believes there's a deeper meaning behind it. Light and darkness birthed the primordial human. So we really just hired muscle, chasing a bit of pay? That Nalita, seriously. So Nalita sent us here to help out Zeitlind to fight him. That's so cool. So that must be why Nalita sent us here in the first place. We are literally just... She knew that she needed muscle. But then again, he was like, oh, you're here too? So maybe it was like an opportune moment at just like right place, right time.
Nalita, the traitor, the fallen one. He abandoned his charge.
Sorry, guys. So sorry. I was checking. I literally saw it stopped recording for a second. It was just the sunlight shining on the screen for a second. That's my bad.
He abandoned his charge, yet dares to proclaim himself enlightened.
So he looks down and completed that he left this place as well, completely.
We watchers were meant only to stand in silence, keeping vigil here at the pillar of the world.
You got worked up all of a sudden. Guess you're the type to get all sulky when to see someone else get free when you're stuck. So it might be a bit of like jealousy and being upset over that, right? Because he said like here it's like we're supposed to stand in silence. He shouldn't be doing that. He shouldn't be leaving. But my sister miscalculated in one way. I'm an introvert. I'm not good with words. I read a lot, sure, but maybe even I understand plenty of truths. But I avoid talking when I can. The one who'll change your mind isn't me. Oh my god, the travel UG. So there was a reason we were sent here as well, 110%. To not only be like the sword for Zeitlind, but also be the courage that like our help her with her courage and help her here too. Because look at Pine with the hands on the hips. That's Pine on business mode. Oh. Oh, here we go. Wait, did I get the voice right? For once?
One with nature. Cleanup sequence initiated.
A new moon rises.
Defeat melancholy, by the way. Like, defeat the idea of melancholy.
Judgment.
This music as well, oh my god.
Seek to perceive the world beyond. So marks the beginning of your fall.
Oh my god. Look at this arena as well. Laura Star's child demands the fate yours to suffer. Use the dex to draw with the spatial rift. I'm pressing it. Oh, there we go. Okay.
My master.
My master?
Surge.
Preparing for dust up.
Judgment.
Insulation chamber.
Okay, I didn't get the voice entirely right, but it'd be funny if I did.
Observe. Night falls.
Oh my god. This is so epic, man. It's so cool.
Fallen leaves.
And obviously, like, he has way more health here as well. This is like a freaking Archon quest battle, man. Look at this. Not that, no, I take that back. We've had many freaking, like, absolutely insane boss battles. In fact, I would say, like, sometimes even more insane than World Quest. Like, we've had some insane stuff. The Narcissus Cruise quest? Like, come on.
Observe. To dust.
Absolutely insane stuff.
Ultimatum protocol.
All illusions
Here we go again.
shall be shattered.
I'm hitting it, but it's not. There we go. Okay, we got it.
My master.
Surge.
Insulation chamber.
Be silent. Observe. Night falls.
Vision required.
Man, this is so. And I love that this team is so fun to use, man. The combos as well.
Beware the creatures of the night.
Defensive mode engaged.
That move as well is so cool. Where are they gone? Oh, they're doing this thing again.
Vision required.
Is he gonna? I don't want to use my ability now if he's gonna go up and do the thing now, but he might.
isolation chamber deployed.
Be silent.
Observe.
You know, he might go up and do the thing again. So I'm worried about using my ability.
Close your eyes. Do you feel the dark?
Okay, maybe not. Oh, no, he is. Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Shall fall in an instant.
We're gonna push it back up. There we go. It's hard for some reason. Oh, here we go. Oh my god, it's resisting more than ever before. Look at this. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. We did it. That was so sick. That was so sick. Man, he was bitter about Nalita. My heart is I think Genshin boss battles have only gone better with time. They really have. Like, remember the freaking boss battle we just had with like freaking Dotori? Incredible. And so insane. They've done so amazing with this. I understand. I understand now. When the divine departs the throne, all creations are free. Malenta. So he's saying, I'm gonna screenshot this too, but like when he's saying when she's gone, when our god is gone, we can go. We don't have to be bound here. But he stayed bound here. What do you want to say? This comes from years of living alongside my own melancholy. Don't suppose I'm saying a bit late. If your melancholy feels uncontrollable, that's a psychological illness. You should seek help early. Get treatment and cooperate with the ones administering it. She just offered mental health advice to Malenta, man. Look at this sweet. I don't know why that hit me so hard, but you're like your sister, you're utterly incomprehensible. That's a good thing, honestly, at this stage. For sure. Creatures like us, manifestations of rules. Who shall we see? Who shall we see when we fall ill? Do you feel guilty now beating up a patient? Guessing to know others has changed you a bit, Zeitlind. You sure have picked up some bad habits along the way. We introverts are all a little twisted on the inside. I guess so. Do you feel good to be a patient is an interesting way of stating it. You won't be seeing me, I guess, for much longer anyway. There you go again, saying something super saddening. Like I said, I've got a dark side. Malenta, I still have questions. Yeah, please. Then ask them now, I won't be here much longer. Passing judgment on the painter who defiled the laws of space. Severing the path to the on the painter. So that was Maki? Escher? Those were acts of transgression. My rebellion has triggered self-destruction as per the rules themselves. In truth, I would rather not answer your questions, but I suspect even a small act of defiance would only hasten my disappearance. About my sibling is another question too. So wait, it's asking... Passing judgment on the painter who defied the laws of space, severing the path to the horror of nothingness. So because he did a transgression, he's separate, he's disappearing, I guess? About my sibling. You've already come this far, if you're not. Your will is still your own, and your feet are still unshackled. Go find your sibling yourself. You're not like me, a being who's bound with their wings, only to watch them break. Why are you tormenting everyone? Tormenting them? No, I'm correcting them. I am returning them to the form heaven intended. They ascend to heaven, yet reject the sacred stillness and cling instead to the corruption of a mortal world. So he's saying they were brought to this world, were given this eternal heaven, but they wanted to still evolve and learn stuff and do more things, I guess. So that's it. I'm jealous. There it is. Jealous of them. Jealous of the fallen elite. Jealous of change. Jealous of freedom. Jealous of life. Because he feels bound to this. He's jealous of the idea of everyone else moving forward. Everyone else is able to do something with their life while he's not. I thought if I did everything right, when the creator returned, she would praise me. That would have been enough to soothe me, enough to prove all of them wrong. Dude, you are, like, that's the wrong way to look at anything. Because then what happens when she doesn't give you enough praise? Why would she not look back? Why did she not ask if I wish to leave beside her? Oh, he's hurt. He is hurt by this, man. He is hurt. If you're always this stubborn and heartless, then answers shouldn't be hard to grasp. If you'd shown even a hint of rebellion, she might have taken you with her. Xena, is there anything you want to ask? So he said, like, find your own sister, but then he also, when we asked him why he's torturing everyone, he's jealous. He's jealous that they got to have progress. He's jealous they got to move forward with their lives. Xena, is there anything you wanted to ask? Let me think. I want to know why people in the city sanatorium is cursed.
Once the Abyss brought disaster to this land, the knights stationed here fought to the last and did not retreat. When the report of the battle arrived, a dawn report contained only a single line.
None who went to Windrest Peak returned. I see, so there never was a curse, only warriors who fell in battle and slumber on the peak where the nights the wind rest. My time is almost gone. I'm filled with hate for all of you, and still I want nothing more than to cling to consciousness and let my awareness live on unbroken. Again, the hatred that we're going to get to move on. The hatred that we're going to get to live our lives. The hatred that we have, like, you know, things to live for. He lived for his master in the hopes that she might return, but she never did. And that's so crazy, man. Imagine being like this powerful being and all you want is for someone to be like, good job, buddy, you know?
You and your sister, mortals who love everything and everyone. You still yearn for an ending. And I, who so badly want to live on, I must face mine instead.
So it's interesting. Is he talking to... He could mean us, but we're not mortals. He wouldn't call us mortals. He means Zeitlind and Hilda. They yearn for an ending. But still they have love for everyone and love everyone. Leads to my weakness runs deeper than words. Oh, is it going to change back? Really, really crazy stuff, man. What an amazing battle. And is that it? On more chests. They give us so many stuff, and this is going to stock me up for a while, especially someone that doesn't level up stuff as well.
These treasures might be of utility to you on your journey.
So freaking cool.
Please, I insist.
Return to the center of the pillar hall. Where do parts we do that? Do we drop down here? No, we definitely don't drop down here. Do we warp out of here? Here? Yes. Yeah, crazy sequence there as well. We taught Malenta a lesson, Astoria. Man, he was literally just wanted someone to say, good job, bud. That's so crazy. I'm not saying, but I hope it doesn't sound like I'm saying like, oh, poor boy. No, but like, yeah, it's crazy that that's what the villain wanted. Indeed, looking at the skies tells me this much. Did Malenta say anything useful? You tell a story what just happened. Malenta was actually this really pretty dude. The word watcher originally referred to those who are awakened and enlightened. A watcher who closes their eyes can only be swallowed by darkness, yet awakening itself defies the Creator's will, and thus condemned as a fall from grace. Okay. Speaking of which, next we taught you, played with you, took good care of you. You were raised by all of us together. When you grow up, remember the kindness we've shown you, okay? So that you can be a good watcher. That's very sweet. Poor Dex. By the way, that heretical myth about light and darkness birthing but poor immortal human, do you have any idea what it refers to? Yes, I would like to know this too. I'm not entirely sure what Malenta meant either. The first thing that came to mind was a parable once condemned by heresy by the angels. It tells of a god of light who created a body in its own likeness, only for it to be stolen away by the king of darkness. Thus, within a single body, the powers of light and darkness began to contend with one another, and so the primordial human bearing both came to possess both good and evil. So the primordial human has both good and evil in them. It's a lesser known version of the primordial human myth. That's a bit too bare bones, not sure if it'll help us. I'm afraid I cannot recall much else about the moment. Aren't you going to say goodbye to me, Astoria? Oh my god, man, she's about to lose her memories, right? I owe you an apology, and your sister too. Actually, while I was quiet earlier, I was thinking about something. What was it? What my I always forget to pronounce this. Epitaph? I always forget to pronounce it because I never had to like pronounce it in my life. To be honest, I never even talked about you know, I just say what like what's written in your gravestone. Don't give me the wrong idea, Paimon. We're not immortal after all. Everyone needs to one eventually. True. But I couldn't think of anything before. My sister's fake tombstone already had such a good line, you see. And that's just how it came to me. And to begin. Oh, that's beautiful. That's really beautiful. Pretty much on par, but one life doesn't count. Would you say it's good to get another lifetime? Because now it has a different meaning, right? A person in stories in motion, it shouldn't end just because a life does. 110%. People can live on after they pass away. 110%. Goodbye, Astoria. Goodbye, Lind. And when you see Hilda, give her my regards. I can't promise I'll remember any of this, and I can't promise she'll remember you either. So Hilda's out there, by the way, which is great. It's great. Come on, Wonder Paimon, let's take me back down. We'll meet again like it's the first time. It's going to be crazy, isn't it? It's going to be crazy. But no, that's like the better ending you could hope for in a Genshin World Quest, you know? Well, you really do wind up you really do wind up seeing anything if you live long enough. I was just thinking earlier, you were incredible back there, especially against Malenta, but what was it you did again? And who are you exactly? So she has like these remnants. Her eyes match her flower in her hair. It's really cool. Is your memory fading away? Who am? Oh, your name is Zeitlind. That's right. Also, Paimon's Paimon. This year's Wander. You were your good friends. Friends? Yes, her friends who you've been through hell and back together. Really? I can feel it. It must be true. And your sister's been traveling the world lately just to clear her head. Someday, the two of you will meet again. She might not remember you at first, but you share the same blood, not to mention the same face. That's true. You recognize each other right away. Paimon's sure of it. I have an older sister. You can't ignore. You can ignore this. Yeah, just ignore the gravestone. Yeah, it's like a symbol of being reborn. That's a really cool way of putting it. It really is. She's definitely still alive. My sister. She's kind of silly, huh? Oh, she has a little suitcase? Anyway, there should be some information about you in your suitcase. Take a look. You'll probably remember things once you do. Okay, I will. One more thing. You're an amazing... Oh, that's so beautiful. What the hell, Paimon? That's so beautiful. Like, saved an entire world amazing. You are amazing. You are. Who, me? You did incredible. Everyone's so deeply grateful to you, so live proudly, okay? That hit me so hard. That hit me like a ton of bricks. If anyone picks on you makes you feel bad, just right to... right to wonder, there's nothing he can't handle for you. That's so beautiful. Is there anything you want to do right now? Legitimately, like, I love that, like, we just pick up friends along the way that will protect no matter what. I don't know, but I'm starving. Like, I haven't eaten in days. Hey, Paimon's hungry too. She needs food now. Why don't you get food together? You don't have to leave right now. Let her, like, settle in a bit. Give her, like, 2 days of just, like, chatting and, like, getting her bearings. Hurry up and empty your backpack. Paimon wants tons of chicken mushroom skewers. She just walked away. Oh my god. What a cinematic cutscene here. Wait, is it ending? Wow, that's the end. How cinematic of a way to end this as well. Was that a new ability? This is an incredible location, by the way. That to me was just like a fantastic world quest. That was incredible. I'm so glad I got to play this. I'm so happy I got to play this. And if I can be real with you guys, when I heard it was going to be a little bit chunkier, like I think right now this video itself is going to be, I would say, nearly 5 hours, right? When I heard it, like in the first part was 2 hours, so technically it was just like a 7-hour quest for me, right? When I heard it was going to be a little longer, there's something, like, I'm saying this happens to me every single time, and it happens with Roman Reacts as well. I want to make this clear. But hear what I'm saying, and don't just interpret it the way you want to interpret it. I have this feeling in my gut where I'm like, man, I have to do like a gigantic long world quest, right? Because it's like, man, even though it's like I love world quests, it's like this feeling of like, oh, this is going to take a while. how am I going to find the time? I better find the time and all this stuff too. And then when I start recording, it just flows by like nothing. And it's like, oh yeah. And I think it's just like, your mind plays tricks on you sometimes where you're like, because again, all my recordings I have so much fun. But whenever there's like something I have to do where it's like, oh, I have to do an 8-hour Roam Reacts, it's like, I have to remind myself that it's like, Calvin, you're going to have a great time. You know what I mean? Even though it's like, oh my God, 8 hours I have to do today. That's crazy. You then remember, like, you're having a blast. And this is what happened again. It's like, man, it's like, oh, I have to do this really long world quest today. I hope I'll have enough time to get it done and have a post discussion, all this stuff too. I'm so energized once again. It happens every world quest. It's like, okay, I have to do an hour quest today. I wonder how long it's going to take. By the end of it, I'm like, that felt like 2 minutes every time. And I think it's just your brain has a psychological thing of like, sometimes making you feel like you're going to have a hard time sometimes with length and stuff like that too. But again, I want to make it clear. I always have a great time with these quests. I'm the type of person, like, the way it's good, you probably get what I'm saying when I say this. I'm the type of person that, like, whenever I'm asked to go to a friend's party, I will come up with, like, a bunch of excuses to be like, I gotta do this, I gotta do that, because I don't want to go. But then when I get there, I have the time of my life. Every time. There's no in between. It's like, I don't really want to play D&D today, guys. I don't want to go to your house and play D&D. And then I go there, I'm like, oh, this is the greatest experience ever. Every time, without fail, without fail. I don't think I want to go for coffee today. Have the nicest conversation ever. I'm just that type of person, I think. Where I like, I dread the idea of like, getting to something, you know what I mean? But then once I get there, I'm like, this is amazing, always, for sure. And I also want to say as well, like people be like, this is your job as well. It's like, yeah, I'm the luckiest person in the world. I play Genshin and Honkai and, horror games and visual novels for a living. Yeah, I'm lucky as heck. But I never said I was ungrateful. This was just an incredible quest. It was such an incredible quest. We can go down to Dorm Port and like talk about all this as well. There was like some heavy lore here, right? But I don't know if I remember everything in the post discussion. If you guys want to fill in some blanks, if I remember stuff later that I want to add in too, we can definitely add it in. But yeah, definitely because it's one of those things where like I might miss something here or there, so it's always good to have you guys be like, hey, did you miss this? Let's find a place to talk. Oh, it's a dog. Well, that's kind of nice, right? Down by the old, oh, that's lovely, actually. If you stand here. Wait 1 second. I think this will work out. I think this will be really pretty. Maybe I'm just, oh no, here. No, on the stairs. 1 second. I gotta find this right place here. Actually, that's a kid's spot. I don't want to interrupt her time either. Because I want that light coming there through that area here. Watch, I'll show you. See that this here? Yeah. Bit of a low frame rate here for some reason. Let's be Kazuo as well for this final discussion stuff here as well. I'm not gonna recap everything. I'm not gonna go bit by bit because I do that sometimes, but then I don't always do that. We're not gonna recap absolutely everything here. We're just gonna kind of like talk about this as a whole, right? Because it's a 7-hour quest for me. So it's one of those situations where like I won't be able to recap bit by bit. It just won't happen. Smiley. Passive? Yeah. For sure. I think it's the best way to go about it, right? I think so anyway. So to try and summarize the story of what I think the story is right now. This space and time called the Temple of Space was created by the god of that world. I keep saying Asmodee. They didn't say the word Asmodee, so they didn't confirm it or deny it. But I think it's one of those things where like I don't think anyone's going to blame me for saying the word Asmodee or the name Asmodee. They seem to create this space so they can preserve like different parts of like the world and have this like eternal like stasis almost, where it's like everything in here in this world is like frozen in time. Different parts of the world frozen in time. We saw like they had stuff from Fontaine. They had stuff from Inazuma, Liyue, all this stuff, like different parts of the world frozen in like a stasis, and it's almost like this eternal world. And that's what like Melenta was saying at the end, like, and why he was so frustrated was like, this is like an eternal world where you're in eternal heaven, nothing ever changes, nothing ever moves forward, you just stay in the same kind of stasis, and it's perfect in like the way it is like now. But people started to want to progress because like humans are like that, and people are like that, and aliens are like that, where they tend to want to like, do something else, with their life and move forward, whether it be people wanting to write more novels People wanted to, like, you know, reconstruct things from, you know, the King Dejerit's era. Or even like people wanting to paint more paintings and like develop their skills and, like, you know, and add more to like art to the world and stuff like that as well. I know I'm being very bare bones with that type of ideal, but like people started to, like, you know, progress a lot more, which Malenta, who at this point had already lost Nilita. Nilita had fallen and from grace or whatever and left Nilita here and moved on with their lives. Asmodee moved on with their lives as well. And it appears to be Asmodee's sisters, quote unquote, that gave gifts as well at one point, also moved on with their lives. So Malenta was left behind to kind of be like this watcher, but nobody asked him to. And I think that's the important part. Nobody asked him to stay there in time. So he's been staying this whole time, punishing people. And I want to make it clear, what he did was horrible. He's been punishing people, you know, turning people into sand, ink blots, trapping them in books, all this stuff because he believes that it is an affront to the original ideas of the Temple of Space, this place that is frozen in time, that everyone can, like, you know, feel like they're in this eternal peace in this eternal world. I mean, he did this out of jealousy. He saw everyone else moving on. He saw Nilita moving on. Asmodee moved on. All these people were trying to, like, you know, progress with art and books and architecture, all this stuff. Like, that really is, by the way, like, I think art, architecture, books, like, they did a good job choosing those three things when it came to this stuff, when it came to, like, painting, architecture books, because they've been clear signs throughout history of progress, of look what people are creating, look what people are doing here. We're building more houses. We're creating more art. We're, you know, becoming more knowledgeable. All this stuff is a sign of progress. And I think that's, like, you know, what he was afraid of, because he was, like, felt like he had to be staying here frozen in time, waiting for his god to return. And in the end, he started punishing people and destroying, you know, like, as we said, all the different punishments he did because he was jealous. And it seems that Nilita sent us here with Zeitlind, because Zeitlind would be the one to defeat, along with the Traveler, Malenta. And that's why Zeitlind sent us here in the first place, to fight against this, to Malenta and stop him. And Malenta in the end basically said that all he wanted in the end, and it's a desire that's, like, very, like, you know, interesting, but also, like, you know, how sad, how pitiful, you know what I mean? The way that all he wanted was, I want to make clear, like, I don't want to make it seem like, oh, like, all he wanted was just a pat in the back. No, he did horrible things. Like, it's not like this thing where, like, oh, poor little Malenta. He wanted a pat on the back from Asmodee, or whoever the god of this place was, whoever the mistress of this place was. He wanted them to come back and be like, oh my god, you did amazing. And that to me is, like, such a, like, it's such a childlike way of looking at the world, right? Where the kid in school will tell on you and get you in trouble, hoping that the teacher will then look at them, like, really favorably, right? And be like, oh, good job, Gerald. Oh, I did it. You know, it's like, and in reality, it's like, it's such a shallow way of looking at things, because in most times, like, you won't get, like, praise for that stuff. It's the same thing as, like, people who, like, when they see someone stealing something in Walmart and they go, hey, stop, evildoer, stop stealing food for your family. And then they go and they tell the police, and then they expect, like, what, a Medal of Honor or something. Like, it's like, in the end, you did something bad, but you didn't get your praise, you didn't get a prize, you didn't get anything in return. And in this case, it's one of those things where it's like he was being, like, punishing everybody else so he could get, like, a good job from his god. But he kind of realized in the end that, like, if the god is absent, everyone can kind of move on. And everyone did move on. Everyone's trying to move on. Everyone's, like, progressing and doing something, like, pretty amazing with their lives. And Nilita moved on as well. And he was just totally jealous that this was happening here as well. In terms of Zeitlind's story, Zeitlind, Zeitlind's sister left a goodbye to Zeitlind. Hilda left a goodbye to Zeitlind. That said they were moving on. I forget what the actual phrasing was, but they were moving on. What was the phrasing? Moving far away. Moving somewhere far away. And I totally get what Zeitlind interpreted this, because what was happening with Hilda at the time is because, you know, they were characters, like, within the sanatorium, and maybe she grew tired of the idea of life and living on. And to her, it seemed like there was, like, this interpretation in her head where, like, and I interpreted that too, where it was like, especially when she said there was no point in living. We saw that with the stuff with Astoria, where Astoria was saying to her, like, you know, like, hey, we'd argue about philosophy, and she said there was no point, and he was trying to convince her that there is a point in living, even though the world seems pointless. So she assumed, and we assumed too, that she had died in some way. And it's such a it's what I carried with me, the idea that she probably died at some point, but in reality she actually did just go on and, like, in my interpretation, go on and see the world in the same ways that they both wanted to when they were kids. Like, see the world, see how beautiful it is, see how fantastical it is, and see all the different locations they talked about as kids. And she saw them dancing. It looked like them dancing in the cutscene as we were going through that as well. And Zeitlind was sent here, and she wanted to find out about her sister and wanted to find her lost belongings. And it was almost like a trip through, like, finding stuff about her sister and finding out, people's interpretation of her sister. And also, as we said, like, she was here to stop Malenta also. But finding out that her sister was, like, very much, like, alive, very much alive in the end. Her whole story to me was an overarching story of, like, the finding meaning in life and if life is worth living and the melancholy that comes with that. I think it was a story where, I think in Astoria's eyes, he failed Hilda in a lot of ways, where he felt that Hilda going on and, like, erasing her memories was like a failure on his part, where he was like, this, she erased everything about her memories, and he kind of felt like, oh, she shouldn't have to have done that. But the reality is that in Zeitlind's interpretation, what actually happened was she got to start life anew without the melancholy that she carried with her. Which, again, it can't be, obviously we know, like, depression can't be cured that way, but in this way, like, it kind of, like, it's like you forget all the things that make you anxious and make you sad and start a new life. Maybe that's a beautiful thing that you can do as well. And that's the way Zeitlind saw it too. But it was a really sweet story of trying to, like, find a meaning of, like, going forward. And I think the meanings that she found here were that her sister found meaning in life after this. And then also she could find new meaning in life too. And meeting the Traveler in Paimon was a big signifier of, like, hey, if there is a meaning in life, there is something to life. You found us. How amazing is it that you found us as well? And so she was able to find us at the same time too. And it's not that we are the new meaning of her life, but I think it showed her that there is more to life than just, like, what she was about to interpret in terms of life. And I thought it was a really cute thing about a story. Like, he was desperately, in my view, trying to, like, convince her of the idea that, like, she was that life was worth living. And I think that's a really, really beautiful thing to the story. And I think that's why he was so worried. He felt guilt probably over not erasing his memories in the first place, because he said in this story, like, he worried, he didn't want to die, but he also, like, he was too cowardice to die. But all these memories that he had, because he's seen so much in this world, he's seen everything, that he was actually, like, so burdened with this that he wanted to kind of, like, die, but he couldn't. So he saw this as his moment, and once again, one of the sisters is like, no, I'll take that job, thank you very much. Yeah, like, that's my kind of interpretation of Zeitlind's story as well, that she's now finding a new lease in life. It's a story of overarching idea of, like, what is the meaning of life and what is the meaning of someone's existence, and finding that purpose in life and finding that happiness amongst the melancholy and nothingness and the whole thing of, like, the idea of, like, in the end, to be continued, went from was it one world isn't enough to be continued. And we found out both those messages now mean something so powerful, or one life isn't enough. It meant, for Hilda, it meant I'm moving on and I'm starting anew. I'm starting completely anew. And then to be continued for Zeitlind was also like, I'm starting anew. Like, the gravestone was actually just a symbol of, like, rebirth, which actually, like, in many cultures, death is a symbol of rebirth. It's a symbol of, like, starting anew, and one part of your life is gone and you start a new life. And I truly believe that, like, I think even in tarot cards, the death card can mean the death of an old life and the start of a new, something new existing in your life as well. At least that's the way I remember it, I think, as well. You guys probably know tarot as well. You can tell me if that's the case too. But those gravestones meaning something different in the end was so amazing. The interpretation of, like, all the journey that she had been on, her sister had been on, changing over time from being like, oh my god, she was depressed and wanted to, like, leave this world behind, to no, she just found a new lease on life and left the melancholy behind and is now traveling probably somewhere in the world, which I hope we get to see her. I hope we get to see Hilda and Zeitlind again, but I'm not sure if that's actually, like, going to happen. Especially since, you never know when you could see world-class characters again, but they have done it before. We could see, like, I would love to see Zeitlind and Hilda again. But yeah, that's kind of like my interpretation of, like, the story and, like, what happened here in this story. I do think that this whole thing was just incredible from start to finish. Like coming here and seeing the world and seeing the exhibits on display, witnessing the world itself in this beautiful location that so mimicked the first area of the game that we were in, this glorious, gorgeous location with the white pillars and everything, like instantly striking, that into your heart. And then going and finding out about the story of this place and how everyone was being punished and wanting to prevent that. It really did feel like a fairy tale came to life and a fantastical story came to life in this whole story. And we got to go to different locations here as well. Like say we got to go to the place with the King Desert location, and got to have a fun time with these characters. Got to do all these new mechanics. I love doing the mechanics of the recreation stuff in the stealth action in the desert world. Then going to the painted world, which was hands down top 5 area in Genshin of all time. Learning about the story of the ink blots, of how these people are being punished for trying to progress forward in their lives, and how we learned there as well, not only just how absolutely stunning this place was, the canvas in the background, and the mechanic of painting everything was so amazing too, it was so good. But also we learned that there, and I think that's why I interpreted it as Hilda started to look upon. At first I was Hilda maybe is looking at this world where it's what's the point, right? What is the point? And I think maybe she was at some point, but I think that's what the erasing her memories made her found a new way of living and a new way of life. But it was I do think that's what that melon meant in the end, which was she was happy with that, because it's what's the point of progressing any forward? What's the point? Why should I have to do anything else when I've already done this? But yeah, that painted world was so gorgeous. Saving people's lives there was so incredible. And then the book world as well. I adored the changing and the flipping through the pages and folding the pages. Adding new mechanics to this is always a really great thing that Genshin does really well with some things. And I don't know if it's a completely new mechanic, but I had such a great time with it regardless. It was so exhilarating to change the different things and see how we can change around the room and enter into a new room and warp into a new room. And then we even got to do that side-scrolling stuff, which was really fun too. And it feels in the world of the book world as well, we truly, I feel learned about the idea of progress right there as well. It was really great, just really, really great sections also at the same time too in that world also. I really love this. I really love this a lot. It was truly fantastic. What I love most about this story is that it's a story that has no problem getting super heavy when it comes to the ideas in this story. It has no problem getting super heavy when it comes to the emotions and the melancholy, the depression, the stuff with the sanatorium. There's no problem getting heavy with that. But there's such a hopefulness that really is beautiful within the weeds of the story as well. Finding that new lease on life and in all these situations. And it's so interesting that really throughout this entire story, Hilda and Zeitlind's story kind of mimicked each other in some ways too, where both characters kind of were down on the idea of this world. And the beautiful aspect is that they're both now traveling the world. They're both leaving this place and they're both leaving their memories behind with a new lease on life and a new beginning. And hopefully they get to find each other in the end. That's just what I would desperately desire amongst this world as well. The stuff as well with the I have all the screenshots here and we can look through that stuff as well. But yeah, just before we move any forward and look at the screenshots, it was incredible. It was just one of my favorite world quests in terms of visual design, and the story was absolutely beautiful. The character of Zeitlind and Hilda, that dynamic was fantastic, and the dynamic with the story as well. How this world was frozen in time at one point, and Hilda came in and gave them a new lease on life. It makes so much sense that that change would really change your whole view on the world. The boss battle we fought was absolutely insane. Malenta as a character is so flawed and interesting at the same time too. You want to learn more about them. The journey we went on with the Traveler and Zeitlind, and then even the stuff with asking our sister, because in the end we had talked about our sister and we found out that first of all, when our sister was taken away, it wasn't a punishment. We weren't being punished at the time, but it might have something to do with what they called the primordial human. This is stuff about the painted world that I screenshot as well. The idea of a proof of presence. I think again that also was again the idea of her putting her stamp on this world is again there is meaning to this world. You can put your own stamp on this world. I think that's what they were talking about here when it came to the artistic stuff as well. It was her picture, even though it wasn't perfect. It was her picture, right, for sure. So then we had this stuff. What's this stuff here? It's the painting was tinged with sadness. So this quote unquote mediocre painting was tinged with sadness because there wasn't a desire to like move anything further beyond this as well. She didn't want to like, she saw it as like, okay, we can't redo anything, we can't repaint anything, so what's the point of even doing it again? There was also that feeling where like, let life just be as it is, which felt like it was a big theme of this as well. Here was another thing that happened as well, which is the idea of, I think this was talking about Hilda's death. The one lifetime doesn't count. That was what the phrasing was. And that to me, of course, at the time we interpreted it as like her saying that it's not enough time to get like a view of this world and to get the proper view of this world. But actually, like now we interpret it as she's starting a new life, you know, in a way too. She wanted to start a new life. Let's see here. So this here was the stuff with well, I think it's what he said, right? If I'm not mistaken. My creator, my lord, why would you choose her and abandon me? So is he it's no, you are. Does that mean, did you think that, I don't want to interpret that, but do you think that that's him saying that like Hilda was chosen to go with, you know, his lord? Maybe. I don't know what to, you guys can let me know what you think about that as well. Here's like them talking, I don't know if we have like more here, we do, yeah. Here's them talking about the traveler and how they're not a child of humanity. All those who descend from the first ancestor shaped by the Lord of all those born of that lineage are called children of humanity. Even the artificial people of the primordial sea granted special pardon and are counted among them. But you stand outside this order. That to me is him saying that you're like descender. Why did you take my sister? He said, I once believed it was merely a punishment for transgressions, but now I fear there is a deeper meaning behind it, as it is with the heretical myth that light and darkness birthed the primordial human. So he's saying it's a myth that's what birthed the primordial human. But we're going to learn later, there's another screenshot we took of like that story as well. And he must answer these questions is what he was saying. He said here, when the divine parts the throne, all creations are free. He's saying everyone should have been free, but he decided to trap them here. And here's where they talked about this stuff as well. The Watcher originally referred to those who are awakened and enlightened. A Watcher who closes their eye can only be swallowed by darkness, yet awakening itself defies the Creator's will, and is thus condemned as a fall from grace. So, awakening defies the Creator itself. So what he was doing was defying the Creator, and that's what probably was fading away, I guess. And speaking of which, they talked about Dex, and they wanted to grow up to be good. And then he says, the myth that they're talking about is that the god of light, who created a body in his own likeness, only for it to be stolen away by the king of darkness. Have we heard the idea of the god? I know we've heard like Lord of Night and all this stuff too, and like all those different phrasing as well, but I don't know if we've heard God of Light and King of Darkness yet. Thus, within that single body, the powers of light and darkness began to contend with one another, and thus the primordial human, bearing both, came to possess both good and evil. So the primordial human, to me, would be like the first human, right? And if you have, and they had light and darkness in them, and that became what started good and evil in this world, I guess. I guess that's what it's saying anyway. I'm sure we'll learn more about that as time goes on when it comes to the primordial human or whatever. Yeah, like, obviously there's lots to interpret here, but we don't know all the situation going here. We don't know why our sister was taken either, but this was kind of but I still think it's a huge deal to knock off it wasn't a punishment. Nobody was punishing us at that time when we got taken away, right? I think that's perfect. It's when you play Resident Evil and one door is locked, that's an answer. You can't go there. So we know now it was not a punishment for our transgressions. We didn't transgress against anybody to be punished for this, which I think is again a huge deal. Yeah, that's kind of like what my interpretation of the story, my feelings on the story itself. But to talk to put a pin in all this and what I truly think about this whole world quest, I adore, as I said, the music in this. The cutscene at the end with the poem was stunning. It's such a beautiful way to portray the characters or the character's memory through this beautiful a showcase of all the places that she's traveled, and through something that meant something to her as a child as well. It's chill inducing. It was heavenly when we heard it as well. As I said, I love traveling to each different region, like the desert region and the painted world region and the book region. They're all absolutely incredible. Loved it so much. The the world itself that we traveled to here is an amazing world. It's one of those things where we have to move on after this, but it feels like I'd be thinking about this forever. You know, like all the stuff we've seen. Again, as I said, the exhibits, the fights that can take place here, the enemies, the boss battles, the people encased in sand. They didn't shy away from this being dark, but it's also so beautiful at the same time too, all the different like interpretations you get from the story. As I said, this story to me is a story of melancholy giving way to a new beginning, a new hope. It's a new life. It's a story of a god leaving a world and leaving it to their own devices, and some people deciding to progress or leave, while one of them decided they couldn't fathom the idea of like their god leaving. Again, Malenta as a character, evil, destructive, what they did was horrible, but you can't help but be drawn to hearing about their story and learning about their story. They're a character that's so uniquely flawed in such a almost pitiful way. Doesn't excuse anything. I'm just saying pitiful and kind of like, oh, I pity that guy, you know, in like a very dark way. They are a pitiful character in that sense, which it's like very sad in a very kind of like looking down on someone way. And I know you're saying you're looking down on him. Yeah, in a way, it's kind of like, dude, like that's sad. That's really sad. Like, dude, you know? Yeah. And I think that and when I say this is a story of hope that gives way from melancholy, it is that story where it's like it's showcasing that Malenta gave into like this stasis, where Hilda and Zeitlind almost gave into their life being meaningless. And there is a theme of like a meaningless life when everyone here has found some purpose, whether it be friends they met here, the books they want to write, the art they want to paint, the buildings they want to construct. And in Astoria's case, I think Astoria is actually one of the most heartbreaking characters, but you don't see it that often in the story because he doesn't let it show too much. A character who has the burden of the entire world that he's living in, but can't be free from those memories, you know? But yeah, it is like, I think Malenta is a showcase of like how letting the melancholy and the pathological melancholy and the pain of not understanding where your next step is and what is the point of everything beyond, you know, your god, turning that into anger and sadness and frustration and then turning it outward on the rest of the world. Whereas with Zeitlind, it's the opposite, where she was heading down a worse path, but Zeitlind and Hilda realized that there was stuff that's beautiful in this world, and they were able to find something much more than they thought they would. I think this, at the end of this, guys, and I know I don't mean to be like, you know, so emotional about this. I think at the end of this, it's two things for me. First of all, this is a story I'll never forget. As I said, the fantastical nature of it, the magical nature of it, the story that was unfolding, the lore that we saw, the locations we saw. There's no way I could ever forget how stunning this was all in all. It was incredible. How every mechanic was so energizing and made me want to move forward. How every location just made me want to like see more of it. How every time they were talking, I wanted to learn more about this stuff as well. Everything was so freaking cool in this quest. I'll never forget it. It's going to stay in my heart forever. With how beautiful this is. And Zeitlind as a character is also a character that I actually grew to like love more and more as the quest was going on. And the other thing is, Genshin Impact, I thank you all the time for consistently giving me new worlds, new characters, new stories to love. If you want to see these videos early, you can see them on YouTube members or on Patreon for €1, the lowest tier. And honestly, it helps out so much. We've had so many new patrons and members in the past while. That's actually really incredible, and I thank you so much. If you want to see your name in the text credits it's going by right now, that is €10 or whatever it is in your currency. And if you want to hear your name be read out every single video like a shout out, that is €15 or whatever it is in your currency also. And I want to say thank you so much to my patrons first, that being Typharo2, Jamie Bull, Jana the Banana, The Ghost of Inazuma, Delicious Felix, Yuld, Anusta, Yassassin, True Peanut Butter, Peter Shelson, Leon, High Kasperian, Neo Showerite, Leah 200, Malcolm Gunday, and the highest tier of my YouTube, Blasco and Musanagi. See you guys so soon. Bye bye.